What if heroes from every universe faced a civil war of the gods? Episode 9. Let's get started. The sounds of celebration were what woke him from his sleep. Akashi Hatake groaned as he lifted himself from his bed. He looked around and frowned slightly. Fantastic, I'm back here. He muttered. What? You don't like being in the presence of your Hokage, Kakashi? Kakashi paled at this and turned to see Tsunade standing with her arms folded. Oh, no, not at all, Lady Tsunade. He said frantically. I would never be so rude to you. Tsunade chuckled and patted Kakashi on the head as though he were a puppy. Good boy, she said. Kakashi groaned at this. Sometimes he wished he was not so utterly terrified of Tsunade and her infamous temper. Then he reminds himself of what Tsunade would do to him if he was not afraid of her and shakes away such thoughts. Kakashi rubbed his head, feeling a throbbing headache come on. Damn, what the hell happened? He muttered. Ajane and Sasuke brought you in here after you collapsed unexpectedly. Tsunade told him. They were pretty concerned. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Wait, something about that doesn't sound right. He said. Who actually looked concerned? Lady Tsunade, Mira or Sasuke? Tsunade paused for a moment before replying. Yes, Kakashi groaned, knowing the implications of that answer. He's not really good at showing concern anyway. He thought. The headache was not going away. Geez, what is with this headache? He wondered. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Tsunade replied. When you were brought in, I immediately ran some tests to determine the factor. We weren't certain whether it was a case of chakra exhaustion or something health-related that was starting to act up. Okay, and what did you find? Kakashi inquired, knowing that he did not have a history of health issues in his family. Yes, chronic lateness was not a health issue. He did not give a damn what his friends thought. It was not a health issue, it was a lifestyle. Well, it was neither chakra exhaustion nor some sort of health problem. Tsunade decided to get that part out of the way. In fact, it actually surprised me. While your chakra levels were low when you were brought in, they were not low enough to warrant a case of chakra exhaustion. And after reviewing your medical records, I found nothing in your family history that warranted any concern. Tsunade continued. So why did I collapse and black out then? Kakashi inquired. Tsunade looked at her files on the matter. Kakashi, did you experience any moments of intense shock during the battle? Kakashi thought it over. Well, I was shocked when I learned that they had brought Obito back to serve with the coalition, but I wouldn't call that intense. All that did was anger me. ND kinda led to me taking Admiral Kizaru's arm. Tsunade whistled, genuinely impressed by that. You took the arm of a Marine Admiral. Nice job, Kakashi, you just gave me some bragging rights for me against the other cage. Right, because I'm totally doing this for the sake of your bragging rights. Kakashi thought in slight annoyance. Tsunade decided to get back on track. Well, even if you don't define what happened as intense shock. Your body certainly did. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. Did my body really just shut down because I was shocked to hear about Obito? Not at all. Tsunade shook her head. In fact, I don't think this is actually a negative. Based on recent reports, this might actually be a good thing for you. A good thing? Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this. Well, Kakashi, I'm just going to come straight out and say it. Congrats, you've awakened your haki. Like I said, you may not believe the shock you felt was intense enough, but your body certainly did. Kakashi's eyes widened at this. Haki. I awakened haki. He could not believe it. How? Intense shock is needed to do so, right? Tsunade thought the matter over. Yeah, now that you mention it, I do find myself wondering how a small piece of information like that could possibly be the trigger. She admitted. I mean, no offense, Kakashi, I know you and Obito were close and all, but it's fine, Lady Tsunade. Kakashi said. It's like I said, hearing that information was shocking, but all it did was anger me. Honestly, it's moments like those when I understand why the Uchiha clan give themselves to anger and rage. To hear Kizaru just talk so casually about the coalition taking control of Obito, I just lost it. Tsunade's eyes widened. The Uchiha clan, that had to have been it. Kakashi, I think you just gave me an idea. She smiled. Kakashi looked at Tsunade. Oh yeah, what is it? He inquired. Your Sharingan, it was active when you were fighting Kizaru, right? Kakashi nodded. It's been used every time I've fought in this war. Kakashi replied. Not just Kizaru. I used it against that Dalmatian guy last time, and Rob Lucci back in Lord Chitsujo's palace. It's actually been pretty exhausting, looking back. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. You have a theory on the matter? He inquired. Tsunade nodded. Well, it is just a theory, but I think that your Sharingan may have had something to do with the awakening of your haki. Kakashi was surprised at this. My Sharingan? How is that possible? There's no way my Sharingan could have copied their haki. I realized that it was like a Kekkei Genkai when I fought Dalmatian. I'm not saying that your Sharingan copied haki. Tsunade shook her head. However, it may have memorized the shape of it, so to speak. What do you mean? Kakashi wondered curiously. Well, while your Sharingan cannot copy haki, I think it may have memorized it. This actually is true for all kinds of eyes, visual jutsu notwithstanding. While we cannot hope to learn Kekkei Genkai without the means to actually have one, we still memorize the shape, because it's right in front of our eyes. This photographic memory is one of the many ways we defend ourselves from Kekkei Genkai wielders, because we are able to recognize the telltale signs of a jutsu from wood style or ice style, and hopefully, we have the reflexes to prepare an appropriate counter. Now, the Sharingan's main purpose is to break down jutsu and allow the user to copy it. While this cannot happen with Kekkei Genkai, you still have a memory of it because the Sharingan serves as an enhancement to your eyes and therefore your photographic memory. That's why many view the Sharingan as a sixth sense of sort. So, during your conflicts with Dalmatian and Kizaru, your Sharingan memorized the components of haki because it enhanced your clarity of perception. These events placed memories of haki and how it's used in the back of your mind. All you needed now was a trigger. Even if it was minor to you, hearing about Obito's fate as an unwilling serve. And for the coalition was the shock your body needed to unlock haki. But now, I think it was minor in the end, but because your mind already had those memories of haki and how it was used, the two basically combined and awoke your own haki. Kakashi remained silent for a moment as he took this information in. He spoke up after a few moments. This universe we all live in is amazing, isn't it? I guess you could call it that. Tsunade folded her arms. Now if we could just make this whole place conflict-free, it'd be perfect. Well, we did win today, so we're a step closer. Kakashi I smiled. Tsunade smiled back. Yeah, you did well today. Kakashi. Seriously, great job. All in a day's work, Lady Tsunade. Meanwhile, Kensai Mugaruma groaned as he sat up from the bed he found himself in. He rubbed his throbbing head as he tried to come to terms with what had happened to him. The last thing he had remembered was being approached by that fat demon, Franmalth. After that, nothing. His mind was absolutely blank. Before he could rack his brain for the reason why this was the case any further, he suddenly heard a familiar scream as a pair of arms wrapped around his neck. Kensai. Mashiro Kuna sobbed. You're okay, Mashiro. Kensai was surprised. I was so sad when they told me they caught you, Mashiro sobbed, and then I saw you absorbed into that big, bad demon's body. But now you're back. I'm so happy. Let go, you idiot. Kensai was getting annoyed and grossed out at the fact that Mashiro was soaking his neck with her tears. He managed to wrench Mashiro from his neck. Geez, how do you continue to find ways to annoy me? He muttered. Mashiro heard this and giggled. Ah, just admit it, Kensai, you'd miss me if I were ever gone. She said. Kensai's sweat dropped. Well, that was certainly a 180-degree shift. Kensai then remembered something she had said earlier. Wait a minute, absorbed into a big, bad demon. Mashiro, are you talking about that real fat one? Mashiro nodded. Kensai sighed. Okay, what happened? He asked. Almost immediately, Kensai regretted asking, because immediately after he asked that question, Mashiro stood up straight and then struck one of her irritatingly stupid superhero poses. This is a tale worthy of the great adventures of the mighty Super Mashiro. Mashiro declared. Oh God, why did I ask? Kensai wondered. The battle was long and arduous. Mashiro began the story. The demon had absorbed Kensai into his body. He had become a weapon of the demon. I was battered and bruised, but I could not falter. Around me, My comrades were beaten and barely clinging to life. I could not back down or they would die, so I persevered. Kensai frowned at this, and miraculously, no, not miraculously, for it is to be expected of a superhero like myself. Amazingly, yes, that is the word I'm looking for. Amazingly, I found the strength to continue the fight, and like the superhero I am, I found the power within me to surpass Kensai and defeat the demon, freeing him and everyone else captured in the process. But they're not important. All that matters is that I, Super Mashiro, triumphed and saved Kensai. Mashiro struck another dramatic pose. Kensai stared at her for a brief moment and then frowned. Okay, now that you've gotten that out of your system, tell me what really happened. Mashiro fell over at this. She got up and waved her arms frantically at Kensai. You're mean, Kensai, she yelled. Not all of it was a lie, Mashiro did contribute to your rescue. But you're right, she did kinda lie about how involved she was. Kensai and Mashiro turned to see Sasuke Uchiha had entered. If you want to get technical about it, Sasuke continued, I was the one who saved you, since it was my genjutsu that made the demon set you free. I have you to thank. Kensai was genuinely surprised at this. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You're surprised, and so what if I am? Kensai retorted. You don't exactly have the best reputation amongst our comrades, Uchiha. I won't deny that, Sasuke replied. That is my own fault. Kensai remained silent for a brief moment but then spoke up again. Did you come in here to check on me? Sasuke nodded. I'm just checking up on everyone I freed from that demon. This surprised Kensai as well. He then nodded curtly, a nod that signified his newfound respect for Sasuke. Thanks, Uchiha, I owe you one. He said. Sasuke shook his head. Not at all, he said, turning away. I'm the one who owes something, and that's a debt that'll take a lifetime to be repaid. Aren't you the deep talker? Kensai grinned. I'm just a man looking for redemption, Kensai, that's all. With that, Sasuke left the tent, intent on heading to his next stop. Kensai watched Sasuke leave with a look of newfound interest on his face. So that's Sasuke Uchiha, he mused. I haven't gotten a chance to know the kid yet. So all I've had to go on was his reputation. Well, he's definitely got the attitude of someone looking for redemption. Kensai grinned slightly. Keep moving forward, Uchiha. He said. Continue to show us all that you want to redeem yourself in the eyes of your comrades. Meanwhile, in another medical tent, Toshiro Hitsugaya groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. His Ion was still blurry from the ordeal he had just gone through. Like Kensai, he had no idea what had just happened to him. He weakly tried to sit up in bed. His attempt was stopped, however, when his ace was suddenly buried in a pair of something large and soft. His vision started to clear. He frowned while still smothered. Rangaku, he yelled, muffled by a pair of large breasts. Captain, Rangaku Matsumoto cheered. You're okay. Yes Rangaku, I'm fine. Toshiro groaned, wrenching himself from Rangaku's chest. What the hell happened? Rangaku giggled. You were inside of a demon. She said. Toshiro looked at her in a deadpan expression. Could you please rephrase that in a way that doesn't make me want to hit you? You know how much I hate your innuendos. Well, there's really no other way to put it. Rangaku said sheepishly. You were inside of a demon along with Captain Mugaruma and the Gorgon sisters until Sasuke, myself, and Lieutenant Kuna decided to go and save you. Sasuke Uchiha. Like with Kensai, Toshiro had not gotten to know the infamous Uchiha yet, and was only knew Sasuke through his rather negative reputation. Rangaku nodded. Yep, Sasuke may have a scowl on par with grumpy old Ichigo. But I'm starting to think that he's actually a really nice guy once you get to know him. Toshiro folded his arms. Geez, he muttered, I'm always getting saved by the most unlikely people. Meanwhile, as Sasuke made his way to the tent where Toshiro Hitsugaya was being held at, he stopped when he heard the sounds of cheering. He turned to see several Alliance soldiers cheering while Natsu stood in a grandiose manner, telling the story of how he fought against Grimmjow during this fight. This story was for those who had not seen the battle between the two rivals. And then I punched him and told him, I warned you. Natsu recounted. And then I sent him flying with my Sage Dragon Thunder Fist. Awesome. The soldiers all cheered in unison. And when he came back, I continued beating him to the ground with attack after attack. Grimmjow did not stand a chance against my sage mode. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at this. I distinctly remember that he briefly gained an advantage after accessing his resurrection. Oh well, let him have his fun. He's not hurting anyone. Besides, him acting like that is good for morale. It lets people know that one of the most important people in the war is not losing hope, no matter what. But how is he moving so easily? Wasn't he completely motionless after that battle? Natsu has a lot of energy, doesn't he? A female voice inquired. Sasuke turned and addressed the person standing next to him. Ah, hello Orihime. Orihime clapped her hands together while smiling happily. I used Soden Kishin on him, and then he's back up like nothing ever happened. So it was Orihime then. Sasuke noted. Damn, those healing skills of hers are amazing. With such power she may be a better medic than Karen, Sakura, or even Tsunade. Orihime then looked at Sasuke. Do you need my power? She asked. I heard you got into some pretty big fights. Sasuke shook his head. I'm fine, he said. My only real injuries are a case of slight chakra exhaustion. Nothing some rest won't fix. Oh, okay then. Orihime nodded in understanding. Besides, I think there are plenty of people with much worse injuries than mine. Sasuke told her. You should focus on them instead. Orihime nodded. I've been pretty busy, she admitted. Lady Tsunade has me taking short breaks in between each person I heal. She doesn't want me hurting myself from overusing my powers. She's smart to do that. Yeah, but I'm worried someone might die while I'm resting. She admitted. Trust in the other medics to keep them alive while you do that. Sasuke told her. Tsunade's smart to have you rest in between. She probably had you heal up the ones who definitely wouldn't have made it without your help first. I never thought of that. Orihime admitted. Sasuke nodded. Trust in Tsunade, Orihime. Sasuke advised her. There's a reason. That woman is considered the greatest medical ninja in the entire world where I come from, and it's not because her skills are unmatched. She knows what she's doing. You're right, Orihime replied, and Lady Tsunade is very nice anyway. So I don't mind listening to her. The two continued to watch Natsu's grandiose display until a louder female voice caught Sasuke's attention. Sasuke Uchiha, Sasuke. And Orihime turned to see Boa Hancock marching towards him, flanked by her two sisters. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at Hancock's presence. Shouldn't you be resting, fool? Hancock pointed at Sasuke. I am the Pirate Empress. Simply being inside of that filthy demon will not be enough to keep the Pirate Empress down. That's right. Sandersonia and Marigold chimed in. Don't underestimate our sister. Sasuke sighed. What do you want, Hancock? I understand that I have you to thank for mine and my sister's freedom. Hancock stated. Is this true or is it not? Well, I can't take all the credit. Sasuke admitted. Rangaku and Mashiro helped, although it was ultimately the genjutsu I put the demon under that set you all free. I see. Hancock was inwardly conflicted on the matter. On one hand, she saw every man but Monkey D. Luffy as her enemy. On the other hand, this man, who had a reputation as a traitor to his own comrades, had risked his life to save her and her sisters. He had succeeded too. Despite the conflict, Hancock knew what she had to do. Even empresses must sometimes credit those lower than them. Sasuke Uchiha, you have my thanks. Hancock declared. Sasuke's sweat dropped. You're welcome. You should be honored that I, the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the entire universe, is thanking you. Hancock continued, interrupting Sasuke's acceptance of her thanks. But never forget this, Sasuke Uchiha. Hancock said. No matter what, you are still beneath me in every way and will for that reason continue to save me should I find myself in trouble once again. Of course I am, Sasuke muttered, in slight annoyance. Why you asked? Hancock continued in her dramatic tone. I'm not asking, Sasuke interjected. Hancock comedically leaned backwards and pointed at Sasuke. Because I am beautiful. Orihime found herself blushing. She actually is really beautiful when you actually look at her. Orihime admitted. She really is an empress. Sasuke's sweat dropped at Hancock's disp. Lay and gazed at her with a deadpan expression. I really don't care if you're beautiful or not. The mouths of Hancock's two sisters dropped open at this. Hancock gasped dramatically at this stunning rejection. Sasuke turned away from Hancock. The reason I saved you had nothing to do with your beauty. I saved you because you were a comrade. Hancock stood there frozen in shock. You may have a lot of people desiring you, Hancock. Sasuke said, but the only thing I desire is redemption. Your beauty does not interest me at all. Those 8 words almost sounded like a death sentence. With that, Hancock collapsed dramatically. She could not believe that this adolescent boy had actually rejected her. My beauty doesn't interest him. The thought seemed to stun Hancock before realizing that statement was not a question, it was a fact. My beauty doesn't interest him. Sister, are you okay? Marigold and Sandersonia broke out of their stunned trance and moved to help Hancock. Sasuke sighed at their antics. After seeing Franmalth take Hancock's form, I don't think I could possibly be attracted to that woman. He admitted to himself. Orihime then stood in front of him with a frown on her face. You didn't have to be so mean to her, Sasuke. She derided. At that moment, Sasuke Uchiha did something very unexpected. He face-faulted at Orihime's words. Did you not listen to what she said to me? Meanwhile, Grey Fullbuster rubbed his jaw, still feeling the pain from where Grimjow Jagerjackes had uppercutted him. It still hurt like hell. It's good to see that your upper body still moves naturally, Grey. A medical ninja stated with relief. Still kinda sore, to be honest. Grey admitted. Not really sore either, I still hurt in quite a few places. But I should be back up and running in a few days. Indeed, the medic nodded. Lady Tsunade wishes to see how well you move tomorrow. Until then, please get some rest. I'd rather not incur Tsunade's wrath. If I disobey that woman, she'll just send me back to this place with even more injuries than before. She's scarier than Urza. Grey thought, paling a bit. That's fine by me, Grey said. Doctor's orders, am I right? The medic nodded. I'll leave you alone until then, she said before exiting the tent. Now alone, Grey looked at the arm where the mark of his Devil Slayer magic used to be before being sealed. Damn, he muttered, even though we won I feel like we've lost. I shouldn't be so selfish, but I'm just so frustrated. I lost to that Arankar when I could have beat him. Grey continued. If I just had my Devil Slayer magic I could have beaten the guy. Grey clenched his fists in anger and frustration. Damn it, Chitsujo, he growled. Why are you doing this to me? Did I do something to piss you off at some point? You're going to get me killed, you know that, right? Meanwhile, Hibiki Lates breathed a sigh of relief and happiness at the report that just came in. He immediately addressed his nearest superior. Supreme Commander Dragon, I have great news. He said, the 3rd Division has taken Harjin. Monkey D. Dragon grinned. Excellent, he declared. Very good. Be sure to send Kakashi my compliments for his success. Will do, sir, Hibiki said. Do you have anything else for Commander Hitaki? Dragon looked over at the 4 commanders of the Intelligence Division. Kazuki Urahara smiled behind his fan. I defer to you this time, Supreme Commander. Kazuki smirked. You clearly had a reason for wanting to take Harjin now, so you take it. Dragon nodded. You're as perceptive as they say you are, Kazuki. He said. You're right, there was a reason why I wanted the 3rd Division to take Harjin. Hibiki, send the 3rd Division a message and inform them that they are to rebuild Harjin's seaports. He told him. I want them capable of sailing as soon as possible. Understood, Supreme Commander. Hibiki bowed respectfully and went to work. Mavis Vermilion raised an eyebrow. You want them to rebuild Harjin's docks? Why? She inquired. What I'm doing is planning ahead. Dragon told her. We destroyed the ports last time because we did not want the coalition to use them. But now that we have the city, we can rebuild them and take them for ourselves. Dragon looked at the large map of Fury the Intelligence Division held. There are 3 remaining towns connected by the railway. And we have received word earlier that Sabo and the 2nd Division have begun their attack on one and that it should be over soon. Onabus was very poorly defended, according to initial reports. I think it was because of the position of the city. Ben Beckman nodded. A canyon is on one side and several other towns are on the other. They probably dismissed Onabus as a place that needed to be heavily fortified for that very reason. Dragon nodded. The 2nd Division, We'll continue to push through the railway cities while the 3rd Division continues to rebuild the ports. Once there is only one town left to be taken, that is when they will make their move. Shikaku Nara narrowed his eyes. You mean Magnolia, right? Dragon nodded. We're going to launch a two-way assault on Magnolia. On one side, we'll have the 3rd Division, and the 2nd Division will attack from the other. What does this have to do with the seaports? Shikaku inquired. We'll position several ships south of Magnolia. Dragon pointed to the coast. If they try to make a run for it, they'll be running into a surprise on the coast. Why wouldn't they just use Kako to escape? Beckman asked. Because this time they have a reason to stay and regroup. Dragon said. I think you know what I'm talking about, right Mavis? Mavis nodded grimly. Fairy Heart, also known as Lumen Histoire. She said. Fairy Heart. Shikaku raised an eyebrow. Fairy Tale's greatest secret, Mavis explained. It is an infinite source of magic energy. In the wrong hands, it can be downright destructive. Whoa, how does a guild get their hands on something like that? Beckman asked. It's a long story, Mavis replied, which is something we can all hear later. The fact is, Fairy Heart is in enemy hands, and for all we know, Zirf and Content are looking for ways to use it. Dragon told them. And why wasn't this evacuated? Shikaku inquired. They had to leave it behind. Mavis replied. The guild was more concerned about evacuating the people and making a run for it at the time, and not many know of Fairy Heart's existence. It's been kept a secret from the beginning because of its power. Kazuki nodded in agreement. Mavis was right to do that, he said in her defense. Besides, it's not like she knew for certain that an AR. My of 5 entire worlds was going to attack this place. Try to keep that in mind, Shikaku, Beckman. Whatever the case, I'm not taking any chances. Dragon said. I want both the 2nd and 3rd Divisions to attack Magnolia together to give us the best chance possible to not only take back the town, but to also try and find out what's happened to Fairy Heart. Kazuki looked at Dragon. Is there her reason why you want the seaports ready? Dragon nodded. Keep in mind, everyone, the one who controls the seas, controls the world. That's always been a rule back in my world. And you want to take advantage of that in other worlds. Beckman noted. Dragon nodded. Yeah, he said, control over the sea should at least make our job easier. Especially if the world government decides to start trying to blow us up from the sea. They do have the capabilities to that, you know. Beckman narrowed his eyes. The Buster Call, he muttered. Yeah, Dragon said, it's like I said, I'm trying to plan ahead here. There's only one thing that I've never left to fate, and that is the lives of those I am risking in war. Supreme Commander, I've just received word that the 2nd Division has taken several coalition outposts. Squad 12 3rd Seat Akon reported. We're also getting reports that the 4th Division is halfway to MT. Hako. They have destroyed several coalition patrols and supply units along the way as well. Commander Kuchiki claims that they will slow down the war effort. Man, today is filled with good news. Beckman smirked slightly. Dragon grinned. Let's worry about all that later. He said. Someone bring me my transponder snail. I need to extend my congrats to my chief of staff and relay to him my latest instructions. Later, with the 2nd Division. So, that's what's at stake. Huh. This won't be easy no matter how you slice it. Dragon. 2nd Division Commander Sabo said over his transponder snail. I know, Sabo, and I'm glad that you're the one I'm trusting this assignment with. Dragon's voice spoke up over the transponder snail. So we continue marching onwards while the 3rd Division rebuilds the seaports. Once that's over with, we launch a dual assault on Magnolia to conclude our assaults on the railway cities. Sabo recapped. Sounds simple, but it's anything but. A coalition soldier suddenly leapt from the shadows in an attempt to assassinate Sabo, only to be slammed into the ground by Sabo's pipe. Sabo did not even look at his opponent. What was that? Dragon inquired. Oh, nothing, Dragon, Sabo said dismissively. Just a sore loser. A sore loser, huh? I guess Onibus went really well. Dragon noted. Sabo grinned. You bet. I don't think they were expecting a full-scale assault straight from the canyon, but that's exactly what they got. I had some Earth-style users create a platform for us to walk on. Once we got across, they didn't stand a chance. They didn't even have any heavy hitters running the show, other than a few members of the giant squad and some marine captains. Sabo smiled. Things are starting look up, huh? Don't celebrate just yet, Sabo. Don't forget that we still have many problems to deal with, and the coalition holding Fairy Heart adds to them. Dragon reminded him. I know, but today was quite the victory for us. It got everyone's spirits up after Clover Town. Hearing about Harjan will raise morale even further. Sabo replied. Fair enough, Dragon decided. Relay everything I just told you to the 2nd Division. Let them know what their new assignments are. Sabo nodded. Don't worry, Dragon, they'll be ready. With that, Sabo hung up the transponder snail. Things are falling into place, Sabo noted, before his expression darkened. But, Dragon is right, we still have a great deal of problems ahead of us. Not just Fairy Heart and Nirvana, but also him. Meanwhile, with the 4th Division, Shikamaru Nara took inventory of the supplies they had taken from the latest supply unit they had attacked. What a drag, he muttered. All these items are farm supplies. Bastards probably stole all this to feed their army and farm more food. The only question is where they were going to farm the supplies. Here is out of the question. Most of the civilians have been chased off to Crocus. And the ones that didn't get out. Shikamaru shuddered slightly, remembering the report on civilians being turned into zombies during the battle at the Worthwood Sea. Well, Shikamaru, Byakuya Kuchiki walked up to his proxy. Well, our haul this time wasn't as impressive as that cache of weapons we found earlier. Shikamaru admitted. However, the fact that they're sporting farm supplies actually concerns me. What could an army possibly need this for? Byakuya sighed. I don't know, he admitted. I don't pretend to try and understand our enemies until I actually have seen what our enemies do. That attitude has allowed me to keep an open mind on matters. Smart, Shikamaru complimented. Keeping an open mind is a smart thing to do. Shikamaru looked at Byakuya. Well, your call, Commander. He said. What should we do with this catch? Byakuya instantly had an answer. If it's possible, have the food transported over to Crocus. Have them hand out the food as rations to the civilians. This answer surprised Shikamaru. Commander, I've given you your orders, Shikamaru. Byakuya turned around. Go and see if the food can be transported safely, and if they can, see to it that my orders are carried out. With that, Byakuya left Shikamaru. Shikamaru smiled lightly. What a drag, even the cold-hearted commander's got a kind side. Well, I better carry out the commander's orders. Him getting mad at me will be such a drag, Shikamaru said before going to speak with some of Chitsujo's soldiers on the matter. Later on, inside of Kantan's palace, a behemoth of a man stomped through the palace with a rather angry expression on his face. He was soon met by Sagi of the 9 Dark Circles. Sagi bowed respectfully to the man. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, thank you for coming on such short notice. He said smoothly. I didn't have much of a choice. Sakazuki replied, looking down on the man. It's not often that I hear news like this. Yes, we were rather surprised as well when he turned up on our doorstep. Sagi admitted. Please, come with me. Sakazuki nodded and started walking with Sagi. Now, what exactly happened? Sakazuki inquired. The only thing they informed me of was that he had been seriously injured in battle. Well, it was a good thing he had arrived when he did. When he had arrived, he had a hole in his chest, and was missing an arm. He almost went into shock severe. Times while our medics worked on him, Sagi told him. I see, and do you mind explaining to me who the hell did all this to Borsellino? Well, Admiral Kizaru has been silent throughout the entire process. Sagi admitted. He's refused to talk. Sakazuki frowned at the circle. His pride is most definitely keeping him from speaking on the matter. I don't think he wants to admit that someone got the best of him on the battlefield. Sagi noted. He's smart to do that. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes. It's bad enough when word about one of the 7 warlords falling in battle gets out, but if word of an admiral being beaten got out, there'd be mass panic. The belief of the 3 admirals being the strongest powers in the world government cannot be shattered, no matter what. I wouldn't put it past those old geezers to still try and keep that information from getting out to the countries we currently control back in my world. Although, I don't expect it'd be easy to do anymore. Sagi hummed in response. Well, that isn't my problem. Or Lord Conton's problem for that matter. The world government can keep their part of your world, as will Blackbeard once we win the war. I don't want it to be your problem anyway. Sakazuki responded. Any problem in my world is my problem alone. I don't need you or your god to help me fix it. Sagi glared at Sakazuki for a brief moment, but then smiled. It appears Lord Conton was right about you. He noted. You two will never become comrades, let alone friends. That's fine with me, Sakazuki said curtly. With that, the two entered the room where Admiral Kizaru was being operated on. The two were surprised to see Kizaru himself wide awake, leaning up from his bed with his only remaining arm supporting him. Ah, good to see you are awake, Admiral Kizaru. Sagi said pleasantly. I do have to apologize though. You didn't bring your arm with you, so we have no way to reattach it to you. You're going to have to live with one arm from now on. That's fine, I can manage. Kizaru said dismissively. I just wish I could go around without this hideous scar on my chest. Kizaru gestured to the spot where Sasuke Uchiha had stabbed him with his Chidori sharp spear. There was indeed a scar from where he had been stabbed. Kizaru then noticed Sakazuki for the first time and smiled. Oh, hello there Sakazuki. He said casually. How are you doing? I was doing fine until I received word that one of my admirals had been bested in combat. Sakazuki glared at Kizaru. Kizaru looked sheepish at this. So, word's already gotten out, huh? It's only gotten to me. Sakazuki told him. And that's as far as it's going to get. Well, that's good to hear at least. Knowing that I lost to that Kakashi and his merry men is gonna weigh on me for a long time. Kizaru admitted. I don't like the casual attitude you are taking with his Borsellino. Sakazuki angrily told him. You are an admiral, have some more respect for your own position. Do you even realize how difficult it is to keep such information suppressed? Huh, we've suppressed plenty of things before. Just as we will try to suppress this now. Sakazuki nodded. But Dragon's new allies will probably make that difficult. Kizaru's mouth dropped open at this. Oh, I didn't think of that. He said stupidly. Sakazuki clenched his fists in anger. You damn idiot, he muttered. Sagi found the display between the two quite interesting, but knew he could not allow Kizaru to stress too much. He was still useful even though he had one arm now. Even a one-armed Marine Admiral was still incredibly powerful. Lord Conton simply would not be said if the Admiral's recovery was impeded. Lord Conton hated when all of his chess pieces were not on the board after all. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, perhaps you should speak with Admiral Kizaru later. He needs his rest. Sagi feigned pleasantness. Drop that pleasant personality already. Sakazuki glared at the circle. Don't take me for a fool. Sagi dropped the facade and smiled darkly at Sakazuki. All the same, it is best that you leave the Admiral be. He needs his rest and Lord Conton would be most displeased if one of his war assets was kept off the battlefield for too long. Sakazuki was briefly caught off guard by the killing intent coming from Sagi, but managed to compose himself and nod. Fine, we'll continue this later, Borsellino. With that, Sakazuki left the room. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. Sakazuki really is scary sometimes. He mused. Scratch that, he's scary all the time. That being said, Kizaru continued mentally, looking over at Sagi, he might be just as scary, if not more. If he thinks I missed that brief moment of killing intent, he's underestimating me. That guy's a monster. Hell, he's probably got just as much blood on his hands as Sakazuki does. He's definitely no stranger to killing. Kizaru was interrupted from his musings at the sound of explosions outside of the palace. Whoa, are we under attack? Kizaru inquired. Oh no, that's just Grimmjow. Sagi said dismissively. He's out in the courtyard coping with Grimmjow. Damn it. Grimmjow screamed in frustration as he vented his emotions throughout Conton's courtyard. How the hell could I be so powerless against that damned salamander? Grimmjow slammed his fist into the ground. I am the sixth Espada, Grimmjow Jagerjackez. The king. The damn king. I'm unstoppable. How the hell could that pink-haired wannabe dragon surpass me in power? I believe you answered your own question, Grimmjow. Grimmjow turned to see Conton casually walking towards him. Conton, Grimmjow snarled. Conton smiled. You are only Espada 6. You may have increased your power exponentially, but so have the other Espada ranked above you. I'm afraid you are still nowhere near their level, same with Natsu Dragneel and the other 3 acts of order. How the hell is that possible? Grimjow demanded. Besides me, only freaking Hannibal survived. When did the others have time to train? Oh Grimjow, time and time again you fail to realize just how powerful those above you truly are. Kontan said in mock sadness. That is what you would call a fatal flaw. Shut up. Grimjow screamed. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Why? You know it's true. Kontan calmly retorted. Or perhaps you've forgotten the strongest of the Espada are forbidden from releasing their Zanpakuto inside of Las Noches. You bastard. Grimjow yelled. What? Did you come here just to mock me? Oh, far from it. I did not come here to mock you, Grimjow. I came here to state a simple fact. You are of no use to me in the coalition at your current power level. And you're certainly of no use when you continue to underestimate your opponents and their capabilities. The growth rates of Ichigo Kurosaki, Natsu Dragneel, Monkey D. Luffy and Naruto Uzumaki, that is where their true power lies. Kontan reminded him. I believe Aizen himself once warned you all about Ichigo's growth rate. You clearly did not take him seriously and look what happened. Grimjow snarled at this. However, your growth rate is just as impressive, Grimjow. Kontan told him. After all, your rage and hatred towards all those who dare challenge you is the source of your power. This destructive mental ity of yours is what made you powerful in the first place. However, you still have power yet untapped. Kontan continued. Power that I would be happy to give you. You want to give me power? Grimjow raised an eyebrow. What's the catch? Don't take me for a fool, Kontan, I know your type and you're not a charitable person. Kontan had to laugh at this. It appears your time spent with Aizen has benefited you in some way. You're right, Grimjow. I do not simply give power without a price. That being said, considering the risks that this method has for you, I'll make an exception. The only price I require is your will to survive what follows. Will to survive? Grimjow frowned. As if anything could kill me. Kontan laughed again. We'll see about that, Grimjow. We'll see soon enough. Grimjow folded his arms. Okay then, you've got yourself a deal. I'll see if you can make me stronger. Am I the only one who will be getting this deal? Oh no, of course not. I made a similar offer to the Sound Ninja 4. So, those brats are still alive. Huh, you sure about that? I seriously doubt they'll survive if you're so convinced I might die from this. No, you are the only who will be receiving this, as I. T is a relatively new creation from Sagi. Kontan told him. The Sound Ninja 4 are receiving different treatment that better fits their current power. Right, because they're too weak to deal with what I'm about to go through. No, Kontan shook his head. I am simply taking advantage of their current powers and working to amplify them based on a theory. And it's all for my own benefit, do not forget, Grimjow. You become stronger so that I may achieve victory in this war. You become stronger for me. Che, that's where you're wrong. Grimjow grinned. I do this because I want to prove myself, not for you and certainly not for anyone else. Only me, the king. Keep thinking that, Grimjow. Kontan thought to himself. In a way, you're right. However, when it's all said and done, you are still a mere pawn that I am giving a chance to become stronger for my sake. The only king in this universe is me. So, Grimjow continued, how do I get started? Meanwhile, a lot of good news has been coming in lately. Shunsui Kyoraku smiled as he marched at the front of the 1st Division. Yeah, Fiore's situation seems to be improving by the day. Gildarts Clive. If we keep this up, we can end this campaign with a win very soon. Shunsui chuckled at this. We can only hope, he said. But enough about hoping for a great future. Shunsui continued, looking out ahead of him. Let's focus on the present and actually make that future great. Omake. Happy birthday, Ryazaki 007. ND really is good to his friends. Ryazaki 007 said contentedly. A bit higher, Riza. I carry a lot of tension in my shoulders. Riza Hawkeye nodded. Of course, sir. Ryu sighed contentedly. So, do you do this often for Colonel Mustang? He asked. Riza blushed at this. Of course not, there are regulations against that. Although that didn't stop him from asking one time with that stupid snide smirk of his. Riza continued. Oh, and what did you do? Ryu curiously inquired. I shot him close to his balls. Riza smirked. That idiot knows that I aim to miss. Ryu laughed at this. Keep in mind, the pecking order prohibits you from trying such a thing with me. I am fully aware of that, Riza said in her usual business-like manner. However, there was a hint of nervousness in her voice. Your drink, sir. Colin Kazuki walked in wearing her old bunny outfit. Oh thank you, Colin, and so fast too. Ryu praised. Well, I didn't have much of a choice, Colin admitted. ND made it clear that dawdling would not be tolerated. I take it that everything is to your liking so far, Ryu. ND 2014 walked into the room. ND, you really do know how to treat your friends. Ryu smiled. Anything for my partner in crime. ND smiled. Happy birthday, Ryu. And now, I've brought one final gift for you. Oh, and what would that be? Ryu grinned. Because Riza and Colin D. Owning this for me is already quite the gift. Acts of Chaos, enter immediately. ND ordered. At that moment, the 4 acts of chaos entered the room wearing tuxedos. Do we have to do this? Zirf whined. This is stupid. Blackbeard added. Pecking order. ND reminded them. They all sighed. Yes sir, they said in unison. Now then, from the top. ND ordered. They all cleared their throats and started to sing in surprisingly good harmony. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Bohemian Rhapsody. OND you shouldn't have. Ryu smiled. Like you said, I am good to my friends. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. Zirf then took over and sang solo. I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy. As the quartet continued to sing, Ryu chuckled and looked at ND. Thank you, my friend. This is fantastic. Orochimaru of the Sannin was greatly irritated right now. It was not just because of the recent failures of the coalition across Fury, although, all that bad news had soured his mood greatly. After all, having to clean up after his useless comrades was a source of great annoyance for the prodigy of the legendary Sannin. Luckily for Orochimaru, few of his subordinates had managed to at least impress him by stopping a sneak attack from a stealth subdivision from the Allied forces. However, Orochimaru was once again annoyed when he realized so. The stealth subdivision had been this close to ambushing him and his men. Which was why he was currently conversing with the 3 idiots who were supposed to be scouting ahead for stuff like this. Jabra, Kumadori and Fukuro, formerly of Cypher Pole 9, all stood nervously as Orochimaru paced back and forth. So, gentlemen, Orochimaru said lowly, I assigned you 3 to scout ahead for ambushes because as assassins, you 3 are among the best for this kind of job. Orochimaru took a deep breath. And yet, he snarled, I find myself asking this, why in the world were we almost ambushed by Alliance stealth soldiers? Jabra found himself sweating nervously. First he glared at Kumadori, who sounded like he was about to speak up. Don't you freaking dare say you're at fault, Kumadori, he yelled. Jabra's yelling silenced Kumadori instantly. Jabra then addressed Orochimaru. Well, Lord Orochimaru, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what happened. He admitted. I mean, we were all scouting ahead and everything was going well. Jabra continued. But, next thing I knew the entire subdivision had moved past us and were about to attack you guys. I don't even know how they managed that or how they even knew you guys were here. Probably because I was talking about where Lord Orochimaru and our comrades were behind us. Cha pa pa pa. Fukuro spoke up loudly. Jabra face faulted at this. What? He screamed. Damn it Fukuro, every damn time you always blab. There was that time with the Revolutionary Army, and then there was at Eni's lobby where you kept blabbing about everything to those damn straw hats. Jabra started choking Fukuro. I can't help it. Cha pa pa. Fukuro tried to defend himself. Orochimaru's sweat dropped at the display before him. Why did I allow these 3 eccentric idiots into my forces? I should have dumped them with that old fool, Baragan, or even Zirf. Let the act of chaos deal with these idiots. Please do not show anger towards Jabra and Fukuro, Lord Orochimaru. Kumadori finally spoke up in a dramatic tone. It is I who is at fault for this near-fatal mistake. Jabra glared at Kumadori. I said to stay quiet, you dumb ass. He yelled. Lord Orochimaru. Kumadori yelled. Allow me to atone for my mistakes with death. Kumadori drew a dagger and placed it near his stomach. Seppuku. He yelled, bringing the blade towards his stomach before adding, iron body. The dagger stopped at Kumadori's now hardened skin. Jabra looked at the now frozen Kumadori with a deadpan expression. At that moment, Kumadori started to cry. I can't even die right. He sobbed. Oh, just shut up and die already, you bastard. Jabra yelled in fury. Orochimaru knew he had to put a stop to this idiocy. He then let out a small amount of killing intent that caused all three assassins to freeze and look at him in horror. Orochimaru stuck his long tongue out and stretched his neck out. Enough, he hissed. Yes, sir. Jabra, Fukuro, and Kumadori all said in unison. Orochimaru took a deep breath and managed to compose himself. Well, it doesn't matter, he said. You three may have almost failed miserably, but you did ultimately bring down this subdivision, and you even managed to save a few for interrogation. Orochimaru looked over at the remaining 10 members of the stealth subdivision. You have also given Jerome some new toys to play with, and I think he greatly appreciates it. The trio looked as well and saw that Sternritter R. Jerome Gwizbat was indeed playing with his new toys. Sternritter Y. Lloyd was supervising the whole process, as he did not want to see Jerome killing any of their new prisoners. He had already torn apart a good majority of them with his bare hands. Jerome, that's enough, Lloyd yelled sharply. Jerome stopped hitting the man who happened to be the 4th seat of Squad 2 in the face. Ah, come on, Lloyd. You want me to stop now? This piece of trash can take more than what I've been dishing out. Hell, what I've been doing are barely love taps. Love taps by your standards, Jerome. Lloyd retorted. Anyway, we need him alive in order to interrogate him, Jerome. Lloyd calmly reminded him. And you already killed half of the men that Jabra and the others incapacitated. Jerome scoffed at this. Fine. Go ahead and interrogate the bastard then. I don't care. Jerome walked to the guy right next to the 3rd seat and started playing with him as well. Lloyd sighed in annoyance at Jerome's antics and addressed the 4th seat, a man named Kotaro Ishikawa. So, why don't we start with something simple, Soul Reaper? Lloyd suggested. What is your name? Go to hell, Ishikawa snarled, spitting out blood. Lloyd sighed. All right then, let's go with that, he said, not in the mood for losing his patience with Ishikawa. Okay then, mister. Go to hell. Why don't you tell us why you're here? Go to hell, Ishikawa repeated. You're here for you. That makes no sense at all. Lloyd shook his head. Perhaps Jerome knocked a few screws loose in that head of yours, Let's try again. Why are you here? You couldn't possibly have thought you could slow us down, That would have been quite asinine on your part, considering that you had around 100 men. Lloyd emphasized the word had for the sole purpose of mocking Ishikawa. Ishikawa glared at Lloyd. You won't get anything out of me, no matter how much you torture me. I will not betray the Allied forces, and neither will my men. He said defiantly. Are you sure about that? Lloyd raised an eyebrow. You may know yourself, but you cannot say if you truly know those around you. The only person you can truly say you know is yourself. That goes for every person in existence. Ishikawa could not reply at this. The whole situation frustrated him so. How had things gone so wrong? As the 4th seat of Squad 2, Ishikawa was charged as the head of the assassination unit. While the 3rd seat headed the detention unit and the 5th seat headed the inner court troop, and he prided himself on being a fine commander of his particular group. The executive militia was charged with assassinations as well. They were more often sent on missions that required the use of force. In other words, missions where secrecy and stealth would be practically impossible. Situations like these were often organized rebellions. However, the assassination corps were charged with assassinations where secrecy and stealth were of the utmost importance. Targets were often probable or open enemies who were far too dangerous to be imprisoned in the maggot's nest. It was why they were considered the best at Zanjutsu amongst the members of the stealth force. Because a sword was secretive as long as its wielder was as well. If they ever assassinated a Soul Reaper within the Seraite, a cover-up was easy along with releasing all of the target's dark deeds to make sure he or she was never made a martyr. Assassinating a Rukan denizen was even simpler. In such a lawless land, it was easy to make it seem like the target was simply another victim of the crime there. With all this in mind, Ishikawa had honestly believed that his subdivision could do some damage against Orochimaru and his forces to slow them down before retreating and informing the nearest allied force of their location. Oh, how wrong he was. Those three came out of nowhere. Even the loud one that had led on about Orochimaru's location had come without warning. Those three were definitely experienced killers. Just as Ishikawa was. Damn, Ishikawa had underestimated those three, and overestimated himself as well. And now, his men had suffered for his own foolishness. Lloyd looked at Ishikawa, who seemed deep in thought. You can stay silent all you want. Lloyd told him. If I don't get the information I desire, I'll simply let Berenice interrogate you instead, and trust me, her methods are much crueler than mine. Ah, you're making me blush, Lloyd. Sternritter Q. Berenice Gabrielli spoke up with a big smile on her face. I mean, yeah, my methods are cruel, but Jerome is definitely a lot crueler than me. I mean, you saw what he did to all those guys, right? He's like an animal. I'd say Giselle was even crueler than Jerome, but I'd have to speak in past tense since she's dead now. If that's the case, who is crueler than Jerome? Driscoll, perhaps. I mean, he does kill people just to get stronger thanks to the shrift His Majesty gave him. Ooh, what about Bambietta? She's leveled so many places just to vent her emotions sometimes. Oh wait, what about Lady Berenice? You're doing it again. Several soldat yelled comically. Berenice froze for a moment. What am I doing? She asked after a moment of silence. The soldat fell over at this. Lloyd's sweat dropped at her display, a look of annoyance adorned his features. You were talking too much again, Berenice. He told her. Ho, many times do we have to remind you of that bad habit? Berenice remained silent for a moment again before clapping her hands to her face. Ah, I didn't even realize it. Berenice gasped. Lloyd's head dropped at this. I mean, sure, sometimes my mind goes elsewhere, off in different tangents, but I honestly never once considered it ranting. Maybe monologuing but never ranting. Berenice. Lloyd lost his composure and yelled. Berenice stopped talking and gasped. Did I almost do it again? She inquired absent-mindedly. Yes. Lloyd and the soldat all yelled at her. Orochimaru once again sighed in irritation at the antics of his soldiers. Normally he indulged his men and allowed them to do as they please, but this really was not the best time. Right now, he simply could not tolerate that they were acting like such pests before he could put a stop to this idiocy. A youthful voice spoke up. Quite the group you've got here, Orochimaru. Orochimaru frowned. Speaking of pests, Orochimaru glared at the grinning blonde. How many times must I remind you to address me with the proper respect, boy? Orochimaru inquired, directing some of his killing intent at him. The boy looked defiant and unfazed despite Orochimaru's killing intent. The only person I address with respect is Master Hades, you snake. He replied. The only reason I'm even here is because of Master Hades and Kantan's orders to leave my previous post and assist you all. He grinned. Clearly, I, Zancro the God Slayer, am a valuable asset to the war effort. It is you who should be treating me with some respect, Orochimaru. Orochimaru snarled at this. This impudent brat was calling himself a God Slayer. Orochimaru may have been aware of his power, but it did not change the fact that Orochimaru himself was a living, breathing god. There was no way this brat could ever slay him. Before Zancro could blink, he found himself staring down the Kusanagi blade aimed directly at his throat. The thing had emerged from Orochimaru's mouth. Do not test me, boy, Orochimaru said, his voice muffled slightly from having the sword still in his mouth. Zancro was sweating slightly at being this close to death, but managed to keep his composure. You know, he said, it's hard to take what you say seriously when your mouth is muffled by that sword. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at this. Zancro raised his hands in the air to stop Orochimaru from doing anything else. Easy there, he said coolly, you don't want to kill me. I'm just here under orders, remember. I'm here to help you. Orochimaru hissed angrily and retracted the Kusanagi. If you are actually here to help, then do not test me, brat. Orochimaru told him. I am the greatest of the Sannin, I am not one to be trifled with. Whatever you say. Zankro simply replied. Oh, how Orochimaru want Ed to just kill this brat and be done with it. However, he stayed his blade. He was smart enough not to cause internal conflict with the coalition. He had nowhere to go if he did anything like that. His actions in joining what he perceived the winning side had practically ruined his chance to be pardoned of his crimes against the Hidden Leaf Village. So, Orochimaru settled for glaring at the arrogant God Slayer. Just remember that I am in command of this army and you will follow my orders, Zankro. Orochimaru told him. Hey now, I may not respect you, but I will follow your orders. Zankro told him. Master Hades would be furious with me if I failed my assignment for such an asinine reason. Zankro turned away. Orochimaru's voice stopped him once more. I'd keep your lack of respect for me to yourself, Zankro. Orochimaru told him. Take a look to the side. Zankro turned and his eyes widened. The pale-skinned Kimimaro, one of Orochimaru's finest warriors, was angrily glaring at him. Holy crap, I didn't even notice him. Did he conceal his presence in preparation to kill me? The only reason I did not slash your throat, God Slayer, was because Lord Orochimaru had chosen to stay his blade. If he sees value in keeping you alive, then I shall as well, Kimimaro told him. However, do not press your luck. I can only take so many insults directed at Lord Orochimaru before I act on my own for the sake of his honor. Zankro raised his hands. Take it easy, he said, I'll back off. I just want Orochimaru to remember who my true master is, and it is not him. Kimimaro's glare did not waver at this. In fact, it seemed to harden. Kimimaro, Orochimaru said sharply, stand down already, or were my orders unclear to you? I know they were non-verbal, but you are always so responsive. Kimimaro calmed himself. Yes, of course. Forgive me, Lord Orochimaru. He turned to his master and bowed respectfully. Orochimaru sighed. With the situation now diffused, he turned his attention back to the interrogation process that was currently taking place. Once that was over with, they would begin moving again. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, however, they were being watched once again. It may not have been by another stealth subdivision, but it was still a part of the Allied forces. They were scouts sent ahead of the 1st Division, and they now had to report back to their commander. Meanwhile, with the 1st Division, Shunsui Kyoraku had his usual happy expression on his face as he took another sip of sake. Gildarts Clive had become his drinking buddy, holding out his own sake cup, which Shunsui happily refilled for him. Jinbei and Hack watched this with looks of disbelief on their faces. The commander and Gildarts are a bit too carefree, aren't they? Hack noted. Jinbei nodded. At least the commander is a good leader. He defended. Although what? Hack inquired curiously. I distinctly remember the commander saying this at the start of the war. I'm going to give up drinking until we are victorious. This I swear. Hack's sweat dropped. That didn't last long, huh? Jinbei sighed. Clearly not, and now he's got Gildarts involved. Jinbei then gasped. Hack, look, he pointed ahead. At that moment, Kuritsuchi and Kitsuchi, two of the scouts for the 1st Division, leapt into view and bowed to Shunsui. Kitsuchi, little Kuro, report. Shunsui ordered. A tick mark appeared on Kitsuchi's head for the way Shunsui was addressing his daughter. But he remained focused on the more important things. Commander, we bring news from ahead. Kitsuchi told him. We've found a large coalition army in a great clearing ahead. A great clearing. Gildarts wondered what that actually was before realizing. He sighed at this. Ah damn, so they took over the Anemone's plains, huh? That's bad. Shunsui raised an eyebrow. Well, yeah, the Anemone's plains are well known for their simple yet serene beauty. It's a popular hangout for lovers. I took several of mine to the plains over the years. Several. Shunsui was shocked before smiling. Ha, Gildarts, you are my new hero. Hey, we've got more important things right now. Kuritsuchi yelled. Look, it's not just the fact that we've got a force comparable to ours out there. Kuritsuchi continued. They've also got 10 soldiers from the Stealth Division captive, and they're interrogating them right now. This caught both Shunsui and Gildarts' attention. Shunsui then gave the order for everyone to stop marching. They listened intently as Kuritsuchi and Kitsuchi gave their full report on what they saw. Meanwhile, everyone stopped for some reason. Ichigo Kurosaki noted. Hey, Chad, do you think this means that those scouts are back with news? Yasutora Sato, also known as Chad, took a moment to feel for their presences and then nodded. Yeah, he said, it looks like Kuretsuchi and Kitsuchi have returned. They're currently with Commander Kiraku and Gildarts. Rorino Azoro narrowed his eyes. Looks like they're hearing something serious. Serious enough to stop all of us from moving. And now that we've stopped. Zoro glared at Sakura Haruno, who had tied a rope to the green-haired swordsman's arm and was now leading him on as though he were a dog. Untie me right now, Sakura. So you can wander off again. Hell no, Sakura yelled. This leash is so you can stay right where you're supposed to be, with the rest of our army. Sanji and Brook, who were right behind them, were laughing uncontrollably at Zoro's situation. What do you mean wander off? I was going where I was supposed to be, it's you idiots who got lost. Zoro yelled back. And you too, Zoro addressed Sanji and Brook. If you two don't stop laughing I'm gonna slice you both into confetti. Ichigo and Chad watched the display Zoro was putting on. Much to Chad's surprise, Ichigo started to snicker. This did not go unnoticed by Zoro, who glared at the substitute Soul Reaper. You wanna fight again, Berry Head? Zoro's face took on a demonic visage. Ichigo's face took on a demonic visage as well. I don't know, Moss Head, do you? Brook stopped laughing and screamed in horror. Ah, Zoro and Ichigo have become demons. He yelled. Before things could escalate any further, both men were smacked across the head by an irate Sakura. Shut it, you two, she yelled. You both need to prioritize the objects of your anger. And right now, if Commander Kiraku has ordered us to stop, then what should be prioritized first is straight ahead. Don't make me put you at the top of that list, Sakura. Zoro yelled. Hey, don't you threaten Sakura, Moss Head. Sanji yelled. Yeah, don't threaten such a charming woman you big bully. Brook added. Nice to see this is as lively a group as it was when I left for training. Everyone turned to see Kagura Mikazuki walking towards them with her arms folded, accompanied by Miliana, who was practically attached to the ace of Mermaid Heel's hip as usual. The woman had returned to the first division a mere day ago, much to Miliana and Sanji's happiness. Rorino Azoro, Kagura addressed the pirate hunter. Yeah, what? Zoro inquired. Have you kept the remains of archenemy safe like I asked you? Asked Kagura. Sanji glared at Zoro. You better have, Moss Head, because if you haven't I'm going to flatten you for breaking a promise to this beautiful lady. Zoro folded his arms. Oh shut it, Romeo, I kept the blade safe just like she asked me to. I'm a swordsman, I'd be stupid to dishonor the request of a fellow swordsman. Damn right, Miliana cut in. Because if you didn't take care of Kagura's sword I'd have to beat you up. Miliana, Kagura said sternly, please be quiet. I do not need you to speak for me. Furthermore, do not make threats you cannot back up. It is far too early for you to challenge an opponent like him. He's as strong as I am. Miliana's cat ears drooped at this. Yes, Kagura. Sanji and Brook's eyes widened at this display. So cute, they declared with glee. Before Miliana knew it, she was lifted into the air by Sanji and being twirled around. You are such an adorable cat girl, Miliana Swan. I just wanna hold you and pet you and love you and let go of me you perv. Miliana screamed, slashing Sanji's face with her claws. Sanji screamed at his face being injured by Miliana's self-defense. While Miliana dusted herself off, Brook walked up to her. Miliana, Brook said calmly, could you perhaps show me your panties? Hell no. Miliana kicked Brook in the head, knocking him over. Zoro and Ichigo both sweat dropped at the display put on by the two eccentric crewmen. Kagura, emotionless as ever, said to Zoro in a deadpan expression. Your comrades are strange. You have no idea, Zoro said in defeat. Back with Shunsui and Gildarts. So, that's the situation, huh? Shunsui folded his arms. Yeah, Kitsuchi nodded, it's just like we said. There's a force on the Anemone's plains that has a military might comparable to ours in terms of numbers. Not only that, Kitsuchi continued, but 10 of our comrades are being held captive and are being interrogated for information. And the man leading this whole operation is Orochimaru of the Sannin, that disgusting snake. Kuretsuchi added. Gildarts raised an eyebrow. I've heard stories from Guy about what kind of man Orochimaru is. Is he really as horrible as people say? All the horrible stories you've heard of him are definitely true. Kitsuchi replied. If you ask me, he's worse than the stories say. Kuretsuchi admitted. You only get a true understanding of what kind of man he is when you actually meet him in person. Flashback. 5 years ago. Did I hear that right? You wish to team up with and destroy the Hidden Leaf Village. Your former home. Onoki, the third Tsuchikage, could not believe what I was hearing. When I agreed to hear you out, Orochimaru, I was certain that you had wanted to seek political asylum. I wasn't expecting this. Orochimaru laughed at this. Lord Tsuchikage, I thrive on being unpredictable. Kuretsuchi, who was standing next to her grandfather and listening in on this meeting, looked at Orochimaru with a sense of morbid curiosity. She had read the bingo book, and had heard of the horrible crimes he had committed. Honestly, he looked the part of a monster in human skin. Now, you did indeed hear correctly. Orochimaru said, I wish for an alliance with the village hidden in the rocks to burn down my former home. I have no love for it, for they not only denied me what is rightfully mine, but had the audacity to run me out because they deemed my actions inhumane. If half of what you did was true, then they're right. Kuretsuchi thought to herself. Still, the chance to take the leaf out and make our village stronger is quite enticing. Onoki looked hard at Orochimaru. Tell me what I have to gain from this alliance with you in this sound village of yours. He inquired. I am a generous man. Lord Tsuchikage. Orochimaru smiled. I'm willing to give you your fair share of the jutsu that the leaf village holds. And of course, there is the satisfaction of burning down the village that humiliated you in the last ninja war. The fourth Hokage, the yellow flash of the hidden leaf, humiliated us, not the leaf village. If it weren't for that man's existence, then we would have been victorious. Onoki said. All the more reason to destroy them, with the fourth Hokage gone, correct? Orochimaru's smile widened. At that moment, Kuretsuchi's eyes went wide. That smile of Akimaru's had let out some of his bloodlust, and it terrified Kuretsuchi. Onoki noticed this and frowned. This alliance will not happen. Orochimaru was surprised at this, as was Kuretsuchi. You refuse my offer. Come now, Lord Tsuchikage. Be reasonable. This is your chance to wipe out a hated enemy. The Rock Village may despise the Leaf Village, along with the other great hidden villages, Onoki admitted. But the people do not desire war at the moment. We're still recovering from a defector last year. That damn Brad decided to blow up half the village in his exit. He destroyed a good amount of our infrastructure in the process. Gah, I taught that brat far too well. Looking back, Kuretsuchi looked down at this. Deidara. Furthermore, Onoki continued, I am not blind to the fact that even with the loss of the fourth Hokage, the leaf is still quite powerful. Sarutobi is not to be underestimated, and then there is your fellow Sannin, Jiraiya, to consider. Not only that, but I must also be wary of the leaf's many rising stars. Like that copy ninja and the green beast. They are becoming quite dangerous as well. Orochimaru was now frowning. Sarutobi-sensei would fall to me with ease. Orochimaru promised him. If you're that concerned about him, then allow me to face him instead. Surely someone of your caliber can defeat that fool Jiraiya. Your time away from that village has made you forget Orochimaru. Onoki folded his arms. That Jiraiya is a cage in all but title. A battle between us could go either way. No way. The author of those perverted books is as strong as Gramps. War never is. Orochimaru said dismissively. This village does not want war. Onoki was now starting to get angry. And if that is not a good enough reason for you, then let me make things personal. Onoki continued. I do not trust you. Orochimaru's frown deepened. Whoa, Gramps is totally forgetting protocol here. Kuretsuchi noted. I'll admit, part of it is because you were once a part of the village I hate so much. Onoki told him. But your actions which caused you to flee the village in the first place certainly does not help your case. We are ninja, Onoki continued. We have all done some unethical things in our lives. However, what you did took things too far. I'll be damned before I team up with an inhumane monster like you. If you willingly did all of what you did to those who were supposed to be your comrades, I'd hate to see what you do with allies, let alone enemies. Orochimaru remained silent for a moment. Onoki panted from exerting himself. Hey, Gramps, are you okay? Kuretsuchi asked. I am the Tsuchikage, Kuretsuchi. Onoki told her. Of course I am okay. Orochimaru turned away. It appears that I must now take my leave, Lord Tsuchikage. You better, Onoki told him. Fair warning though, Orikima. Ru continued before looking over his shoulder and glaring at them both. Once I have become a true god, it will be my right to bring judgment down on those who dare deny me. Kuretsuchi knew she should. They leapt to Onoki's defense the moment Orochimaru made that threat, but the killing intent that was unleashed froze her into place. Onoki remained calm. Quit scaring my granddaughter or you will not leave this village alive. Orochimaru's killing intent subsided and the man left the room. When the man's chakra signature finally faded, Onoki looked at Kuretsuchi, who had collapsed to her knees. Are you all right? He asked. Yeah, Gramps, I'm fine. She lied. No, you are not, and that is understandable. Onoki told her. The killing intent from a monster like him can terrify anyone who is not at his level of power. Do you understand now, Kuretsuchi? Onoki inquired. This is why I did not want to ally with Orochimaru. Because that man is a monster in human skin. And while his mind is great, his mind is also that of a child's. One that was never disciplined growing up. An alliance with him would have only brought us misfortune and even death. Onoki frowned. That Sarutobi, he messed up big time when training that brat. End flashback. Kuretsuchi found herself shaking slightly. Damn, she thought, that day still haunts me. I can't believe that Snake's killing intent can have a lasting effect like this. Gildarts looked at Shunsui. Well, Commander, it's your call. But honestly, we can't leave those men to die. That wouldn't be right. They are our comrades, you know. Shunsui sighed at this. 10 men though. Why should an army numbering close to 50,000 risk their lives for 10 men? Because it's the right thing to do. Gildarts replied. Yeah, but we still have a job to do. We have been tasked with forming up with the 5th Division and then assaulting Nirvana together. Shunsui reminded them. We cannot let that weapon be used once again and engaging in a fight with Orochimaru and his arm would prove to be a time-consuming distraction that would also weaken us. Gildarts watched Shunsui with a look of curiosity on his face. What was the regimental commander of the Allied forces going to do? Was he really going to leave those men to die and bypass Orochimaru's army just so they could continue on to Nirvana? That being said, Shunsui continued, we also have the responsibility to wipe out all threats to the alliance. And if we simply let Orochimaru continue to march on, we'd be failing in that duty. So there's only one thing to do, Shunsui said, we're going to surround Orochimaru's army and wipe them out. And we're going to save those men in the process. Gildarts chuckled. You bastard, don't leave us in suspense like that. I want this message broadcasted across the 1st Division. Shunsui addressed a few nearby soldiers. Tell them to prepare for battle. We're going to spread out throughout the end of the forest, and once we do that, we're going to rush them from the front and then move around them to surround them. Kitsuchi folded his arms at this while the soldiers worked to do just that. Not that I have any objections to the plan, since I think it's the best plan out of all the ones we could have come up with. But you do know this won't be easy, right? They're not just gonna let us march right past them, you know. I know, that's why the Soul Reapers and the ninja of this division are responsible for flanking our enemies. As the fastest, they are the best for the job. And I'll be personally leading this dangerous assignment. You sure about that, Commander Kiraku? Jinbei spoke up. As the regimental commander of the Allied forces, you shouldn't risk yourself so much. Shunsui smiled jovially at this. That may be, but I must do this because I am the regimental commander. And the head captain of the 13 court guard squads. If I don't lead from the front, then why should people follow my orders? Kuretsuchi's eyes widened in admiration. Commander. Besides, if little Naneo were in this division, she'd slap me until I agreed to lead from the front. That doesn't even compare to what old man Yama would do if he were here. Kuretsuchi frowned, realizing now that Shunsui was not as noble as he was appearing at the moment. Commander, she groaned. She then finally noticed the sake bottle in the man's hand. Have you been drinking? She shrieked. Later on, Ichigo Kuro, Sake remained calm as he stood at the front along with the rest of the Soul Reapers and the ninja of the 1st Division. This would be the 3rd battle he fought in this war, and he was determined to make sure he contributed to victory this time. The 1st battle, he could only fight that Kaku fellow to a draw, and the 2nd battle, Midnight had rendered his abilities useless. Not again. The 3rd time would be the charm for sure. I'll take down every single coalition bastard myself if I have to. Ichigo thought to himself. For everyone's sake, I'll make sure we win. Meanwhile, Sakura cracked her knuckles in preparation for the battle. Last time, she had been rendered useless by that zombie woman, Giselle Gewel. She had burdened her comrades by being turned against them. She was not going to allow herself to return to being a burden. She would wipe out every single person who came her way. She would become both death and life itself, bringing death to her enemies and life for her injured allies. And if she came across Orochimaru during this battle, well, she still had a lot to pay him back for what he did to Sasuke and Naruto. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Rock Lee were not acting as boisterous as they usually were. No, for once, Guy was teaching Lee the importance of silence. The element of surprise is important in situations like this, Lee. Silence is everything in the element of surprise. We need this element because it will keep our comrades out of harm's way for a longer period of time. Remember, Lee, even a few seconds of safety can mean the difference between life and death. Guy told him, "Your wisdom is truly unparalleled, Guy-sensei." Lee whispered happily. Guy was admittedly happy at this second chance. When that girl, Orihime Inoue, had been brought to the Leaf Village to heal his body, he had been skeptical at first. The idea of anyone's healing abilities surpassing Tsunade's sounded ludicrous even to him. However, once Orihime worked his magic on him, Guy's life had been returned to him. Admittedly, Guy was content with remaining the way he was and simply passing down his knowledge to Lee and the next generation. However, when Orihime had been brought to him and healed him with such ease, he realized that he still had a purpose on the battlefield. So he would return to his duty. He would become the Leaf's noble gentleman once again. He would stand with everyone one more time, and show everyone his intense flames of youth, of course. At the head of this entire force, of course, was Shunsui Kyoraku. It had been a long time since he had felt this way, but he actually felt nervous. There had been so many successes attained by the Allied forces lately. Many superstitious people would say they were due for a loss. Shunsui was not superstitious, and he had all the confidence that they would win. But he could not deny that he was taking a huge risk with this attack. He should not feel so nervous about this. Every single day on this battlefield, he was risking the lives of himself and everyone around him. So why was he nervous? Was it because he was, for the first time, certain that an enemy was on the other side? Ignorance was bliss after all. He certainly did not remember feeling nervous when they were ambushed at the Worthwood Sea. It was because he never knew an enemy was waiting for him. Shunsui took a deep breath. These nerves had to be wiped away. The fact that the enemy was right in front of him meant nothing. It did not change the fact that he had a job to do and he was going to do it. Shunsui chuckled inwardly. Wipe away all personal feelings for the sake of duty. You always tried to drill that into my head, old man Yama. Shunsui never did buy into that part of the old man's teachings, neither did Jashiro. Personal feelings may have been a burden, but they also proved to be a benefit. These nerves Shunsui felt right now, they allowed him to be smart for his sake and everyone else's. They allowed him to not act in such an asinine manner. Shunsui took a deep breath. Enough about him though, it was time to begin. Shunsui looked out at the Anemone's plains, where Orochimaru and his army were. They still looked unaware of their existence, which was perfect for them. However, they were bustling with activity, as though they were getting ready to move again. It was at this moment, Shunsui knew that they could not waste any more time. Now is the time, Shunsui thought. This battle begins now. He raised his hand in the air. Everyone followed suit. It was their way of communicating without words. Doing this would keep them from broadcasting the coalition's location. Let's do it, Shunsui thought to himself. With that, Shunsui threw his hand forward. One by one, everyone else did the same. At that very moment, the 1st Division leapt from the trees. The Battle of the Anemones Plains had begun. Omake. Happy birthday 333 Lucy. If there was one thing that could be said about ND 2014 was that even though he treated his cast terribly, he treated his fans very well. This could not be any more true as he led 333 Lucy down the halls to a room that contained a stage covered by a curtain and a chair. Now, I'm going to Veda ask you to take a seat right there, 333. ND told her. 333 Lucy did as she was told and took her seat. Are you excited? ND asked her. She could barely contain her excitement. Oh, very, she said. Good, because I got you a little gift that's right up your alley. ND promised. Oh, and happy birthday. Thank you very much. 333 Lucy said excitedly. With that, ND stood off to the side. At that moment, the curtain then opened up and revealed something very surprising to 333 Lucy. Something that made her smile and laugh in delight. Standing in pairs were practically every single crack pairing she had ever suggested in her reviews. They stood in hand, from Brooke and Nell, to Grimjow and Nami, to Sanji and Kana, to Lucy and Byakuya, to much, much more. Happy birthday, 333 Lucy. They all said in unison. Here is our present from us to you. They all turned to their partners. I love you, they declared in a very convincing manner. With that, every single crack pairing kissed one another deeply on the mouth. 333 Lucy laughed in delight as she watched a passionate make-out session shared by multiple partners at once. ND smirked. Pecking orders were fantastic, otherwise they would have never agreed to this. See, right up your alley. ND reminded her. This is wonderful, ND, thank you. Things immediately seemed to go wrong for the first division from the get-go as the Soul Reapers and Ninja O.F. the short-range combat division leapt from the trees. They noticed that Orochimaru's coalition army seemed to be somewhat caught off guard by their presence, which gave them a lot of confidence moving forward. However, almost immediately, things went wrong for them. There was a rustle underground and suddenly several snakes the size of anacondas shot up from the ground, surprising everyone and causing them to come to a halt. The hell are these things? Kenpachi Zaraki wondered. And where'd they come from? Freaking snakes just came out of nowhere. Akaku Madarame yelled. Ugh, so icky. Yumachika Yasugawa complained. These things are so ugly. Icky, icky, icky. Yakiru Kusajishi added. Cut them up right now, Kenny. Orochimaru watched the first division get stopped dead in their tracks and smirked triumphantly. The hiding snakes jutsu, he said. An ambush-based jutsu that served as one of our most successful defenses during the Second Great Ninja War. I wonder how Sarutobi-sensei would feel. He knew that I've turned a jutsu that saved so many of my former comrades from attacks by the sand, or rock, or rain against them. It would probably just break the old fool's heart even more. Lord Orochimaru, it appears that there were enemies coming towards us. Kimimaro pointed out. So it would seem, Orochimaru nodded. I take it those prisoners were not freed before this attack began. No sir, we'd have been more prepared if they had. Kimimaro replied. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively and then contacted his officers with a headset. Have a few of the men surround the prisoners and have the rest prepare a defensive formation. He ordered. Do not disappoint me. Defensive formation, Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro was confused at Orochimaru's plan. My lord, we should attack them while they are busy with your snakes. Look at how their men are in position, Kimimaro. Orochimaru gestured to the enemy. They're so spread out. Their plan is to try and surround us. Kimimaro gasped at this. The accurate deduction of their enemy's strategy had left him in awe of his master. Your brilliance knows no bounds, Lord Orochimaru. I know, Orochimaru nodded. Now go on ahead. I command you to go and destroy every single enemy you come across. Show them your power, show them our power. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kimimaro said obediently before speeding off to carry out his master's order. Orochimaru scanned the crowd and took note of the many Soul Reapers in this enemy army. He licked his lips in anticipation. Fantastic, he hissed with glee, so many fantastic bodies gathered in one place. I wonder if that one is amongst them. Meanwhile, with Jabra, Kumadori and Fukuro. Jabra grinned in anticipation. Excellent, he said, we've got some losers to kick around. Hopefully they'll put up more of a fight than those stealth guys we took out. Yoi yoi, Kumadori yelled out, we will show them our great power. And should we fail, I will take responsibility for our failures and end my life. Try not to embarrass yourself like you did when you got dumped by your newest girlfriend, cha pa pa. Fukuro unzipped the zipper on his mouth. Damn it, Fukuro, stop blurting that crap out. Jabra yelled. And you, stop trying to kill yourself. Jabra continued, turning his attention to Kumadori. But if you do want to die, then stop using iron body to protect yourself. You did scare her a bit too much by clinging to her, cha pa pa. Fukuro continued. Kaku and Khalifa were right when they said you've gotten too clingy from being dumped by that waitress, gathering. What? Jabra yelled. Those two think I'm clingy now. Yoi yoi, Kumadori interjected. We are friends. Friends should not fight each other. Kumadori gestured to the allied forces with his staff. If friends are going to fight, it should be against their enemies. He continued. Jabra managed to calm himself and turned his attention back to the allied forces. You know, Kumadori, you're right. He said. We do need to focus on our enemies. Jabra grinned. Okay boys, let's go. Meanwhile, with Jerome Guizbat, Berenice Gabrielli, and Lloyd, stronger enemies are coming towards us. Jerome Guizbat licked his lips in anticipation. Excellent, I'll tear every single one of them to pieces. After falling in battle so early last time, I relish this chance at redemption. Berenice Gabrielli admitted, and I will not waste it. In fact, I will take this chance and treat it as a loan of sorts. And I will not just return what I owe, but I will also return more. No, wait, that's not a good analogy. Perhaps. Shut up, Berenice. Jerome frowned. Lloyd looked at several nearby soldat. Guess what, men? I have a very lucky assignment for you. He said. You boys are going to guard these prisoners while the three of us go out and destroy our enemies. Master Lloyd, wouldn't it make more sense to simply kill them? A soldat inquired. Lloyd shrugged. Orochimaru's orders, he said. Orochimaru sees value in keeping them alive, and since he's the boss here, I'm not going to argue with him. Arguing with him would prove to be rather unproductive. Lloyd clapped his hands together. Okay, you have your orders, see to them. Yes sir, Master Lloyd. The soldat said in unison as they formed a defensive wall around the prisoners. He's right to keep them alive anyway. It's best to keep people alive until you use them for all they're worth, and then you can kill them. Lloyd added mentally. Jerome cracked his knuckles. This is going to be fun, he said with glee. Lloyd walked up and joined Jerome, grinning. I'll admit, I'm actually rather excited for this myself. Lloyd chuckled. The chance to add to my many faces is rather appealing. And I can't wait to torture everyone who comes near me. Berenice added. Ooh, it's going to be so much fun. They'll just scream and scream and scream, but I won't stop. Before Berenice could continue ranting, without even realizing that she was, again, she noticed that Jerome and Lloyd had Harenkyaku'd away and were moving towards the first division. What she did not realize was that neither wanted to listen to her rant. Wait, Jerome, Lloyd, don't start without me, she yelled, going after them. Meanwhile, with Zancro of the Seven Kin of Purgatory, grinned with glee at the upcoming battle. Sweet, he said, looks like we're going to fight now. Zancro then turned to the two men behind him. Well, they really weren't men. One was a humanoid chicken and the other was a humanoid dog. Kawazu, Yomizu, you two go off and do your own thing. I don't want you idiots getting in my way anyway. Kawazu and Yomizu did not like the fact that Zancro had been sent here. They'd have much rather had Caprico ordering them around, or even the guy that had been controlling Caprico, that Zoldio fellow. But Caprico was gone and Zoldio Simi more focused on gathering up other subordinates for his human subordination magic. So, they had to put up with Zancro, or really any of the seven kin that could have been sent here other than Azum. Because of his death at the Worthwood Sea. Yes sir, Master Zancro, Kawazu said with a hint of fear before clucking. Do not worry, Master Zancro, we would never think of getting in your way. It'd be bad for our health anyway. Yomizu added. Kawazu and Yomizu were great actors. Zancro's gleeful grin seemed to widen. I can't wait to see if there are any strong guys in this crowd. He admitted, when I heard Azuma was dead, I didn't want to believe it. Behind that traitorous bitch Ultir, Azuma was the strongest of the seven kin. There was a reason Master Hades trusted him to lead the vanguard on Tenro Island. If someone out there was strong enough to actually take Azuma's life, then he's definitely someone worth killing. Zancro continued, I can't wait to see how these guys stand against the flames of a god. I'm sure whoever they are, they will all fail miserably against someone of your caliber. Zancro. Yomizu was now sucking up to the man at this point. Not that Zancro minded, of course. He was little more than a smug, arrogant kid who unfortunately got his hands on some very dangerous power. Damn right they will, Zancro said arrogantly. Now then, time to make sure that Orochimaru's snakes don't take all the fun. Meanwhile, a man with a fang face and long brown hair and a giant sword looked over at the masked man next to him. Hey, Kushimaru, do you think this is the bunch of guys who took down Jinin and Fubuki? Kushimaru Kuriare shrugged. Who cares? He asked. All that matters is that they need to die, right? Jinpachi Munashi laughed at that. Ah, come on, Kushimaru. Aren't you a little bit excited at the chance to one-up Jinin and Fubuki? I don't need to prove anything against dead people. They died before me, so I've already one-upped them in the best way possible. I'm just going to kill them, the enemy, like I always do. Bah, you're no fun. Jinpachi groaned at this. And you're annoying, Kushimaru retorted. Jinpachi growled and turned his attention back to the allied forces. At least this time, Mangetsu managed to get the helmet splitter and the shark skin back in our possession. I can't stand the sight of anyone outside the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist wielding our swords. Kushimaru grunted in agreement at this. He then drew his personal sword, the sewing needle. Whatever the case, we were brought back to do a job and we're going to do it. Jinpak. I nodded and drew his own personal sword, splash. Yeah, he said, what do you think? Silent killing. Kushimaru shook his head. Battlefield's too damn clustered with our own. And, Jinpachi grinned. Kush. Amaru could not help but chuckle at this but continued. Not only that, but if they beat Fubuki and Jinin, then they've found ways to combat our silent killing. Jinpachi dragged Splash across the ground, showing off his fangs. Okay then, might as well show them the face of their destroyer. Kushimaru chuckled. Let's crush these fools. Meanwhile, with the 1st Division, Shunsui Kyoraku cut off the head of another snake. This had certainly been a minor setback, and it was so early in the battle too. This must be Orochimaru's work. He muttered to himself. Damn, I should have figured that the prodigy of the Sannin would plan this far ahead. Push through, Shunsui ordered. Stick to the plan. Shunsui then turned to the person nearest to him. Guy, cover me, I need to take a moment to gauge where Orochimaru is. Might Guy was briefly surprised at the fact that Shunsui actually wanted to go after Orochimaru of all people, but then nodded. Understood, Commander, he said, striking his nice guy pose. Do not worry, the Leaf's noble gentleman will make sure not a single snake strikes you, that is a promise. Shunsui smiled. All right, thank you, he said, before closing his eyes. While Shunsui felt the battlefield to find Orochimaru's energy signature, Guy ran around Shunsui and attacked 3 snakes lunging at the man while his guard was down. Leaf Hurricane, he yelled, striking all 3 snakes. Rock Lee, who was nearby, cheered at Guy's actions. Yes, go Guy-sensei. Shunsui's eyes then widened. That was definitely Orochimaru's energy signature. It was suppressed earlier because he was in a high-intensity situation like this, but now that it was out in full force. What surprised Shunsui, however, was how evil Orochimaru's energy felt. If this energy could accurately determine a man's nature, then Orochimaru was definitely as evil as the rumors stated, maybe even more. It was just like Kitsuchi and Kuretsuchi said. I'm going on ahead, Guy. I need to make sure Orochimaru doesn't send any more of his snakes at us. Shunsui told him. With uncharacteristic seriousness, Guy responded. Be careful, Commander, I don't think I need to tell you what you're up against. The San interfered and respected for a reason. Shunsui nodded. I'll be fine, he promised. I'm the regimental commander of the Allied forces. I won't lose to this guy. With that, Shunsui flash-stepped towards Orochimaru. Guy-sensei. Lee ran up to his father figure. Should we go and help Commander Kiraku against Orochimaru? Guy shook his head. No, he said. Listen Lee, Commander Kiraku is the regimental commander of the entire Allied forces for a reason. That means he's leagues above you and I. He can face Orochimaru on his own with no issues whatsoever. Guy paused to deliver a hard punch to the jaw of another snake. If we attempted to help him, we'd just get in his way. Lee nodded in understanding. Yes, you are right as always, Guy-sensei. Okay, now, back to back Lee. Guy told him as they did just that. You watch my back and I'll watch yours. Let's show these snakes our flames of youth. Yes, Guy-sensei, Lee said boisterously. Throughout the Anemone's plains, the ninja and soul reapers of the 1st Division attempted to fight their way through the wall of snakes that had been hidden underground. Using their expansion jutsu, Choji and Choza Akamichi worked together to crush a large group of snakes. Stand firm, Choji, Choza told his son. These snakes are nothing compared to the might of the Akamichi clan. Choji grinned. Don't worry about me Pop, there's no way I'm letting these snakes get the best of me. Sakura Haruno leapt into the air and slammed her fist onto the skull of another snake. Hey, another one down, she said. Kuretsuchi and Kitsuchi stood back to back. Hey, Dad, how man? Why of these things do you think are still waiting for us underground? She inquired. Kitsuchi responded with grinning. Wanna find out? He asked. Kitsuchi then went through some hand signs. Kuretsuchi smirked at this. What, you didn't think of doing that before? Don't get smart with me, young lady, they are called ambushes for a reason. Earth style. Erupt. Kitsuchi slammed his fist onto the ground. A volcano then came up from the ground and spewed out several snakes. The charging coalition soldiers gasped in shock as a single man completely took away the rest of their ambush. Kitsuchi grinned in triumph. However, they were not done just yet. Kuretsuchi, he yelled for his daughter. Got it. Kuretsuchi did some hand signs of her own. Lava style. Quicklime bullets. Kuretsuchi yelled, firing sever. Bursts of quicklime at the airborne snakes from her mouth. Many snakes hissed in pain as they were enveloped by Kuretsuchi's attack. However, many were still falling from the sky. You missed a few, Kitsuchi teased lightly. Oh shut up, Dad, Kuretsuchi pouted. Leave them to me. Karui from the hidden cloud ran into view. Karui drew her katana and leapt into the air. Cloud style. Beheading storm. She yelled, seemingly vanishing into thick air. She then started slashing repeatedly with her katana. Within seconds, several more snakes were decapitated. Whoa, Kuretsuchi muttered. Kitsuchi whistled, impressed with Karui's skills. She used the bodies of the snakes to act as platforms for her to move freely in midair. Not bad. Honestly, for a second she actually had me believing she was really flying. The remaining snakes that had not been cut up by Karui's onslaught fell to earth, only to be taken out by several nearby Alliance soldiers. Just like that, Orochimaru's ambush had been averted. It was now time for the Allied forces to turn their attention to the coalition soldiers that were still preparing to attack them. Let's go, Kitsuchi yelled as the ninja and soul reapers cheered and then resumed their charge across the Anemone's plains. As the 1st Division began their charge, Shunsui's movement across the plains was stopped by a group of coalition soldiers. Shunsui smiled jovially at them. Good day, gentlemen, he said. Could you perhaps move out of the way? I need to speak with your boss about his behaving like an improper guest. Guest. The coalition soldiers looked at one another in confusion. Yes, a guest. Technically, he's a guest in the home of the Fury populace. In fact, you all are. He told them. As a guest, you're supposed to treat your host in the home of the host with respect. Not only are you pretty much bullying your host, but you're also wrecking his home. You guys are terrible guests, just like your boss. Shunsui held out both of his blades and then flash-stepped once more. The two in the lead were suddenly cut down by 2 clean strikes from the 1st Division commander. Ah, you bastard! A nearby enemy soldier screamed in anger. Shunsui did not respond to this insult and vanished once again via flash step. This won't take long, Shunsui thought to himself. Back with Kitsuchi, Kuretsuchi, and Karui. The two rock ninja and lone cloud kunoichi tore through the advancing coalition soldiers. Kitsuchi slammed the heads of two together, knocking them both out. Kuretsuchi tossed a kunai into the throat of one and then roundhouse kicked the other. Karui Bri. E-Fly dueled a swordsman but quickly got the upper hand and cut him down. They then noticed several soldat form a line and take aim at them with reishi bows and arrows. "Get behind me," Kitsuchi said to his daughter and Karui. "Earth style. Mud wall jutsu." Kitsuchi shouted as the line of soldat fired. The arrows were stopped dead in their tracks by the earth wall that sprouted in between them and the ninja. Kuretsuchi then leapt into the air. Lava style. Quicklime bullets. The soldats screamed as they were struck by Kuretsuchi's quicklime. "Nice one." Karui cheered. Yes, very impressive, you've just taken out a bunch of grunts with no real power whatsoever. That absolutely deserves cheering." Kitsuchi, Kuretsuchi and Karui turned to see Lloyd and Jerome Guizbat walking up to them. An inured soldat weakly reached out for help. "Master Lloyd, Master Jerome, please help me," he said, feeling his body burn from Kuretsuchi's quicklime. Jerome looked at the man with disdain and then stomped on his head, killing him instantly. "You dare beg? You are a disgrace to the Wandenreich," Jerome said disdainfully. "Hey, what the hell did you do that for? That guy was one of your comrades, wasn't he?" Karui inquired. Jerome scoffed at this. "Weaklings are no friends of mine," he said dismissively. "The only friends I have are my fellow Ritter. Those who are just as strong if not stronger than me." Suchi narrowed his eyes at their two new enemies. "They're both very strong," he noted. "Jonin level, definitely Jonin level." Lloyd bowed mockingly towards the three ninja. "Allow us to introduce ourselves," he said. "My name is Lloyd. I am Sternritter Y. And I am Jerome Guizbat, Sternritter R." Kuretsuchi narrowed her eyes at this. "Damn, more Sternritter." After the fight against the four Sternritter from the Worthwood Sea, in particular the one that turned civilians into zombies, Kuretsuchi was really not in the mood for facing off against another two. "Ah, I see, you're the military force that fought against the army with Candace and Liltato." Lloyd realized. "That means you're also a part of the group that killed Meninas and Giselle." My, what an interesting turn of events. "What, you gonna avenge those two?" Karui glared at Lloyd. "Oh, but of course, I can't let those who killed two of the Sternritter and humiliated two others walk about freely. His Majesty and Hashwolf would be furious with me," Lloyd replied. "Hey, especially Hashwolf," Jerome added. "He'd go on and on about how we've disgraced His Majesty, or were an embarrassment to the Sternritter." "Fine by me, let's start now." Karui rushed Lloyd, katana at the ready, cloud style, front beheading. Karui yelled. Jerome quickly harenkyaku'd in between Lloyd and Karui and blocked her sword with his arm. Karui's eyes widened at her blade being stopped cold. "What the hell? Blood vene, girly, there's no way your puny sword can cut me." Jerome grinned as he forced Karui away. Lloyd, meanwhile, took the opportunity to feel out the power levels of his opponents. This particular ability him and his twin brother possessed were usually used in conjunction with the letter they received from Yuwatch. The one Jerome had just forced away was clearly the weakest. He noted. She couldn't even leave a dent on Jerome's blood vene. He then looked at Kuretsuchi. "Ooh, interesting, this one's got a lot of potential, and she's yet to realize it all. But I'm not interested in work in progresses, I'm interested in the finished product. Using her would be foolish on my part." Lloyd turned his attention to Kitsuchi. "This one, oh yes, this one's definitely the strongest of the three." Lloyd opened his third eye and trained it on Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi's eyes widened in surprise. "The hell is that thing?" "Jerome, I'm taking care of the one my third eye is looking at. You take the other two." "Ha, with my powers, they're gonna need all three. Maybe even more than that. But go ahead and have your fun, Lloyd," Jerome responded. Kuretsuchi looked at Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi looked back at his daughter and nodded. Kuretsuchi turned her attention back to Jerome. "Hey, Karui," Kuretsuchi addressed the Cloud Kunoichi, "we're going to need to work together to beat this guy." "Hey, a rock ninja asking for help from someone outside her own village." Karui chuckled. "Sorry, it still shocks me sometimes. But yeah, you're right, this guy's gonna be tough." That muscle's definitely not for show. Kuretsuchi smirked. A cloud Kuoichi accepting help from someone outside her own village. She countered teasingly. Sorry, but I'm not really used to it either. Kitsuchi sighed. At least they've agreed to work together against that guy. Kitsuchi then turned his attention back to Lloyd, who had begun changing shape. Kitsuchi's eyes widened as Lloyd turned into a carbon copy of himself. What the hell did you just do? Kitsuchi wondered. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Lloyd, and the power I was given by His Majesty was the letter Y, the yourself. I can perfectly mimic a person's appearance. Kitsuchi told him. Not only that, but I am also capable of perfectly mimicking your own powers. Kitsuchi's eyes widened. That's impossible, there's no way you can hope to use ninjutsu without training or chakra. Lloyd grinned and started doing some hand signs. Aw crap, Kitsuchi muttered. Earth style. Earthquake slam. Lloyd yelled. Everyone present in this articular battle leapt into the air as Lloyd slammed his palm to the ground, creating a small earthquake. Jerome growled in annoyance at this. Damn it, Lloyd, he yelled. If you're gonna show off, show of. F something that doesn't get me caught in the crossfire. Lloyd ignored him and remained focused on Kitsuchi. Jerome frowned. Who am I kidding? There's no getting to him whenever he transforms into someone. The bastard always goes on a power trip and is pretty much impossible to talk to at that point. Jerome turned his attention back to Kuretsuchi and Karui. Best I focus on these two. Meanwhile, with Yumachika Yasugawa. Bloom. Fuji Kujaku. Yumachika called out, his Zanpakuto transforming into its Shikai state. With all the grace one could expect from such a narcissistic yet powerful fighter, why? Yumachika cut through anyone who dared to get in his way. Yumachika smirked at his fallen opponents. Smile, coalition scum, he said, smile, knowing that you had the honor of falling to an enemy as beautiful as me. There can be no greater death in my opinion. Unreal, he's only a 5th seat and yet he's got the skills of a lieutenant. A nearby ninja pointed out. He's so powerful, that's 5th seat Yasugawa for you. I'd expect nothing less from Squad 11. A Soul Reaper from Squad 7 that was next to him cheered. Yumachika turned to them and smiled. Do go on, he said, blushing. I've yet to meet a beautiful person who doesn't enjoy compliments. Don't blush while saying that. They both yelled in annoyance. Con. A new voice yelled. Yumachika narrowed his eyes, and with reflexes honed from training with Akaku, spun around and blocked a rush of magic energy that had nearly pierced his body. Attacking an enemy while their back is turned. Yumachika looked disgusted. How ugly of you, Egg Buster. A second voice yelled. Yumachika's eyes widened. This attack had caught him off guard. Luckily, Flash Step saved him just in the nick of time, barely dodging a bunch of projectiles fired at him that Yumachika immediately realized were eggs. The human-like chicken and dog known as Kawazu and Yomizu then revealed their presence. Yumachika's eyes went wide at who his opponents were. New ha, to thin. That there is someone fast enough to dodge our ambush. Yomizu grinned. Not many can lay claim to such a fame. Pay. Kawazu clucked. It doesn't matter, the two of us should be more than enough for this piece of trash. The two were then shocked to see that Yumachika had turned away from them, much to the surprise of the ninja and the Soul Reaper. 5th seat Yasugawa, what are you doing? The enemy is right behind you. The ninja yelled. Hey, Yomizu, what is he doing? Kawazu wondered. Honestly, I don't know. Yomizu admitted before addressing Yumachika. Soul Reaper, why do you turn your back on us? Do you wish to die? Oh no, not at all, Yumachika said. I just have this rule that I live by. I don't look at ugly things. Everyone who heard this face faulted. 5th seat Yasugawa. The squaw. D7 Soul Reaper and ninja yelled in disbelief. Kawazu squawked indignantly. He calls us ugly. Yomizu scowled for a brief moment before smirking. A rule, huh, he said before holding his katana out in front of him. Orient solid script. Con. Yumachika gasped and Flash stepped away before he could be pierced by Yomizu's attack. Again you attack me while my back is turned. Yumachika inquired disgustedly. Your soul is as ugly as your appearance. It's your own fault for turning your back on us. Yomizu reminded him. This rule of yours that you don't look upon the ugly, it's gonna get you killed at this rate. Rules truly are suffocating. Yomizu continued, why else do you think that Kawazu and I joined a dark guild? This caught Yumachika's attention. Oh, rules are suffocating you say. Yomizu and Kawazu both nodded. I don't know about that, Yumachika said. Honestly, it sounds to me like you two just got tired of following the law like civilized people and decided to act like savages instead. How ugly, Yumachika said as he turned back to Yomizu and Kawazu. There's nothing more hideous than self-entitled savages like yourselves who believe that they can just ignore rules because they find them to be suffocating. This coming from a guy from Squad 11. The Squad 7 Soul Reaper sweat dropped. I heard that, Yumachika said in a sing-song manner. It's true that Squad 11 does behave in a rather uncivilized manner at times. Yumachika admitted. And it's true that there are times when we hate being restricted by the rules imposed on us by the Soul Society, as it sometimes takes away from our own enjoyment for battle. But let me ask you this, have we ever tried to usurp Soul Society? Well, there was Lieutenant Kuchiki's near execution. That gets a pass because it had been orchestrated by our greatest traitor. Yumachika interrupted. We were in the right that time, don't ever forget that. The point is, Yumachika continued, we may act uncivilized, and we may hate having to follow the rules, but we're not so entitled that we believe we can simply break the rules for our own benefit. Not like these two savages who are convinced they can live without rules simply because they can. Yomizu and Kawazu glared at the fifth seat. Yumachika raised Fuji Kujaku in a threatening manner. I'm going to enjoy cutting you two savages to ribbons. You can try, Soul Reaper. Yomizu growled. Kawazu, get ready. Kawazu clucked in acknowledgement. Yumachika frowned. Not going to fight me one-on-one. Well, that's ugly of you. You know, Squad 11 strongly believes in one-on-one fights. Bah, rules mean nothing in war. Yomizu yelled. You're going to get 2 against 1 whether you like it or not. Make that 3-on-2. The ninja yelled, joining Yumachika. 5th seat Yasugawa, let us help you. The Squad 7 Soul Reaper added. Yumachika smiled. What are your names? Your bravery is quite beautiful. Yoshitoki Kusaka, 7th seat of Squad 7. Kusaka introduced himself. Koichi Hayakuyama, Chunin of the Hidden Rock Village. Koichi did the same. Kusaka, Hayakuyama, take the chicken. The dog is mine, Yumachika told them. Yes sir, they both said in unison. Kawazu, you can take those too, right? Yomizu inquired. You bet I can. Kawazu clucked. Good, then I'm going to show this pretty boy what happens when you underestimate a true wizard. Yomizu prepared his katana. Pay. Yeah, one that doesn't worry about all the suffocating rules. Kawazu cheered. Crush him, Yomizu. Meanwhile, with Akaku matter aim. After tearing through the snakes that had been stupid enough to attack him, Akaku Madaram found himself face to face with an enemy that made him frown just by looking at him. Kumadori struck a kabuki-style pose as he stared down his opponent. Yoi, he yelled. Salutations Soul Reaper. My name is Kumadori, I am a hermit and an assassin. I hope you have made peace with yourself, Kumadori continued, for your fate was sealed the moment our eyes locked, challenging one another to combat. And that fate is death. Akaku should have been in utter shock at his opponent's crazy mannerisms. However, his attention was focused on something else entirely. Your hair, he muttered, pointing at him. Kumadori froze and addressed Akaku once more. Forgive me, but I did not hear you. What has you in such a daze? Your hair, Akaku repeated, a bit louder this time. Kumadori was now starting to get confused. My hair, Akaku then exploded. Why the hell does such a crazy bastard like you have hair like that? I may be shaven, but I can never hope to have hair like that, it's just not fair. He was bald, not shaven, but he would never admit to that. Still, it did not change the fact that he was very angry at the fact that a nutcase like Kumadori had such great hair. Kumadori was surprised at this. You are jealous? He inquired. Very much so, yes, Akaku yelled. I see. Kumadori looked sad as he took a dagger out of his pocket. Then allow me to apologize for causing you such distress by putting this blade to my belly. Say what? Akaku screamed in shock. Seppuku. Kumadori brought the blade to his stomach. Iron body. Akaku's mouth dropped open in disbelief as Kumadori's blade was stopped by his now iron skin. Kumadori slumped forward in sadness. I can't even die right. he said dejectedly. Akaku was now starting to get seriously annoyed with his opponent. He raised the unreleased form of Hozukimaru into the air. He did the same thing with his scabbard. Hey, lion bastard. Kumadori stopped his self-pity and turned his attention back to Akaku at the sound of his new demeaning nickname. Either put up your dukes, or take your crying ass and leave. Akaku told him. I don't know if anyone told you this, but there are no tears on the battlefield. This is where warriors gather, not wimps. Kumadori got to his feet and pointed his staff at Akaku. Yoi yoi, Soul Reaper, you underestimate me, he stated in a matter-of-fact tone. I am an elite assassin trained in the mighty 6 powers. Not only that, but I am protected by the love of my dear mother in heaven. You have no chance against me. Akaku smirked at this. That's more like it, he said. Now, give me a good fight, lion bastard. Meanwhile, with Sakura Haruno. Cha, Sakura roared, punching a coalition soldier in the stomach, sending him into a group of his comrades as though he were a bowling ball and they were the pins. It was a strike, by the way. Sakura slammed her fists together. Don't mess with me, she declared. I'm the successor to Lady Tsunade herself. Cha pa pa, look at you making such arrogant declarations, and yet here you are leaving. Gee yourself wide open for an attack from me. A voice yelled out. Sakura frowned at the voice. She then turned around and delivered the karate chop into the stomach of a large, rotund man with a zipper on his mouth, knocking him backwards. Fukuro clutched his stomach, wheezing in pain. What the impossible? How did you manage to catch a great assassin like me, Fukuro the Silent? Fukuro the lover of rumors. Fukuro, silent. Are you freaking kidding me? Sakura yelled. You pretty much broadcasted your position to me the minute you opened your big fat mouth, you dumb ass. I don't understand. I'm the fastest in my generation of CP9. I should have been able to catch you off guard regardless, cha pa pa. Sakura sighed. Hey idiot, she said, I'm a kunoichi, we're trained to fight at speeds that normal humans can't comprehend. In other words, as far as I'm concerned, you're moving at a normal speed. Fukuro recovered and glared at Sakura. A kunoichi, I see, so that's how you were able to block my extremely speedy attack. Sakura adopted a deadpan expression on her face. No, it's because you're stupid. Very well, kunoichi, prepare to fall prey to the deadly hunter, Fukuro. Fukuro declared. Now shave. Fukuro vanished and started moving about at high speeds. Sakura's eyes darted back and forth as she attempted to track Fukuro's incredibly fast movements. Fukuro then appeared next to Sakura. Solid beast, he yelled, throwing his fist forward. Sakura countered with her own punch, matching Fukuro's strength with ease. Meanwhile, with Nalil 2 Odelschwank. Nalil 2 Odelschwank sighed, sadly as she parried the strikes of every single soldier that tried to attack her. She then delivered a strike with her Zanpakuto that only incapacitated her opponents, but not kill them. Nalil could never bring herself to kill someone, even if they were the enemy. Friend and foe watched in amazement at the grace Nalil moved with. Ms. Nalil is so beautiful, a leaf Chunin said breathlessly. And, yet she's so deadly without even trying to be. Another added. Nalil then sensed the killing intent of someone coming towards her. She narrowed her eyes at the killing intent. She turned to see a man with a Fu Manchu walking towards her. Grinning. My, you are a very attractive woman, he said. You say that and yet you act like you intend to try and kill me. Nalil said emotionlessly. He gave her a thumbs up. This wolf approves, he said. I am Jabra, nice to meet you. I'm going to offer you an ultimatum, beautiful. Jabra said. Become my woman and I'll not only treat you right, but I'll make sure everyone else treats you right and. No, Nalil deadpanned. Jabra's face faulted at this. Why, you are my enemy and frankly, nothing about you sounds appealing to me. I've never once had an interest in finding love. Jabra looked depressed for a moment. However, he almost immediately brightened up and grinned in an almost sickening and twisted manner. That's okay, I probably wouldn't have been able to keep you alive anyway. Jabra got into his own personal fighting stance, the stance of the Iron Body Kenpo. This is just as fun anyway. Since you're not going to be my woman, let's fight. Nalil raised her Zanpakuto. You are quite confident, challenging a top-ranked Espada. Meanwhile, with Ichigo Kurosaki. One thing that could be said about Ichigo Kurosaki was that his fighting style was rough, aggressive. He fought with the ferocity of a demon. This became apparent in the beginning of this battle. After cutting down the snakes that had attempted to ambush and kill him, he immediately begged and to tear through the coalition soldiers with that same ferocity he had when he battled men like Byakuya Kuchiki, Grimjow Jaegerjackez, and Ulquiorra Cypher. The soldiers could do nothing against him, except try to stop him and inevitably fail. What the hell is with this guy? He's picking us apart like we're nothing. A coalition soldier wondered out loud. You dumb ass. That's Ichigo Kurosaki, one of the 4 acts of order. We can't possibly beat him. His comrade yelled at him. Ichigo, much like Nalil, did not aim to kill any of his opponents in this fight. These were low-level peons, not the twisted leaders that commanded them. They did not deserve to die just because of the mistakes of their leaders. So, he delivered slash wounds meant to incapacitate his enemies with the twin blades of Zangetsu. However, Ichigo's actions were eventually put a stop to when his senses picked up a particular attack speeding towards him. He quickly faced the direction the attack was coming from and waved the larger blade about, blocking the speeding projectiles. He then took a moment to look at what had actually attacked him. He was shocked by what he saw. Bones. Ichigo raised an eyebrow. Someone shot bones at me. Digital shrapnel. A voice yelled. Ichigo gasped and noticed that several other bones were flying towards him. Moving quickly, Ichigo managed to block these bones as well. He then got a good look at his attacker. The pale-faced man looked at him with an emotionless expression. How foolish of you, he insulted, you never let your guard down. Consider yourself lucky that your reflexes allow you to take such risks. And that my aim is not to kill you, Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo frowned at this. Oh, you know my name, huh? He said. That's cool, but I don't exactly know yours. I am Kimimaro, ex-member of the feared Kagaya clan and loyal subordinate of Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro introduced himself. Well, it's nice to meet you, Kimimaro. Ichigo responded calmly. Kimimaro was briefly surprised at how calm Ichigo was acting in his presence. After all, usually his mere presence was enough to terrify people, with the exception of Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, and Jugo. This brief period of surprise allowed Ichigo an opportunity to deliver a hard kick to the man's jaw, knocking him backwards. Sorry about that, Ichigo said, it's just that people always seem to think I'm going to hit them instead of just saying hello. They've always tried to attack first. So, I kinda got used to getting the first hit in. Kimimaro recovered and frowned at Ichigo. That, and I don't exactly appreciate you letting your guard down. Ichigo continued, especially after you decided to lecture me, you damn hypocrite. Ichigo's leg felt somewhat sore. Geez, what the hell did I kick? Steel. This guy's body is tough. He thought to himself. It's almost like kicking Hierro. I'm surprised, Kimimaro admitted. It's true that I let my guard down, but you instead wasted your opportunity. All you did was kick me. Why? Look, I fight to win. Ichigo said. I've got no interest in killing someone if I don't have to. Especially if they don't even aim to kill me for some reason. So, wanna tell me why your aim isn't to kill me? Ichigo inquired. You wish to know why? Very well, then I'll tell you. Kimimaro replied. You have been chosen for a great honor, Ichigo Kurosaki. Kimimaro told him. One that I myself desire to have in your place. Ichigo raised an eyebrow for this. I've been chosen for a great honor. What great honor could a member of the coalition want me for? Does Kanten want me publicly executed? He does, Kimimaro admitted. But you misunderstand, Ichigo Kurosaki. For you see, it is not what Kanten wants, it is what Lord Orochimaru wants. Kimimaro's expression darkened at what he said next. You have been chosen to serve as Lord Orochimaru's new body. Ichigo's eyes widened at this. New body, the hell is that supposed to mean? You see, Lord Orochimaru is a god that walks among men. Kimimaro explained in a reverent tone. However, in order to maintain his body, Lord Orochimaru must continue to move from body to body using his reanimation jutsu. But, this isn't just so that Lord Orochimaru may continue to live forever. But it is also so that he can continue to gain more and more power. You should be honored, Those who are chosen are recognized by Lord Orochimaru for their strength. Kimimaro told him. I don't think so, Ichigo said, glaring at Kimimaro. Excuse me. Kimimaro was shocked at what he heard. You heard me, I'm not going to do a damn thing for that monster you call your lord. Ichigo told him. Kimimaro's eyes were wide at Ichigo's refusal and his disrespect for Lord Orochimaru. What the hell did you expect? Ichigo asked. What, did you think I'd jump at the chance to become a pawn for Orochimaru? You clearly don't know a damn thing about me. I've never been good at doing what other people ask. And besides, if I let Orochimaru take my body and my power, I know he'll use it to hurt people I care about. You act like I'm going to help with something grand when I'm very much aware of what kind of man Orochimaru is. So you can tell your boss he's going to have to find someone else. Or better yet, tell him to prepare himself, because I'm going to come after him so that he can't hurt anyone else. Kimimaro started to shake in rage. You dare refuse the chance to become bonded to Lord Orochimaru for all eternity? He snarled. Damn right I do, and you even insult him and threaten him in front of me. This is unforgivable, Kimimaro continued. Kimimaro took a deep breath and managed to calm himself. Ichigo Kurosaki, he said, the only reason I do not unleash every single ounce of my rage on you right now is because Lord Orochimaru desires your body. And his word trumps my feelings on the matter. Che, listen to yourself, you're just a puppet with no will of your own. Ichigo said, I pity you, you know that. I don't want your pity, I want you to submit to Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro told him. Kimimaro exerted his chakra as he prepared for battle. Lord Orochimaru may want you alive for the ceremony, but he never said you had to be uninjured. Ichigo grinned at this. Now that's more like it. He said. Bring it on, Kimimaro. Meanwhile, with Orochimaru, Orochimaru looked out at the battlefield in satisfaction. He was particularly fixated on where Kimimaro currently was and who he was fighting. And it was who he was fighting that made him smile in his usual twisted manner. So, Ichigo Kurosaki is here. My word, it appears that fate is smiling on me today. Wouldn't you agree, Soul Reaper? Ah damn, Shunsui Kyoraku sighed. I should have figured ambushing you was out of the question. You're as good as they say you are, Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled at this. Why thank you, I.D.O. take pride in the fact that I am the strongest of my former comrades, the legendary Sannin. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of a high-ranking member of the Allied forces? Oh, how do you know that? Shunsui seemed surprised. Oh please, anyone less would be an insult to someone of my caliber. Orochimaru said arrogantly. Shunsui grinned. Very well. My name is Shunsui Kyoraku, head captain of the Th. 13 Court Guard squads and regimental commander of the Allied forces. I'd say it's a pleasure to meet you, but considering the stories I've heard, saying that would probably be a lie. Oh, not probably. All of the horrible stories you've heard about me are definitely true. Orochimaru said, unashamed. Shunsui ignored this and brought up something else on his mind. So, do you want to tell me why you're interested in our resident substitute Soul Reaper? Orochimaru laughed. My dear Captain Commander, the man himself does not interest me, it's his body that has piqued my interest. I'd hate to disappoint you. But Ichigo definitely does not swing that way. Shunsui grinned. Orochimaru frowned at this. You little, he snarled. What I desire is his power, and the only way to do that is to take his body for myself. With the longevity of a Soul Reaper and the power of the great Ichigo Kurosaki, I will become a true god. Shunsui frowned back. Well, that just won't do at all. He said. I can't just let you take Ichigo like that. And not just because he's important to the Alliance. Ichigo's saved the Soul Society many times even though he's had no real reason to help us. If I let anything happen to him, I'd disgrace everyone. Plus I like the kid, beneath that rough exterior he's a stand-up guy. Shunsui grinned. Oh don't worry, I wasn't asking for your permission. Orochimaru dropped into a relaxed taijutsu stance, ready for panel. Shunsui grinned dangerously. You're not going to lay a hand on him. He promised. It was time for battle. Shunsui knew this one was going to be much more dangerous than his last opponent. Luckily, Kaden Kyokutsu was ready to play. Flower Wind Rage and Flower God Roar, Heavenly Wind Rage and Heavenly Demon Sneer. Shunsui chanted. Kaden Kyokutsu. Orochimaru grinned in anticipation. The Battle of the Anemone's Plains was kicking into high gear. However, compared to what was coming, this was merely a calm before the storm. Omake. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, everyone. It was October 31st and the cast of 5 Worlds War were enjoying their first ever Halloween party. Everyone was in costume and having a great time. The 4 acts of order all looked at each other, admiring the costumes they all picked out. That's an awesome dragon costume you've got there, Natsu. Luffy cheered, wearing a vampire costume. Thanks, I can even fly. Natsu told them. Happy, take flight. Natsu, do I have to? Came the muffled reply from inside Natsu's dragon costume. Happy, help me show off for my friends. Natsu, I can't, you're too heavy in this costume. Ichigo looked at Naruto, who was cosplaying as his father, Minato Namikaze. Wicked outfit, man, you really do look just like your dad. He complimented. Hey, thanks Ichigo, Naruto said before adding in confusion. But, who are you supposed to be? Ichigo looked surprised. He was currently wearing a strange outfit accompanied with spiky blonde hair and a very big sword. Come on, that's obvious, isn't it? I'm Cloud Strife. Who's Cloud Strife? Naruto asked. Luffy and Natsu stopped talking to each other to look at Ichigo in confusion. I kinda want to know who that is too, Ichigo. Natsu admitted. Is he strong? He should totally join my crew if he is. Luffy added. Come on guys, stop joking around. You have to know who Cloud is, right? Ichigo tried to tell them. From Final Fantasy VII, the other 3 shook their heads. Ichigo sighed. Ah, yeah, that's right, there are no video games in your worlds. The hell are video games? Natsu asked. I like games, Luffy said excitedly. It does sound fun, Naruto admitted. Ichigo sighed again. Remind me to show you 3 sometime, he said. Ichigo then took a moment to glare at Byakuya Kuchiki, whom Rukia convinced to dress up as Sephiroth. She was wearing her usual Chappie the Rabbit costume. Even costumed Cloud and Sephiroth were mortal enemies, it seemed. Meanwhile, Sanji was fawning over Yoruichi Shihoin, who had dressed as Katana from Mortal Kombat. Soifin, who had gone as Ibuki from Street Fighter, was currently restraining herself from killing the man who was dressed like a prince. You look absolutely sexy in that outfit, Yoruichi. Sanji cheered. Thank you. You certainly look handsome yourself, Your Highness. Yoruichi smiled, flaunting her good looks. Lady Yoruichi, Soifin snarled, still restraining herself. Yoruichi, Captain Soifin, come take a look at what I dressed up the captain in. Raninku Matsumoto called out, dragging in a protesting Toshiro Hitsugaya. Let go of me, Rangaku. Toshiro yelled. It's bad enough that you put me in this costume and now you have to drag me to this dumb party. Check it out. Rangaku gestured to herself. I'm Botan from Yu Yu Hakusho. Rangaku then moved Toshiro in front of her. And he's Hiei. Yoruichi took a good look at Toshiro, who was indeed dressed as Hiei. He even had black hair in place of his usual white hair. At that moment, Yoruichi broke down and laughed. He's still so freaking short. Yoruichi cackled. Shut up, Toshiro yelled. It seemed like everyone was in high spirits, especially when it came to their costumes. Renji Abarai had dressed up as Axel from Kingdom Hearts, and was now trying to avoid people who were attempting to get him to say the catchphrase. Honestly, he should have expected that to happen. He dressed up as freaking Axel. Usopp showed off his Pinocchio outfit. Lucy Heartfilia was a beautiful princess. Urza Scarlet was the Norse goddess Frigg. Enko Mitarashi was the monster Medusa. Kiba had dressed up as the Wolf Man. The strangest costumes of the night went to Might Guy and Rock Lee. For some reason, those 2 chose to dress as themselves, saying that their youthful looks made for great costumes alone. Why was everyone in costume? There was a big contest to see who had the best costume. The winner received an unknown prize. Chitsujo smiled at how much fun everyone was having. And things would only get better once the costume contest got started. Unfortunately, all good things come to an end. Even worse, the good things ended before the contest even started. For a familiar voice spelled doom. It's so great to see a party that isn't going south due to your inability to keep everyone under control. Chitsujo almost jumped in surprise at the familiar voice but managed to keep his composure. Oh, sirs, I wasn't expecting you both tonight. ND 2014 and Ryazaki 007 nodded. Shitsujo then frowned. Aren't you supposed to be in costume? ND laughed at this. Shitsujo, Halloween is about terror. I don't need a costume for that, watch. Oh no, I don't need a demonstration, Shitsujo said. ND ignored him and addressed the nearest people, the acts of order. Ichigo, Luffy, Natsu, Naruto, how are you boys tonight? All four of them froze and went pale. They all turned slow, WLY to see ND smiling pleasantly at them. And then in unison, all four screamed in absolute terror. See, Shitsujo, ND doesn't need a costume. Ryazaki said pleasantly. Shitsujo could only nod, not want ing to know what happened between the five of them. Orochimaru gazed at Shunsui Kyoraku's released Shikai with a sense of wariness. The snake Sanin may have been extremely confident, but even he was not foolish enough to discredit the abilities Kaden Kyokutsu possessed. The ability to make children's games come to life. Such an ability may not sound very powerful at first, but it did give the Heia captain of the 13 court guards squads very versatile ways to fight, and clearly Shunsui had enough skill with his own abilities along with the general abilities of Soul Reapers to be promoted to head captain. Orochimaru had lost the use of his arms the last time he had let his guard down against a powerful opponent. He was not going to make that mistake again. So, to start what would no do be a fierce battle between two commanding officers, Orochimaru gained some distance between himself and Shunsui. He went through the required hand signs for one of his more long-ranged attacks. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru yelled, sending a large gust of wind towards Shunsui. Shunsui grinned lazily and twirled Kaden Kyokutsu. Bushogoma, he countered, rotating his blades and launching two wind blades that combined into one spinning circle of wind. Orochimaru watched as Shunsui's Bushogoma collided with the great breakthrough. The force of the two attacks cancelled each other out. He shielded his eyes from the shockwave created by the two attacks coming together. Shunsui then moved to the side. Bushogoma, he repeated, sending several more wind blades at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you expertly dodged the many spinning circles sent towards him. However, he soon lost his balance while dodging one aimed at his legs. His eyes widened, realizing that Shunsui had meant for that. He looked to see one last Bushogoma coming straight for him. Knowing that he was in trouble, Orochimaru acted quickly. Snake wall, he yelled, opening his mouth unnaturally wide. Shunsui watched with slight disgust as hundreds of snakes poured out of Orochimaru's mouth, forming a protective shield that blocked Bushogoma. The snakes were torn apart and spun about in the miniature tornado. When the attack finally ended, Orochimaru saw that Shunsui was nowhere to be seen. His eyes darted around, trying to find where his opponent had vanished. He's not to my left, he's not to my right either. And he's not behind me. Where could he be? Orochimaru's eyes widened. Above me, he realized, looking up to see Shunsui above him. Takaoni. Shunsui raised one of his blades in the air and then swinging downwards. Orochimaru snarled in anger and launched the Kusanagi blade from his mouth, clashing with the attacking blade. Orochimaru then gasped inwardly when the force of the attack floored the Kusanagi. O rock! Himaru's eyes looked upwards to see Shunsui raising his free blade in the air. He quickly whipped his head to the side, dodging what would have cleaved his head in two, something even he would not be able to come back from. Orochimaru then delivered a roundhouse kick to Shunsui's side, knocking him away and allowing the snake man to fully recover. Shunsui quickly recovered and grinned at Orochimaru, impressed with his opponent. Not bad, you recovered quickly from Takaoni. Most people can't stand up against that power boost, he stated. So that's what it was, I should have figured. Orochimaru replied, someone of your build could not possibly have that much strength unless it was enhanced, much like my former teammate, Tsunade. Shunsui laughed at that. Not true, my strength is most definitely above average. But I'll be the first to admit that Hakuda isn't my strongest suit, that honor goes to Captain Soifun or Captain Mugaruma. Those two are definitely the hand-to-hand specialists of the 13 court guard squads. Oh, Captain Soifun, Orochimaru smirked darkly. Do you mean that little girl that I'm currently holding captive back at Nirvana? Shunsui's expression darkened at this. Oh, so that's where Captain Soifun is. He noted. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded, She certainly had some impressive techniques, but unfortunately she was still nowhere near my level. That should give you more of an idea of what kind of enemy you are facing, Head Captain Kiraku. Orochimaru continued. One of your so-called elite subordinates was little more than a mere plaything meant to entertain me and cure my boredom. Shunsui sighed at this. Geez, you're just hellbent on making me mad, huh? Well, honestly you've still got a long way to go. It's been centuries since I've honestly been pissed off about anything. At this point I'm convinced that there's something wrong with me. Even old man Yama's death didn't shake me up for long. I may have lost my composure for a brief moment, but I don't think I was ever truly angry about the whole thing. That being said, I now really need to take your life. Shunsui continued. First you threaten our substitute Soul Reaper and now you brag about defeating and capturing one of my subordinates. As the head captain, I simply cannot let such things stand. Then let us continue. Orochimaru grinned. This battle has gotten me quite worked up. I haven't been this excited since my battle with Sarutobi-sensei. Shunsui grinned back. Fine by me, he said. So, the flamboyant man continued, I've showed you 2 games so far. The first, Bushogoma, was based on spinning tops. The second game was Takoni. And you actually guessed its ability perfectly. Shunsui complimented. Whoever is higher up wins the game. And once they win, they get a prize, a brief burst of strength. That can overpower the loser of the game. I see, it's just as the data we have on you said. Orochimaru noted. Your true strength lies in your numerous abilities, your versatility. I'm flattered your information gatherers think that much of me. Shunsui said. But really, I'm just your average Soul Reaper who was lucky enough to be whipped into shape by the strongest Soul Reaper in history. Shunsui grinned at Orochimaru. You know, sort of like how you were lucky enough to be whipped into shape by the strongest kage in your village's history. We're actually a bit alike. Orochimaru frowned at the fact that Shunsui had basically just said he owed his skills to Sarutobi, one of 3 people he hated most of all. The others were Minato Namikaze, for taking the position that rightfully belonged to him. And Jiraiya for being an annoying idiot for decades. But you know what the difference between you and I is, Orochimaru. Shunsui continued. I didn't get twisted by power like you did. She is a cruel mistress. And I may enjoy a pretty face, but even I know better than to fall for her charms. That's funny, Orochimaru said. I was about to say that the difference between the 2 of us is that I don't let unnecessary baggage hold me back from what's rightfully mine. Nothing's rightfully ours, Orochimaru. Shunsui countered. Well, other than death. Other than that, everything we do receive in our lives must be worked for. Chasing girls for centuries teaches that to you. Orochimaru frowned and raised the Kusanagi blade. Enough talk, he demanded. Right, sorry, Shunsui said. What do you say we move on to the next game? Shunsui looked around. Kajioni is out of the question. The only shadows here are shadows of the various people fighting. We're fighting on the plains, of course there'd be no nearby shadows. What's more, is that judging by the time of day, the shadows that are here won't be too large. That's fine, there are still plenty of games left to play. Hey, Orochimaru, Shunsui called. Would you perhaps like to test the full extent of your strength? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. What is he playing at? He wondered. Shunsui then formed a floating ball of spirit energy. It's time we play a new game, he said. Allow me to introduce Hanatsuki. Shunsui then raised one of his blades to the level of the ball of spirit energy. Now, let's play ball. Shunsui slammed the flat end of his blade against the ball. Orochimaru dodged the ball with ease, or so he thought. Looking over his shoulder, the ball changed directions and started moving towards him once more. What? Orochimaru was surprised by this. Orochimaru raised the Kusanagi blade and swung it at the ball, striking it. The ball then froze from contact and then launched itself back at Shunsui from the force Orochimaru had applied. Shunsui remained calm and batted the ball back with his own blade. The ball was now heading back at Orochimaru with greater power and force behind it than before. Orochimaru's eyes widened in realization. So that's what he's doing. Orochimaru struck the ball with the Kusanagi blade once again. The ball was sent back towards Shunsui with even greater force before. Shunsui flash stepped around Orochimaru. with the ball following him at speeds that actually managed to keep up with him. Shunsui then batted the ball back to Orochimaru from behind the snake Sannin. Orochimaru spun around as quick as he could, but barely managed to stop the ball coming towards him. Now, he had to bat it back to Shunsui. However, the increased force behind the ball from being batted around several times, along with the awkward positioning, left Orochimaru in a rather unfavorable position. Damn, Orochimaru cursed, realizing that he was in trouble. Orochimaru then suddenly emerged from his own mouth as he ball pushed past the Kusanagi blade and tore through his old body. Orochimaru looked below to see his former body be torn in half by Hanatsuki. Shunsui smiled in amusement. "Ah, now that's not fair," he said. "Usually, the loser of Hanatsuki gets torn apart by that ball. You cheated, Orochimaru." "I figured that's what it was." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. That game was basically badminton, just like the actual Hanatsuki. "Indeed." Shunsui nodded. "The rules are simple. You bat the ball of spirit energy back and forth, and whoever fails to bat the ball back loses and gets torn apart by the ball as a result." "I see," Orochimaru snarled. "That power of yours truly is terrifying." He then smirked. "It's too bad. If it weren't for the fact that my heart was set on Ichigo Kurosaki and his limitless potential and power, I'd take you as my next body, Kiraku." "Like Ichigo, I don't swing that way," Shunsui said. "Just ask my Naneo." Orochimaru was starting to get annoyed with Shunsui. Shunsui smirked at the fact that he had the advantage at the moment. "Since you're clearly tired of Hanatsuki, I'll switch the games for you. I'm a considerate guy, after all. It's now time to play Kakurenbo," Shunsui said, as his body turned transparent before becoming completely invisible, much to Orochimaru's surprise. Meanwhile, "Damn hell," Gildarts Clive muttered as he watched the battle unfold before him. "Things are really picking up out there." Shunsui had put him in charge of the remaining forces that had been left behind to act as the second wave for this assault, after the ninja and soul reapers had moved out and got into position. The second wave was to add a bit more bulk, so to speak, to the assault and overwhelm the surrounded coalition army. Jinbei, Knight of the Sea, stood next to Gildarts with his arms folded. "It's your call, Gildarts," Jinbei said. "Commander Kiraku put you in charge because he trusted you and your leadership abilities." "Hey, leadership abilities, I'm too much of a lone wolf to make a good proxy. And yet Shunsui insisted on putting me in charge." Gildarts thought to himself. Gildarts knew he could and probably should hold his forces back for just a bit longer. However, the ambush from those snakes, along the quick response of the coalition, had left him quite concerned for how this battle was going to go. With all that in mind, Gildarts came to a decision. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, he raised his hand in the air. One by one, the remaining soldiers of the 1st Division did the same. "Charge!" Gildarts yelled, throwing his hand forward, everyone else doing the same. With that, the second wave of the 1st Division charged from the trees and onto the Anemone's plains. Ichigo Kurosaki vs. Kimimaro. Kimimaro looked out to where Shunsui, Kiraku and Orikima Ru were locked in fierce combat with each other. "Lord Orochimaru's opponent is quite powerful," he noted. Kimimaro then looked out to where the rest of the 1st Division had appeared from. "And now more enemies have come for us. You and your comrades have come prepared, Ichigo Kurosaki." Ichigo Kurosaki grinned at this. "We've got no intention of being stopped here," he told him. "We're going to tear our it through your army and go on to Nirvana." Kimimaro narrowed his eyes at this. "That is quite the declaration," Kimimaro noted. "Do you know how many have made such foolhardy declarations in my presence? I will not lose to you. You pale bastard. I'm going to break every bone in your body. I'm going to defeat you, and then the monster you call your master. I remember just about every single declaration that has ever been made to me by my enemies. So many ninja from all over the world who were in way over their head," Kimimaro said disdainfully. "They foolishly challenged an enemy far beyond their capabilities. When it's all said and done, you are nothing more than another enemy to be added to that long list of fools." Ichigo frowned at what Kimimaro was saying. "You talk too much, you know that." Ichigo raised Zangetsu and flash stepped towards the last of the Kagaya clan. Ichigo reappeared in front of Kimimaro and swung the larger blade of Zangetsu at his chest, intent on delivering a devastating blow to the man right from the start. However, his blade was suddenly stopped by sharp bones sprouting from Kimimaro's hands. A few more of these sharp bones sprouted from Kimimaro's shoulders and attempted to impale Ichigo, forcing the substitute Soul Reaper to flash step away from the Bone Man. The hell was that? Ichigo wondered. What the hell kind of body structure does this guy have? This is the power you are facing. Ichigo Kurosaki. Kimimaro gestured to himself. The Shikatsumyaku, the Kekkei Genkei of my clan. This Kekkei Genkei, among many, were what made bloodline users feared and hated in my former home. The Land of Water, Kimimaro explained. The Shikatsumyaku, a technique regarded as the ultimate taijutsu ability. Kimimaro continued. The ability to turn your bones into a mighty offense and defense. Ichigo scowled at this. Geez, no wonder this guy likes to talk. He can protect himself easily with an ability like that. What you just witnessed is my first dance, the Willow Dance. Kimimaro told him. Like an actual willow, swaying in the wind, I use this dance to parry and counter my enemies' attacks with grace. Observe, Kimimaro leapt at Ichigo. With all the grace of an acrobat, Kimimaro swayed and swung about, attempting to strike at Ichigo with the bones sprouting from his body. Ichigo expertly blocked the vicious onslaught from Kimimaro with the two blades of Zangetsu. Kimimaro then surprised him by sprouting a bone from his knee. He raised his leg upwards, attempting to impale him. Ichigo leapt away from the attack, only for Kimimaro to extend his leg and then sprout a bone from the bottom of his foot. Freaking gross, Ichigo muttered, blocking the jab. I can't fight him like this, I need to create some distance. Ichigo thought. With that, Ichigo stepped away from Kimimaro and flew into the air. Kimimaro immediately caught on to where his opponent was. The Bone Man frowned at this. Distance will not save you from me, Ichigo Kurosaki. Digital spears. Kimimaro raised his hands in the air and fired two large, sharp bones at Ichigo. Ichigo blocked the attacks with ease. Who said I wanted to be saved, you bastard? He inquired calmly. Ichigo RTED gathering spirit energy around the smaller blade. He raised the sword in the air and immediately swung downwards. Getsuga Tensho. Kimimaro's eyes widened as the blade of spirit energy rushed towards him. He sprouted two more bones from his hands and attempted to block the attack, stopping it in its tracks. However, Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho was pushing against Kimimaro's bones. Kimimaro felt his heels dig into the ground, trying to stop the powerful attack. At that moment, Kimimaro heard something crack. His eyes widened, realizing what was cracking. He looked for confirmation and saw that the bones sprouting from his hands were indeed cracking. Impossible, he thought in disbelief. At that moment, the bones shattered and Kimimaro was struck across the chest. Gah! Kimimaro gasped in pain. From being hit by Ichigo's signature attack, Ichigo watched Kimimaro slid across the ground. He saw his attack fade and got a good look at the damage done to Kimimaro's body. He grinned at the fact the wood was not as great as it should have been. Well, I'll be damned, he said, your body really is unnatural. Not many look like that after getting hit by my Getsuga Tensho. They usually look much worse. Kimimaro ran his hand across the open wound. Impressive, he said, you actually broke through my defenses. My bones are stronger than steel thanks to the Shikatsumyaku. And considering that our body wasn't torn in half by my attack, it seems that your skeleton acts like armor. Ichigo noted. Correct. Kimimaro nodded. The fact that you've actually managed to damage me speaks volumes about your offensive ability. It's no wonder that Lord Orochimaru desires your body, Ichigo Kurosaki. And as his humble servant, Kimimaro continued, it is my duty to make sure he is given what he desires. Kimimaro stuck his chest out. Digital arrows, he yelled, firing several sharp bones from his ribcage. Ichigo flew away from Kimimaro's attack and struck a second time with the smaller blade. Getsuga Tensho, he yelled, firing another wave of spirit energy. Knowing that his bones were not strong enough to stop Ichigo's signature technique, Kimimaro this time leapt away from his attack, watching it tear across the ground, leaving a scar on the earth. Ichigo turned to where Kimimaro was running and now attacked with the larger blade. Getsuga Tensho, He yelled for the third time, firing an even larger, darker version of his signature attack. Kimamaro's eyes widened at the size and speed of his attack. He still managed to dodge the attack, but still lost his balance from the sheer power of the attack. Ichigo took this moment to speed towards Kimamaro, intent on decapitating him in one clean strike. Kimamaro quickly reacted and parried the attack by sprouting a large bone from his shoulder. Mimaro then raised his free hand and sprouted a sharp bone from his hand, attempting to impale Ichigo. Ichigo stopped the bone with the shorter blade. Not gaining any ground on the other, the two warriors leapt away from one another, creating some space between themselves. Ichigo glared at Kimamaro. "You are a tough guy to beat, you know that," Ichigo told him. "Never thought I'd have trouble breaking bones. And you are as impressive as the rumors say you are, Ichigo Kurosaki." "Well, thank you," Ichigo said, "although that can't possibly be why your boss wants my body so much." Kimamaro nodded. "Your great power is reason enough," he admitted. "However, what Lord Orochimaru truly desires is the longevity of your Soul Reaper form." Ichigo frowned at this. "So, he really is after immortality. I had heard of a few guys on your side who were after that, but I never thought I'd run into one. And to think he's got such a sick method of achieving it, stealing someone's body, that's just sick." Kimamaro glared at him. "Once again, do not insult Lord Orochimaru and his methods in front of me or you will regret it," he said. "I told you, there are those among us who would love a chance to be a part of Lord Orochimaru forever, like myself." "Did Orochimaru say that would be how it was?" Ichigo inquired mockingly. Kimamaro's glare hardened. He hated how Orochimaru required this cretin alive. He hated how Ichigo had been chosen to be his master's next vessel when he was back, fully healthy and still willing to become the next vessel. He hated it, he absolutely hated it. However, Orochimaru's orders were absolute, he knew that. He always knew that. His feelings did not matter. All that mattered was carrying out Lord Orochimaru's orders. Kimamaro retracted the bones into his body. "Your words infuriate me to no end. But you will not distract me from my mission," Kimamaro told him. "I will bring you to Lord Orochimaru, and you will become his next host." "Why?" "Because he has decreed it." Ichigo scowled and prepared to continue the battle. "Since you are so insistent on resisting Lord Orochimaru's will, I must teach you your place, Ichigo Kurosaki," Kimamaro told him. "I have shown you the willow dance," Kimamaro reminded him, as a bone sword sprouted from his body. "But now it is time to witness the camellia dance. Sakura Haruno vs. Fukuro." Sakura Haruno and Fukuro traded blows with one another in their battle, their fists clashing together in miniature shockwaves. Fukuro leaned forward and grinned snidely at Sakura. "Cha pa 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 pa, you're holding your own against me for now, but I'm afraid you're doomed. You don't have what it takes to stand up against a Six Powers master." "Six Powers, huh, I get it, you're part of that group that had the guys Kakashi-sensei and Ichigo fought in Lord Chitsujo's palace." "Cha pa pa, you're referring to Lucci and Kaku." Fukuro grinned. "Those two are on a completely different level than me. If you fought either of them, you'd die for sure." Fukuro leapt away from Sakura. "In fact, I'm willing to bet you'd lose to any of us as we are now, cha pa pa." "Oh, you getting cocky, fat ass." Sakura cracked her knuckles at this. "Not at all, I speak the truth," Fukuro said. Years after our defeat at Eni's lobby, we reevaluated ourselves and our strength at the time. We didn't like what we saw and returned to our training. As a result, our power levels have been raised. You really should have reevaluated your personalities," Sakura interjected. "Oh, our power levels did not just go up, we all doubled them from what they were 2 years ago," Fukuro declared giddily. "The strongest generation of CP9 has gotten stronger. Take me for example," Fukuro continued. "My power level was once 800, I have raised it to 1600. You have no chance against me, so you should just give up." Fukuro was cut off with a punch to the stomach that sent him skidding across the ground. Sakura, who had punched him, was looking at him with a look of disbelief on her face. "Unbelievable," she said with a wide-eyed gaze. Fukuro got to his feet. You punched me," he noted. "Well, you kinda left yourself wide open," Sakura told him with that look of disbelief still on her face. I saw an opening and I took it. It's not my fault you let your guard down. Fukuro glared at Sakura. What kind of assassin do you even claim to be? Sakura inquired. I mean, I'm a ninja, so we must have had similar experiences. And I was taught to never let my guard down. Fukuro snarled. Why you're dead. Fukuro leapt into the air with moonwalk. Tempest kick. Swooping owls. Fukuro kicked repeatedly, sending miniature air blades downwards towards Sakura. Sakura narrowed her eyes and dodged the air blades with ease. She's fast. Cha pa pa. Fukuro noted. Fukuro kicked the air again with moonwalk and used the momentum to spin. Tempest kick. Garuda. The brief mid-air spin increased Fukuro's momentum, creating a larger and stronger blade that was launched at Sakura. Sakura managed to leap away from the larger attack. She was immediately glad that she did. Noticing the scar Fukuro's Garuda left in the earth, Fukuro landed and struck again. Shave, he vanished, moving towards Sakura. Sakura noticed him and prepared to throw a punch. Fukuro smirked. Iron ball. He hardened his body, using the momentum to carry himself towards Sakura. Sakura threw the punch, clashing with Fukuro's hardened body. She gritted her teeth, briefly crying out in pain. The combined mass and velocity was strong enough to not only match one of her punches, but also cause her pain. This guy may be a big-mouthed idiot, but he's tough. Sakura realized. Sakura leapt onto Fukuro's large body and pushed off with her feet, creating some distance between herself and the former government assassin. Fukuro landed on his feet. Cha pa 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 pa. He laughed arrogantly. You've held your own so far, but I've yet to get serious. I've got many techniques that are ready to crush you. Sakura raised an eyebrow. Oh, funny you should say that. She dropped back into her taijutsu stance. So do I. Akaku Madarame vs. Kumadori. Kumadori took a deep breath. Akaku remained guarded, expecting him to attack. However, much to his surprise, Kumadori started to recite a haiku. Unmei Shirio. Kumadori recited, Iko baka no tabi. Care no shini. Kumadori concluded the haiku. Akaku frowns. A fated end, he translated, a fool journeys onward. To his death. Kumadori finished. Kumadori struck another one of his kabuki poses. Yoi yoi, 'tis a sad but true poem. He said dramatically. The fool journeys to his fated end, and that fated end is death. Akaku scowled at this. You say that like I fear death. He said. Kumadori was surprised at this. Akaku grinned. I don't fear death, lion bastard, I welcome it. He said. I relish the day I die in battle. For the members of Squad 11. There's no greater glory. Yoi yoi, that is truly tragic. Kumadori dramatically proclaimed. You do not appreciate your life if you truly look forward to the day you die. If you cannot appreciate your own life, then I must kill you. Akaku raised his zanpakuto and scabbard. Are we actually going to fight now, or are you going to recite another haiku? Since you are so eager to fight, I will no longer keep you waiting. We will fight now. You're speaking my language now. Akaku yelled, grinning happily as he leapt at Kumadori. Akaku slammed his scabbard against Kumadori's staff. Yelling wildly, Akaku then swung his zanpakuto at Kumadori's forehead, intent on cleaving the man in half with one strike. Iron body. Kumadori yelled, hardening his body and blocking what would have been a fatal blow. Akaku grinned happily. Excellent. He yelled with glee. You can drag this out for as long as I want it to. Kumadori forced Akaku off of him. He then started to manipulate his hair. Lion finger pistol, he yelled, forming his hair into multiple pointing hands and then stabbing at Akaku. Akaku's grin remained as he dodged every single strand of Kumadori's hair. Kumadori then drove his staff into the ground and then propped himself into the air. Swinging about, Kumadori struck again. Tempest kick. Weeping willow. He created a large air blade with both of his legs. Kumadori and Fukuro had doubled their power levels. They had both learned their own variations of their comrade Kaku's Sky Slicer. Both were weaker than what Kaku's attack was right now, but they were still powerful in their own right. Whether it was Fukuro's Garuda, which utilized spinning to gain momentum, much like Kaku, or Kumadori, who used both legs to attack, also like Kaku. Akaku laughed at the power behind the attack. Now we're talking, he yelled, dodging. Shave. Kumadori vanished and reappeared in front of Akaku. Finger pistol. Q. Kumadori started jabbing at Akaku repeatedly. Akaku laughed and blocked Kumadori's jabs with his Zanpakuto and scabbard respectively. "This is fun," he declared. Kumadori briefly paused to add more power to his final attack. Finger pistol. Break, he yelled, stabbing forward with greater force than before. Akaku quickly noticed the increased power behind this attack and held out his blade and scabbard in front of him in the shape of an X. Despite blocking the attack, Akaku was still sent flying by the sheer force of the attack. Akaku managed to land on his feet, still grinning in enjoyment. Phew, that last attack had a ton of power behind it, he noted. Kumadori struck yet another kabuki pose. Yoi yoi, I have shown you only a small extent of the power of CP9 and yet you still smile. That smile must be wiped away and replaced with a look of absolute despair. Hey, I'll be damned before I let that happen, Akaku said. You'll never stop me from enjoying a good fight. Akaku slammed his Zanpakuto and scabbard together. Extend, Hozukimaru. Kumadori watched as Akaku's sword took on the shape of its shikai. Yoi yoi, changing the shape of your weapon will not change your fate. It is just as the haiku says, you the fool have walked to his death, his fated end. As if, Akaku said, I may welcome death in battle, but if all you're going to do in this fight is try to scare me, then you're clearly not my final fight. I'm gonna win this fight, and then I'm going to go on and find my next opponent. Nalil 2 Odelschwank vs. Jabra. Jabra laughed with glee as Nalil's Zanpakuto bounced off his body harmlessly. How many times are you going to try and attack me before you realize that it's absolutely pointless? Jabra inquired. I keep telling you, my iron body is far too tough for your weak-ass sword to break through. I've increased my power level to 4,360. Jabra told her. I'm stronger than our strongest member was at the time of the Enies lobby incident. Of course, Jabra was neglecting the fact that Rob Lucci and Kaku were also stronger than him because they have also doubled their power levels. Nalil remained silent as she continued her attempts to cut Jabra. Hey, are you listening? Jabra asked. I told you that's not gonna work. Here, why don't I do you a favor and show you what a real attack looks like? Much to Nalil's surprise, Jabra actually moved despite the fact that he was still using Iron Body. Iron Body Kenpo. Full Moon. Jabra punched Nalil in the stomach, knocking her away from him. Nalil coughed up some blood and cried out in pain, but managed to land on her feet. Jabra laughed again. Nice, huh, he said. Normally Iron Body forces you to remain stationary, but with Iron Body Kenpo, I can move and attack while maintaining my defenses. The ultimate power for an assassin. The ability to kill your target with ease while defending yourself in battle. Nalil narrowed her eyes. The ultimate power for an assassin, you say? She said. You place a bit too much stock in your own defenses. Well, why wouldn't I? Jabra grinned. Your defense is far too simple, much like Hiero, the defense the Arankar use in battle. Nalil explained to him. And while that defense is impressive, it is also quite simple to break through. Nalil vanished with Sonito. Jabra's eyes widened. Nalil reappeared behind him and sheathed her sword. For a moment, nothing happened, leaving Jabra to believe that Nalil's attack had bounced off of him harmlessly once again. At that moment, he cried out in pain as blood sprayed from a fresh injury. All you have to do to break through a defense like yours is to make the offense stronger. With Berenice Gabrielli, Sternritter Q, Berenice Gabrielli found herself surrounded by several Alliance soldiers. It's just one enemy, the commanding officer yelled. We'll take her out with ease. So you claim, Berenice said. But are you absolutely certain that you can kill me? Are you certain that you're even of any use here? Every soldier within earshot froze at this. Berenice's inquiries started to ring in their heads repeatedly. Are you certain that you're as strong as you think you are? What if you're weaker than you realize? Berenice continued. All those inquiries rang in the heads of the soldiers repeatedly. One by one, they all screamed in terror as their minds were overwhelmed by the constant questioning of their abilities. Suddenly, one of them stabbed themselves in the heart. With that, all hell broke loose as every single soldier was overwhelmed by their own insecurities and as a result stabbed themselves to death. Berenice watched this all happen with a look of glee on her face. She started to laugh with maniacal glee at the sight of them all killing themselves. Such a dangerous thing, my power is, she said. I don't even have to lift a finger in order to get my enemies to kill themselves. The power of me, Sternritter Q, the question, Berenice Gabrielli. Karui and Kuritsuchi vs. Jerome Guizbat. Jerome Guizbat laughed with glee as he easily blocked and parried every single attack aimed at him by the Rock and Cloud Kunoichi. You two are so weak, you can't even break through my blood vein. Karui and Kuritsuchi both glared at the giant, beastly man. Hate to be a downer, but he's kinda right. Karui noted. Honestly, I'm amazed my katana hasn't broken yet. If you've got a plan, Kuritsuchi, I'd very much like to hear it. Kuritsuchi gazed at Jerome, trying to come up with a plan. If physical attacks won't work, we're just going to have to use ninjutsu. Karui nodded in agreement. Fine by me, the further I stay from that guy, the better. Getting hit by one of his punches isn't exactly high on my to-do list. I hear you, Kuritsuchi said in agreement, and since we're both in agreement, let's stay far away from him. Jerome overheard this and laughed. You stupid girls, you can stay as far away from me as possible and it wouldn't mean a damn thing. I'm still gonna crush you both. Jerome summoned a double-bladed axe made of reishi. He then harenkyaku D towards them both and raised the axe in the air. Karui and Kuritsuchi both gasped and leapt away from his attack. What, you think my size means I'm slow? Don't underestimate me, Jerome yelled. Suchi and Karui were separated by Jerome's vicious assault. Hey, at the rate you girls are going, I'm not even going to need the powers His Majesty gave me to win this fight. Jerome declared arrogantly. Karui glared at Jerome and went through some hand signs for a lightning-style jutsu. Lightning style. Lightning bolt jutsu. Using her hands as a medium, Karui channeled lightning-based chakra and fired them at Jerome. Jerome grinned and dispersed the attack with a swing of his axe. Come on, you can do better than that, right? He mocked. Actually we can. Kuritsuchi struck, lava style, quicklime bullets. Jerome kept grinning and dispersed Kuritsuchi's attack as well. Seriously, you're using the attacks that took out those weak-ass peons. I was asking if you could do better, not as bad as you are right now. Kuritsuchi then surprised Jerome by grinning. Deception is a shinobi's greatest weapon, she told him. Jerome raised an eyebrow at this. The hell are you lecturing me for? He began before realizing what was happening. At that moment, a second Kuritsuchi came up from the ground. Lava style. Quicklime congealing jutsu. Jerome could only cry out in pain as his legs were covered by quicklime. Damn it to hell, my blood vein won't work on attacks like this. Kuritsuchi quickly moved to harden the quicklime while the second Kuritsuchi dissolved into mud. Water style. Water trumpet jutsu. She spat out water onto the quicklime, hardening it instantly, leaving Jerome trapped where he stood. Damn, he cursed. He then remembered how the irritatingly arrogant and condescending Najakup had pointed out to him that he let his guard down way too much. That he put way too much stock in his size and abilities. Jerome rarely took him seriously. Perhaps he should have. Karui, Kuritsuchi yelled. Right. Karui struck again, channeling lightning chakra in her sword. Lightning style. Lightning spear. Karui fired a sharp bolt of lightning aimed at one of Jerome's vital areas, his head. Jerome quickly caught onto this and leaned his head to the side. He managed to dodge what would have been a fatal strike. However, the bolt tore through the side of his neck. Jerome cried out at this. He clutched his injured neck, trying to stop the blood from spurting out of his open wound. Those damn bitches, he snarled. The more bestial side to his personality was starting to come out due to the pure rage he felt at the moment. At that moment, both Karui and Kuritsuchi noticed a change in him physically. His body started to become more beast-like than it was before. What's happening to him? Karui wondered. Don't know. Don't care. I say stop him before he has a chance to do whatever it is he's trying to do. Kuritsuchi replied. Kuritsuchi did some hand signs for a fire-style jutsu. Fire style. She yelled. Flame bomb jutsu. Kuritsuchi breathed out a large ball of fire that sped towards Jerome. The ball of fire immediately exploded on impact, forcing both Kuretsuchi and Karui to both shield their eyes from the blast. When the blast faded and the dust settled, however, both were stunned to see Jerome mostly unharmed. His body had completely changed and had become more beast-like. He looked like a monstrous ape now. Ha ha ha. Jerome laughed in a more monstrous voice. You girls have really done it now. Prepare to face the power of Sternritter R, the roar. Well, that name's subtle, Kuretsuchi muttered. Not the time to joke around, Kuretsuchi. Karui said to her. With that, Jerome let out a loud and beastly roar that shattered the hardened quicklime around his legs. Kuretsuchi and Karui both cried out in pain as they were both struck by the sound waves from Jerome's roar, flooring them both immediately. Jerome grinned maniacally at them both. Battle cries are usually used to intimidate enemies. He told them. However, my cries are so powerful they can be used as weapons. Kuretsuchi tried to get to her feet but found herself clutching her chest, crying out in pain. Damn, that blast shattered my ribs. How the hell can a roar actually do something like that? Kuretsuchi looked to the side to see Karui struggling to prop herself up with her katana. Karui's not doing so well as well. There's no way we can fight this guy in our condition. Kuretsuchi looked at the now advancing Jerome with newfound fear. I've only seen what the Sternritter can do so far, but have never truly experienced it. I can't believe they're capable of feats like this. Suddenly, several Alliance soldiers appeared in front of Kuretsuchi and Karui. Ms. Kuretsuchi, don't worry, we'll take it from here. The one in the lead declared. Kuretsuchi's eyes widened. You idiots, she yelled. Did you not see what he just did? You can't just overwhelm him with numbers. Jerome laughed at this. She's right, you fools, he said in agreement. 2, 20, 200, even 2,000. It doesn't matter. Anyone within range of my roars are dead. With that, Jerome let out another devastating roar that tore across the land and into the Alliance soldiers. They all screamed as they were eviscerated by the sheer force of the attack. Kuretsuchi and Karui both screamed as they were struck by the attack as well. Kitsuchi vs. Lloyd. Kitsuchi looked out to where his daughter was in concern. Kuretsuchi, he yelled. Don't take your eyes off the enemy, you fool. Kitsuchi gasped in pain as he was suddenly punched in the stomach by Lloyd, who was still transformed into him and was now using Kitsuchi's stone fist jutsu to increase his power. Kitsuchi clutched his stomach. Geez, so that's what it feels like, he muttered. Lloyd laughed. Impressive, don't you think? He inquired. I have all your powers, but none of your weaknesses, like that concern for your daughter. Kitsuchi recovered and glared at Lloyd. It's only weakness to you, Sternritter, he said. But trust me when I say this, when you're holding your little girl for the first time, you're filled with a sense that you need to do whatever needs to be done for her. Being a parent does not make you weak, it makes you strong because it gives you someone to cherish and protect. And yet you allowed your child to become a kunoichi. Seems rather strange to me, Lloyd admitted, because a parent must also give his child a chance to become strong on her own. However, that still doesn't change the fact that a parent's duty is to protect his child. When Kuretsuchi was born, I vowed to become an immovable wall that would protect her and my village. That is my will of stone, to become an immovable force for those who mean everything to me. An immovable wall, you say? Lloyd looked amused at this. It really doesn't matter if the wall is immovable, you know. Lloyd ran towards Kitsuchi and punched him to the ground. Even if they are immovable, all walls are brought down eventually. Kitsuchi recovered quickly and sped through some hand signs while he was near the ground. Earth style. Earthquake slam. Lloyd's eyes widened as he was suddenly knocked off guard by the ground cracking beneath him. With that, Kitsuchi took the opportunity to deliver a hard uppercut to Lloyd's jaw. Lloyd cried out as he was knocked into the air by Kitsuchi's surprise attack. He managed to land on his feet and raised his stone-covered arm in the air just in time to stop another punch thrown by Kitsuchi. Lloyd laughed at this. Well now, that's more like it, he said. I was starting to wonder where I really got this power, because up until now it didn't look like it came from you. Glad to see I'm no longer disappointing you, Kitsuchi said as he started to go through several one-handed signs. Now I think I'm going to get to work at dismantling that arrogant look on your face. Lloyd gasped. One-handed signs, he thought in shock. Earth style. Stone fist jutsu. Kitsuchi's free arm was suddenly surrounded by stone. Before Lloyd could react, Kitsuchi punched him square in the jaw, knocking him away. Lloyd, despite the throbbing pain in his jaw, managed to recover and land on his feet. "Hey, you're certainly persistent, Kitsuchi," he complimented. "It's a shame, considering that I cannot copy that about you. That would be my brother's talent. However, your power is all I need to destroy you." With that, Lloyd began a series of hand signs. Tiger, ram, rat. Kitsuchi's eyes widened. "Oh crap, not that technique." Lloyd grinned and slammed his palms to the ground. "Earth style. Mountain jutsu." Kitsuchi threw a smoke bomb around him as two halves of a mountain sprouted up on either side of him. "What the hell was that supposed to do?" Lloyd inquired arrogantly as the two halves slammed together. Dispersing the smoke instantly, Lloyd laughed as he saw the carnage that was Kitsuchi's body. However, he immediately stopped laughing when he saw the body dissolve into mud. "Oh, that sneaky bastard," Lloyd snarled as the ground cracked in front of him. Lloyd leaned back as Kitsuchi attempted another uppercut. Lloyd's quick dodge allowed him to avoid the Rock Jonin's attack. Kitsuchi immediately vanished back underground. Lloyd regained his composure and grinned again. "You idiot, did you already forget that I have access to all your techniques?" He sped through some different hand signs and slammed his palms on the ground once more. "Earth style. Erupt." A volcano sprouted from the ground and shot Kitsuchi into the air. Kitsuchi screamed from the force of the blast. Lloyd laughed and leapt into the air. "Take this," he yelled, hammering Kitsuchi back to earth with his stone fist. Kitsuchi groaned in pain, his voice cracking. It was at this moment he realized he was in serious trouble. Yumachika Yasugawa vs. Yomizu. Yumachika was loath to admit it, but this dog man was a difficult opponent. Well, he was difficult due to the fact that Yumachika was seriously holding back at the moment. If he just used the true power of his Zanpakuto, he could end the fight in an instant. But he was still in the presence of Captain Zaraki and Akaku. He could not use his true power in front of them. So, the fifth seat of Squad 11 settled for dueling Yomizu of Grimoire Heart with just Fujikujuku. Yomizu cackled arrogantly and launched another attack at Yumachika. "Zan!" he yelled, creating a giant air blade that forced Yumachika to duck. "Good, he missed my hair too," Yumachika thought to himself. Yomizu created another word with his Orient Solid script magic. "Ran." He slashed repeatedly, sen. Ding smaller but faster air blades towards Yumachika. Yumachika's eyes widened at the sheer speed of the attack. Absolute focus was needed in order to stop something like this. Yomizu laughed and continued to attack. "Ran, ran, ran, ran," he yelled repeatedly. Yumachika speedily blocked every single air blade coming towards him. Yomizu laughed at the sight. "You may be able to block my attacks now, Soul Reaper. But your speed will wear down eventually." Yomizu then pointed his sword at Yumachika. "Suranuki," he yelled, extending the length of his sword. Yumachika gasped, noticing that the blade was coming straight for his heart. He lowered his guard so that he could move. He managed to avoid the fatal blow, but his arm was still pierced by Suranuki, and he was still cut up by the remains of Yomizu's ran as a result. Yomizu chuckled and retracted his blades. "See, this is what happens when you take on someone who isn't restricted by suffocating rules," Yomizu told him. Yumachika groaned in annoyance at this. "Damn you," he said. "Look at what you've done to my body. I'm covered in cuts now. I look so hideous right now. If I get any permanent scars from this, I will kill you." "Ha, you won't ha. Vey to worry about scars because you're not going to live past today." With that, Yomizu rushed Yumachika and crossed blades with one another. Steel met steel multiple times as the two warriors attempt to get the upper hand against each other. Yumachika then took advantage of the uniquely shaped blades that made up Fujikujuku to toss Yomizu's sword in the air. Yumachika smirked. "I've got you now." He raised Fujikujuku in the air. Yomizu grinned. "Oh really?" He quickly used his fingers to write a character in the air. "Show." Yumachika's eyes widened. "What? Like our Kido spell?" Yumachika gasped in pain as he was suddenly struck by what felt like a forceful gust of wind, pushing him back. Yomizu then took the opportunity to catch his sword. Kan. He attacked again, launching a sharp form of magic energy towards Yumachika. Yumachika held Fuji Kujaku in front of him and managed to block the attack. The fifth seat panted slightly in exhaustion. The many injuries he had already received from Yomizu in this battle were wearing on him. To think that this ugly brute is giving me so much trouble. Yumachika lamented. He may actually manage to kill me. Damn, I don't like the idea of dying at the hands of someone so hideous, but still. Yumachika was suddenly cut from his thoughts when he was struck in the back by multiple speeding projectiles, sending him to his knees. Pay. Excellent. Kawazu cackled, standing behind Yumachika with his arms folded. The chicken. But what happened to? Yumachika then noticed something that made his eyes widen. Kusaka, Hayakuyama, he yelled to the downed Alliance soldiers in concern. Kawazu made his way over to Yumachika. Nice huh? My egg magic may not sound like much, but it doesn't change the fact that I am a respected member of Grimoire Heart, just like Yomizu is. Me and my magic are very powerful. Pay, poor you. There's no way you can take on the both of us. Yomizu laughed in agreement while Yumachika growled in anger at the two. Meanwhile, with Jinpachi Munashi and Kushimaru Kuriare, an explosion rang out as the bodies of Alliance soldiers flew into the air. Meanwhile, a sword attached to a sharp-looking wire pierced through multiple foes with one throw. Jinpachi Munashi grinned and rolled up the large scroll that was attached to his unique sword, the explosive blade, while Kushimaru Kuriare suddenly vanished and caught his long blade, which he had thrown earlier. Expertly manipulating his blade and the wire that was attached to it, Kushimaru pulled the many screaming soldiers he had just impaled together. Finishing his slaughter, he pulled the wire from their bodies. Jinpachi laughed at this. This is way too easy. He said, we need to find one of the big guys soon or I might die of boredom. If only, Kushimaru said with a disdainful look hidden behind his mask, that would be most welcome. The two swordsmen may have been the infamous heartless duo of the Hidden Mist Village during their original lifetimes, but the story gets a bit complex from there. The truth of the matter was that they absolutely hated each other. Kushimaru hated Jinpachi for his brutal and unrefined tactics, as he strongly believed that killers should have an air of grace in battle and murder. In a way, he was a classic sadist. He loved to see the looks of pain on his enemy's face when he killed them and knew that was impossible when they were just blown up. Like with Jinpachi's explosive blade. Jinpachi on the other hand despised Kushimaru for his arrogant and condescending nature, along with his boring methods of killing people. To Jinpachi, it didn't matter how someone died as long as they died. This line of thinking along with his unique sword, made him arguably one of the most effective killers in Mist's history, even among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. That reputation was given to him for better or worse, considering that he tended to get many civilians caught in the blast as well. Luckily for him, in the corrupt days of the Mist, he got away with a lot of what he did, even the murder of his older brother. Jinpachi glared at Kushimaru. You damn twig, he said. One of these days I'm gonna turn this blade on you, you hear? I'd welcome that as well. It'd give me the chance to put you down like a rabid dog. Kushimaru admitted. But, we have a job to do. It's time we move on to the higher-ups of this army. Kushimaru and Jinpachi's eyes then widened. Their instincts acted up as they both leapt away from what looked like a flying slash aimed at the both of them. Higher-ups, huh, well, why don't you look no further than here? Kushimaru and Jinpachi turned to see their attacker. After all, Roronoa Zoro continued, you're dealing with the man who will become the universe's greatest swordsman. Zoro then gestured to the person next to her. Oh, and Kagura too. Kagura Mikazuki had a deadpan expression on her face. Charming, she muttered, without realizing that Zoro had not acted like that to be rude but was just well dense. Zoro pointed the shisui at them both. I should warn you both though, it's unwise to bite off more than you can chew. Kushimaru grinned. You believe this guy, Jinpachi? Either he's got a few screws loose or he honestly thinks he's got a chance against us. Jinpachi chuckled at this. What do you say we show him how wrong he is? Kushimaru readied his long blade. For once, I agree with you. Yumachika Yasugawa versus Kawazu and Yomizu. Hey, Yomizu, who do you think should deal the final blow to this guy first? Kawazu inquired. It should be me of course. Yomizu replied. I did all the effort. Yeah, but I'm the one who incapacitated him with my eggs. Kawazu countered. Only because I weakened him and had all of his attention. Kawazu froze at this for a moment. He then grabbed Yumachika by the back of his neck and lifted him up. Fair enough, stab the bastard, he said. Yomizu grinned and raised his sword in the air. Too bad, the fight was starting to get interesting too. Yomizu then noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He then gasped. Kawazu frowned. Yomizu. Kawazu, behind you, Yomizu yelled. Kawazu turned around just in time to see what was coming towards him, and was smacked aside by a giant hand in the process. Kawazu squawked in pain as he was knocked away from Yumachika. No longer surrounded, Yumachika got to his feet and slashed at Yomizu. Yomizu gasped in pain as his armor was cut through. The wound was not deep, however, thanks to said armor. Yumachika leapt away and joined his savior. You still good, Yumachika? Choji Akamichi inquired. I can still fight, Yumachika replied. Geez, I can't believe such an unattractive person saved me. I'll never be able to live this down, Yumachika thought to himself. That being said, he continued, having another go these two hideous creatures does sound quite appealing. Alright then, let's take these two out. Yumachika paused, realizing that he did not know Choji's name. Choji's sweat dropped, catching on immediately. He sighed, resigned to the fact that he was stuck with this guy for a while. Right, let's go. With Jerome Guizbat. Jerome Guizbat laughed and beat his chest like a gorilla as he advanced on Kuretsuchi and Karui, who were still shaken from the last roar. Not that it hasn't been fun you two, he said, but I've got no interest in dragging things out with losers like yourselves when I'll be fighting someone who can actually give me a challenge. Jerome slammed his fists together. Now then, prepare to be blown away, he yelled before taking a deep breath, preparing to let out a fatal roar to take down Karui and Kuretsuchi. Crap, can't get away fast enough, Kuretsuchi thought in defeat. Just as Jerome was about to let out his roar, however, a flaming kick to the head knocked him on his back. Kuretsuchi and Karui gasped in shock as a familiar face covered in flames landed on his hands and then propped himself back up on his feet, and he did not look happy. Jerome got to his feet. Grr, okay, who has the balls? He snarled. Sanji glared at Jerome. If there's one easy way to make me want to kick your ass, it's to hurt pretty ladies, he said. And unluckily for you, I will always see whenever I sense a few damsels in distress. Kuretsuchi breathed a sigh of relief. Boy, am I glad we had backup at the ready, she thought to herself. Sanji then smiled pervertedly at Kuretsuchi and Karui. Kuretsuchi swan, Karui swan. Are you two okay? Karui had a disgusted look on her face. Ew, she muttered. Kuretsuchi finally managed to regain her bearings from Jerome's previous roar and get to her feet. We're fine, Sanji. Thanks for buying us some time. Anything for you two sexy beauties. Sanji waved his arms about like a fool. Sanji turned his attention back to Jerome. Now don't you worry, your knight in shining armor will crush this brute for you. Hey, we're Kunoichi, you jackass, we don't need a knight in shining armor, Karui yelled. Kuretsuchi walked up to Sanji's side. Yelling aside, she's right. We're not some helpless damsels, she reminded him. We're warriors, just like you. Kuretsuchi glared at Jerome. If you're going to take this bastard out, you're going to do it with our assistance. Meanwhile, with Lloyd scowled at the new enemy Jerome was facing. Che, so Black Leg Sanji's now here, huh? Geez, I don't even think Jerome realizes who he's dealing with. The roar may be powerful, but that guy's one of the top 3 fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates, he's not to be underestimated. Lloyd looked down at the immobile Kitsuchi. He chuckled at the sight and raised his right arm, which was still covered in stone, into the air. First things first, I'm going to eliminate you, Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi growled in anger at this. Damn it, I can't move, he thought. Now die, Lloyd yelled, throwing a downwards punch. Before Lloyd could go any further, however, his stone arm was suddenly struck by a palm strike that came out of nowhere. Much to his surprise, the stone shattered upon impact. Lloyd gasped in shock. That's impossible, he yelled in disbelief, turning to see who had attacked him. Before he could see his newest opponent, he was struck in the face by a Seiko ND palm strike that sent him skidding across the ground. Kitsuchi's eyes widened. Bacchus grow. The ace of the Quattro Cerberus Guild stood above Kitsuchi, grinning happily. Now that was a wild entrance. Almost like a hero making a last-minute save. Hey, well, I am the wildest man around after all. Kitsuchi got over his surprise at Bacchus coming to his rescue to warn him. Bacchus, be careful, this guy copies our appearances and our powers. He yelled. Oh, well, that ain't wild at all. Bacchus frowned, slipping into the stance of his personal martial art, the drunk chop hanging palm. Lloyd recovered and got to his feet. The drunk falcon, huh. Well now, this'll make for a good new look, he noted, reverting to his original form. Bacchus looked at him in awe. Ooh, hey, Kitsuchi, he's not you anymore. Lloyd smirked and his third eye trained itself on Bacchus. Indeed, but now I'm about to become someone else, you. Bacchus watched as Lloyd transformed into himself. Bacchus' eyes widened. Whoa, he really can transform into me, he noted, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Not only that, but I now have all of your abilities. Lloyd told him. Now, you're going to feel exactly what anyone who's ever lost to you feels. Bacchus grinned. You may be able to transform into me, he said, but you'll never be able to copy my untamable spirit. That should give me the edge I need to beat myself. Bacchus continued. So let's rumble. Meanwhile, with Gildart's Clive. This guy's a monster. A coalition soldier screamed in fear before being knocked away with a hard punch to the skull. Gildart's Clive grinned triumphantly as the coalition army trembled at the mere sight of him. What, did you guys really think what you saw earlier was all we had in store for you? Come on, the first wave was just a prelude, the real show starts now. Let this be a lesson to you coalition losers. Gildarts continued. Don't underestimate the 1st Division of the Allied forces. Meanwhile, further away, further down the Anemone's plains, just out of reach of the naked eye, a giant of a man with a giant axe to match peered ahead through binoculars, surveying the battle. He scowled at what he saw. So they had a second wave hanging back. Figures. There's no way that could have been all of them. It appears that Orochimaru was correct to have me hang back from the main force. But still, he's now dealing with a force that will box him in at this rate. The first wave was meant to spread out and box the enemy in, and the second wave is now acting as added muscle to completely crush everyone inside the box. They may not be completely trapped, but they're still practically surrounded at this point. I suppose this means I'm going to have to offer my assistance now. Very well, as the warrior with the tightest defense Sentomaru will fulfill my duty to the coalition army. And that goes for you as well, PX0. Sentomaru addressed another giant of a man that stood nearby. PX0, also known as Bartholomew Kuma of the Seven Warlords, nodded. Orders recognized, he said emotionlessly. Pacifista Unit PX0 is combat ready. Sentomaru nodded. The rest of you better be ready too, these aren't your average trash we're dealing with. Behind Sentomaru stood a small group of around 24 other Pacifista. With Kuma, that brought the total up to 25. Pacifista force, move out. Sentomaru yelled. Back at the battle. As the battle of the Anemone's plains continued, soldiers slowly started to notice several figures coming towards them in the distance. Hey, an Alliance soldier called out. I think the enemy is bringing in reinforcements. Small lights shone where these figures were. Within seconds, several laser beams sped into view and struck the ground all around the soldiers, sending them all into the air, screaming in terror and pain. Shunsui Kyoraku vs. Orochimaru. Orochimaru noticed the explosions and smirked. Ah, I was wondering when he was going to show up. The snake Sanin then gasped as he was impaled from behind. Shunsui then appeared, grinning at him. Gotcha, he said. Orochimaru smirked and shed his body once again, reappearing unharmed. Not yet, I'm afraid. He taunted. Shunsui looked over at the explosions. So, you mind telling me what's going on over there? He inquired. Oh, isn't that obvious, Kyoraku? Orochimaru grinned arrogantly. That's my backup. The Pacifista have arrived, and they are here to pacify you and your comrades in a very painful way. Soul King Brook's empty eye sockets, he was a skeleton after all, were wide with terror. He knew what had just attacked. The memories of that nightmarish day were still fresh in his mind. Hell, he was willing to wager that those memories were still in the minds of all his friends. That day on Sabayati, the day the Straw Hat Pirates suffered a complete and total defeat at the hands of the warlord Bartholomew Kuma and the world government. That was truly a horrible day. They had all been attacked by Kuma, Sentomaru, Kizaru, and a pacifista all at different moments. They only barely managed to destroy the pacifista, but were wiped out one by Kuma, who separated them and sent them all across the world. Sure, Kuma had the hidden motivation to save them and had done what he had done so that they would know they still need to become much stronger, but it still did not change the fact that the day they were separated on Sabayati was one of the worst days of Brook's entire life, and that was saying a lot, considering what his life had been like before joining the Straw Hats. It was that day that had burned into his the capabilities of the cyborg weapons of the world government, the pacifista. Bartholomew Kuma lookalikes that were extremely powerful and very dangerous to anyone who was not on the world government's side. In other words, people like him. Brook started to shake with fear. Sure, he had become much stronger than he had been that day, but he was still uncertain whether he could take on a pacifista. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji are definitely able to do so. Robin and Frankie perhaps would be able to as well, but him, along with Chopper, Nami and Usopp for that matter, he honestly was not so sure. Yasuto, Ra Sato, aka Chad, looked out at the advancing pacifista. "Hey, Brook, what are those things?" he inquired. Brook looked at Chad. "Pacifista," he said, "powerful living weapons created by the world government." Chad remained silent for a moment. He then nodded. "Okay, I guess we need to go beat them up then." Brook's mouth dropped open. "What? Did you not hear what I just said? Those things mean business. Us looking at them brings back horrible memories that make me sick to my stomach," he yelled, flailing his arms about. Brook briefly calmed down to take note of what he had just said. "And let me tell you, that's saying a lot considering I don't even have a stomach," he said, still managing to make a skull joke despite the situation. "But seriously though, Chad, they mean business." Brook went back to ranting. A few nearby coalition soldiers grinned arrogantly at Chad. "You should listen to the skeleton, Muscles," the one in the lead said. "The pacifista don't mess around. You guys are doomed now that they've entered the battle." Chad looked at them with his usual stoic expression. Suddenly, he moved towards them with surprising speed thanks to the Fullbring technique known as Lightbringer. Before the soldiers could react, Chad knocked them all out with a few quick punches. "Bragging's not a wise thing to do," Chad told them. "You tend to look really stupid when you brag." Chad looked out at the rapidly advancing pacifista. "It doesn't matter how strong they are. We still have to beat them in the end, so what's the point of acting scared?" Brook's eyeless sockets went wide again, realizing the point that Chad was trying to make. "Yo ho ho ho," he laughed. "You are absolutely right, Chad. It doesn't matter at all. There still are enemies and still must be driven back. All right then, it's time to steal my nerves. Put on my war face and get ready to kick some ass. Because I see an ass kicking in the future of the pacifista. Not that I have eyes to see, of course." "Yo ho ho ho." Chad smiled lightly and nodded. "This won't be easy," he admitted to himself. However, Ichigo's not backing down. He's going all out for the people of this country along with our new comrades here. So I won't back down either. Meanwhile, with Sentomaru pointed his massive axe at the 1st Division. "All units, move out," he ordered. "You have your orders programmed into you. Target all soldiers who identify as the Allied forces. Parameters recognized," the pacifista all said in unison. Sentomaru kept his eyes on Bartholomew Kuma as he scattered along with the rest of the pacifista Sentomaru had brought with him. The Marine captain and former officer of the Science Division had to admit that he was still very suspicious of Bartholomew Kuma. The man's actions 2 years ago at Sabayati were questionable to say the least. Sentomaru had been well aware of Kuma and his powers, and as such, knew what the paw fruit, Kuma's devil fruit, did. It simply did not add up. They were all ordered to wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates and any other crew that had been on the archipelago at the time. However, Kuma sent them all away with his powers. The problem, however, was that at the time they did never had any cases of someone still being alive after one of Kuma's assaults. With no actual evidence against Kuma or the Straw Hats surviving, they simply had to accept that wherever they were most likely dead. Sentomaru thought differently, however. He knew that Kuma had the power to repel. His powers did not explicitly state that they were used to kill. Like with any power, the only time power can be used to kill is if the user wishes it. That meant that if Kuma wanted to, he could have repelled the Straw Hats safely to who knows where. Straw Hat Luffy showing up at Marineford had proven Sentomaru's suspicions for the most part. But Straw Hat was infamous for his immense luck, and if he had managed to defeat Crocodile, Gecko Mariah, and Rob Lucci, then he had a ton of it. By the time it as shown that all the Straw Hats were alive and well, it did not matter if Sentomaru was right or not about Kuma. By that time, Kuma had been fully converted to a cyborg, PX0. If Kuma did betray the world government, then his punishment has already been dealt to him. He will serve as a weapon for them for as long as the pacifista are needed by the world government. That of course led to the quest as to why Kuma would agree to such a thing if he never was as loyal to the world government as he had claimed to be, but again, it did not matter to Sentomaru. Kuma was PX0 now as far as he was concerned. And that was who he would be for the rest of his life. Back at the battle, Pacifista, a new world pirate, yelled in concern. Crap, how many of them are there? Another wondered. I count over 20 at least. A third yelled, oh God, we have to deal with over 20 of those. One pacifista trained its gaze on this particular group of Alliance soldiers. Targets locked, recognized as enemy soldiers, it said in an emotionless tone. Preparing to fire. See crap, we need to get away from that. The pacifista fired a laser beam before anyone could run. However, an imposing figure got in between the laser and the pirates. Holding his hand out, the beam of light was suddenly dispersed and scattered. The group of soldiers all gasped in surprise over who had just saved them. Gildarts. They all yelled with relief. Stand firm, guys, Gildarts told them. There's no way in hell we're going to let these hunks of junk beat us. The pacifista turned its attention to Gildarts. It took a moment to analyze its brand new enemy. Enemy recognized as Gildarts Clive. Background. Ace of Fairy Tale Guild and Master of Ability Type Magic known as Crash. Well, would you look at that, my reputation precedes me. Gildarts said happily. Now is not the time to be happy. The soldiers yelled in annoyance. Database shows Gildarts Clive as low S-class target marked for immediate termination. Units are free to use any means necessary to eliminate. Low. Gildarts repeated in shock, his mouth dropping open. I'm low. I'm the ace of the strongest guild in Fury, who the hell's higher than me? Well, there are the division commanders. Our alliance leaders, Supreme Commander Dragon, the Acts of Order, Lord Chitsujo. That was a rhetorical question, idiot. Gildarts yelled. Orders acknowledged. Gildarts Clive, now priority target. Prepare for execution. Gildarts turned his attention back to the pacifista. Execution, huh, well, I kinda like living, so I'm afraid you're going to have to forget about killing me. Pacifista did not respond and simply prepared to fire another laser beam. Not going to listen, huh? Fine by me, I prefer talking with my fists anyway. The pacifista fired its laser at Gildarts, only for him to dispel the blast once again with his crash. If you don't want to get put in the scrap heap, you're going to have to do a lot better than that. Gildarts yelled, crushing evil, spreading the truth. Ikazuki. Gildarts struck the pacifista with what looked like a bolt of lightning, that knocked the pacifista away from him. The pacifista, despite the visible damage on its chest, managed to remain standing and resume its advance on Gildarts. Gildarts whistled in appreciation at the pacifista's cyborg modifications, which had become visible due to the damage he had dealt it. Damn, that is some freaky looking stuff right there, he said. So Ikazuki didn't do much, huh? Well, I should have figured, compared to what else I can bust out, it's really not that powerful. Gildarts thought to himself. Stay back, all of you. Gildarts yelled, exerting his extraordinarily high magic power. I'm going to take care of this thing myself. But Gildarts, the first new world pirate, began. Listen to him, man. The second cut him off. Gildarts can take care of himself against that thing. Guys like us would only get in his way. With that, the soldiers ran from Gildarts and the pacifista to find somewhere else to provide aid to their comrades. The pacifista took aim at Gildarts again and fired another laser beam at him. This time, Gildarts did not dispel the attack with his crash. This time, he dodged the attack and leapt into the air. Above the pacifista, Gildarts grinned and slammed his fist into the skull of the pacifista. "Misery," he yelled, knocking the giant cyborg into the ground. The pacify Santa hit the ground and his head shattered from Gildarts' punch. Gildarts watched in satisfaction as a massive crater was created from a mixture of his powerful magic and his phenomenal physical strength. At that moment, a large sumo-looking man with a giant axe walked into view. "Very impressive, you destroyed PX-9 without much effort. With skills like yours, you'd definitely survive in the new world. Who knows, maybe even thrive." "Well, thank you, I do take pride in the power I've gained for the sake of my guild," Gildarts replied, still grinning. "So, I take it you're the leader of this bunch of robots." "The technical term is cyborgs," Sentomaru said in annoyance. "And yes, I am leading this group. I am Sentomaru, a marine captain and a former bodyguard. I have the world's tightest defense." "Is that so?" Gildarts was now interested. "Want to test it against the Fairy Tail Guild's strongest offense?" Sentomaru did not seem to appreciate Gildarts' eagerness to face him. That being said, the chance to test his strength against someone as powerful as Gildarts would be quite the test for his tight defense. Not only that, but if he succeeded, he would be hailed by the higher-ups as the man who defeated Fairy Tail's ace. A man who many have stated to be a huge threat any army he comes across. Sentomaru took his position very seriously, and as such he wanted to at least feel like he was receiving the proper respect for his station. But he digresses at the moment. Now, Sentomaru did not know much about this world, but if the rumors were true, then Gildarts' mere presence alone was enough to see Oz entire dark guilds to flee rather than fight him. That alone gave him a good indication of how powerful this particular opponent is. With this in mind, Sentomaru dropped into his sumo stance. "If I may inquire something of you, Gildarts," Sentomaru requested. "I am rather curious about something." "Shoot, I'm not going anywhere." Gildarts shrugged. "Why are several legal organizations like the legal guilds of this world aiding pirates? Criminals. Such a thing is unheard of," Sentomaru said. Gildarts thought the answer over for a moment. Then, much to Sentomaru's surprise, he burst out laughing. "You mean you don't know why? How old are you, buddy? Because if you aren't as old as you look, then that would explain how naive you are." Sentomaru frowned at Gildarts' response. Gildarts stopped laughing and spoke again. "Let me answer your question with a question of my own. Why is the world government allying with pirates? And I'm not talking about the 7 warlords of the sea." Sentomaru looked, surprised at the fact that Gildarts knew. Gildarts grinned. "What? Surprised I know that tidbit of info? Come on, man, news travels fast here. I heard recently that a pirate Zoro and his friends took Oop before they went out to that place called the Grand Line that had turned himself into a demon for more power. I think his name was Kuro if I remember correctly. Being close to Shunsui in rank certainly has its perks." Gildarts noted mentally. Sentomaru got over his surprise and responded. "They are allies of convenience, nothing more and nothing less. Lord Kontan has assured us that they will aid us in our goals without question. After the war, they will have the opportunity to be fully pardoned from their crimes, and if they continue they will be punished like any criminal." Gildarts whistled at this. "That seemed like some sensitive information you just gave out. There are certainly some people on my side who'd like to know how you got some of the real scum of the sea on your side. For having the tightest defense. You have a big mouth, sumo man." Sentomaru frowned. "Do not misunderstand, I gave the information freely, not because you asked." Gildarts looked at Sentomaru with a deadpan expression. "That's even worse, you know." Sentomaru glared at Gildarts. "Answer the question," he yelled. "And no more dancing around. I want a straight answer." Gildarts raised his hands in the air to calm down the man. "Easy there," he said. "Anyways, if you really want to know why we chose to ally with pirates, it's simple." Gildarts smirked. "They're not you." Sentomaru's eyes widened in surprise at this. I'll admit that not all the pirates we've allied with are saints. Killer and the man he serves under back at the 4th Division are living proof of that. However, All things considered, they're not ones who decided to overrun our country just to fulfill the overwhelming lust for power your government has. And besides, Gildarts continued, I actually kinda like most of the pirates I'm working with. They're good people once you get to know them. Hell, some of them have taken the beliefs of my guild to heart without even knowing of the guild's existence. As far as I'm concerned, that makes them honorary members of the guild. Honorary members. Gildarts nodded. Yep, Fairy Tale's always been a haven for anyone looking for a place to belong, so really we welcome just about everyone, even those who have strayed from the path of light in hopes of putting them back on it. All we ask is that they take this to heart. Love your comrades to the very end. Be their sword and their shield. As far as I'm concerned, anyone who takes that to heart is an honorary guild member because people like that are always welcome at Fairy Tale. So, I'll gladly help the pirates of this alliance. Gildarts said with resolve. I wouldn't be much of a sword and shield if I didn't. Sentomaru took in what Gildarts said for a moment. He looked at the man with a sense of respect. Gildarts Clive, he said, it is truly a shame we're enemies. As a warrior, I must recognize those with honor. Oh, well thank you. That being said, we are still enemies. Sentomaru continued, and as a marine captain, I must fulfill my duty and crush my enemies. So no more talk, our fight begins now. Sentomaru declared. Gildarts grinned. Now you're speaking my language. Shunsui Kyoraku vs. Orochimaru. Shunsui had heard of the capabilities of the pacifista when Chitsujo and Dragon had convened a meeting with the division commanders before the Fury campaign officially began. He was impressed with what he had heard. Human cyborgs with immense destructive capability. Captain Kuretsuchi would love to meet the guy who made those things, or even take one of the pacifista to study. However, he was not worried for his own well-being. Dragon and Chitsujo had made it clear that anyone capable of surviving in the new world could handle a pacifista single-handedly or with help. In other worlds, people like himself and the other division commanders, along with several other prominent soldiers in the Allied forces. Those that immediately came to mind were the majority of Shunsui's captains in the 13 court guard squads. What did worry Shunsui, however, were those who were not capable of handling the pacifista, and there were many of them. If those people in particular wanted a chance at the pacifista, they would need to group together and attack it together. And even that was iffy to say the least because of how destructive those machines were. But, even if he wanted to, he could not concern himself with his men. Not when Himaru was running about on the battlefield. No matter what immediate future he thought out, it was always the same, he had to take care of Orochimaru. You were quite calm, Orochimaru noted, the sign of a capable leader. At least according to the old monkey. Oh, you think so? Shunsui smiled. You don't seem like the kind of guy to dish out compliments, so I think I'll cherish that one. Orochimaru zed at the body he had exited from after being stabbed from behind by Shunsui. That new game of yours, Kakurenbo, was it? I take it that it is based off of the actual game of the same name. Correct again, Shunsui said happily. I thought so. I used to play that game as an exercise with my former teammates when I was a child. Of course, when it also serves as training, Kakurenbo tends to be a bit more, how should I say, extreme. So, Kyoraku, how do we proceed from here? He inquired. Surely you are not going to keep turning invisible. Oh no, of course not. Well, I'm not going to be the one just turning invisible. Shunsui smiled. You should be noticing the effects by now. Orochimaru looked at his body and noticed that he was indeed turning transparent. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, that's the thing with Kaden Kyokutsu. I have to play by the rules too. Shunsui said sheepishly. I see. Orochimaru smirked as his body became barely visible. Try to survive, Kyoraku. I'd prefer my fun not end too quickly. Shunsui smirked and looked at where Orochimaru was. He then noticed a small amount of dust get kicked up. He's not very good at this, he noted. Now, where is he coming from? Shunsui wondered, looking around. Looks like he's figured out that he needs to completely suppress his power output. Damn, there's a first. Most people take a few rounds to figure out they need to do that. Kakurenbo may suppress my ability to see someone, but I can hear them and sense them at least. Now, where are you, Orochimaru? With the sounds of battle around him, Shunsui found it difficult to track Orochimaru. However, he was a hardened warrior with over a millennium's worth of combat experience. He could track Orochimaru with sound, he just had to concentrate. If you want to increase the abilities of your senses, then shut off all but one and focus on that sense. Shunsui remembered what old man Yama had once taught him. That is how you develop your senses. With that, he closed his eyes. However, no matter how much he concentrated, he could not catch onto where Orochimaru was. He could certainly try to move around, but his space was limited. Another rule of Kakurenbo is that once it is activated, a ring of sorts is created. If anyone leaves that ring of their own volition, it is considered a forfeit and the forfeiter dies. Before Shunsui could try anything else, however, his instincts caught onto danger coming towards him, causing him to move instinctively. This proved to be a smart move, as he was suddenly slashed shallowly across the back. A frowning Orochimaru reappeared. My, and I hear hot I could sever your spine with that attack. Hey, damn, that was a close call. Shunsui breathed a sigh of relief. You know, Shunsui, I was a bit confused as to why you chose a game like this. Orochimaru admitted. You really shouldn't play a game of Kakurenbo with someone who is trained to kill in silence. Then I realized, you wanted this to be a one-round game. This particular game is meant to be a certain kill game. You got me. Shunsui rubbed his head sheepishly. I honestly thought I could finish you off quickly and get back to helping my men. Orochimaru chuckled and took a whiff of Shunsui's blood on his sword. That was clearly a mistake. Shunsui looked disgusted at Orochimaru smelling his blood, but regained his composure. Was it though? He inquired. It's my turn to vanish now, Orochimaru. With that, Shunsui turned transparent once more. Orochimaru smirked and took a moment to gauge where Shunsui was coming from. Reacting instantly, he easily blocked a strike aimed at the side of his neck, much to Shunsui's surprise. I'm afraid this won't work anymore, Orochimaru said with mock sadness. Okay, what the hell? Shunsui frowned. Did you know that snakes have an excellent sense of smell to make up for their lack of eyesight? Orochimaru inquired. Shunsui's eyes widened in realization. Ah crap, my blood, the wound. That's right, I've got your scent now, Shunsui. And now it's my turn. There's nowhere for you to run now. With that, Orochimaru vanished. Shunsui frowned. Just got to survive this round and I can switch games again. Now, where is he? Shunsui was cut off as he was pierced from the front by Orochimaru's sword. Crap, I got careless. I didn't think he'd actually attack me from the front. Orochimaru grinned smugly. This bottle's mine now. Meanwhile, Kenpachi Zaraki and Yakiru Kusajishi. Kenpachi Zaraki grinned in anticipation as he was surrounded by two pacifistas. Look at this, Yakiru. Kenpachi smirked at the little girl perched on his shoulders. These bad boys want to try and fight me. Yay, Kenny's gonna fight now. Yakiru cheered. You weird-looking giants better give Kenny a good fight or he's not gonna be happy. A few nearby coalition soldiers looked at Kenpachi. Do you think PX-13 and PX-22 can take him? One inquired. Well, I know it's Kenpachi Zaraki, but those things are some of the Navy's best weapons. Another reminded them. Hell, I'm willing to bet that if anything could kill that guy it's the pacifista. PX-22 trained its eyes on Kenpachi. Immediately, red flashed across its robotic eyes. It was almost as if it was being warned. What exactly was it being warned about? Well, it was Kenpachi Zaraki after all. The man had quite the reputation, one that the coalition was well aware of. It was for this reason and this reason alone, the coalition had drive. Vegapunk install a little reminder in the pacifista's programming, engage Kenpachi Zaraki in groups. This enemy is a high S-class threat based on raw power alone. Target acquired and identified, Squad 11 Captain Kenpachi Zaraki. PX-22 said. Engage as team. Parameters recognized. PX-13 spoke up. Engage as team. Kenpachi frowned at them now. Are these two going to do anything? As if getting an answer. PX-13 and PX-22 fired a laser beam at the exact same time. The area where Kenpachi stood immediately exploded upon impact. The coalition soldiers watching laughed and cheered with glee. That's right. Get blown apart, Zaraki. They all said in unison. They then noticed Yakiru land on the ground. One of the more smug soldiers addressed her. You might as well run away, little girl. Zaraki's dead now. Yakiru looked at the soldier and smiled. Nope, Kenny's alive, she said. That attack was too weak to kill him. Are you stupid, little girl? Zaraki's dead. The soldier was cut off. When a flying slash came rushing out of the smoke where Kenpachi was and struck PX-22. What the hell? The coalition watched in horror as PX-22 split apart and fell over, exploding upon hitting the ground. PX-22. A soldier yelled in horror. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing that Kenpachi was unharmed, other than a few burn marks. Bah, a weak attack like that could never hurt the likes of me, Kenpachi declared. The Squad 11 captain then turned its attention to PX-13. So, what about you, robot? You want to try your luck, or have you learned what fear feels like? Retreat from target and return with reinforcements. PX-13 decided. Before PX-13 could do just that, however, Kenpachi delivered another flying slash straight through PX-13's neck. Error. PX-13 said in a strangled voice. Error. PX-13 was cut off and exploded in a bright ball of fire. PX-13 too. Another soldier screamed in terror. He took down two pacifista with one strike each. Kenpachi looked at the coalition soldiers. So, boys, you wanna try giving me a good fight? He inquired. The coalition soldiers all screamed in unison. He's a monster. They screamed before turning tail and running off. Kenpachi's sweat dropped. What the hell are you guys even doing here if you're just going to run from your enemies? He wondered. Kenpachi sighed. Oh well, guess I'm just going to have to find someone else. He said. Yakiru, get back on. Kenpachi told his adopted daughter. We're going to find someone much stronger to fight. Yay, we're going to find someone stronger. Yakiru cheered. With that, Kenpachi ran off with Yakiru clinging onto his back. Akaku Madarame vs. Kumadori. Akaku Madarame chuckled lightly, feeling his captain's monstrous spiritual pressure. Well, looks like the captain is having fun as usual. Yoi, what monstrous power. Is your captain even human? Kumadori looked frightened. Akaku laughed at this. Honestly, sometimes I question that myself. Akaku admitted. Even with all the crazy strong people that serve in the 13 court guard squads, I'll admit this freely. My captain is the closest thing to a monster you'll ever see. I see, Kumadori responded. I should have known evildoers WOU. LD have such powerful warriors in their midst. Hey now, don't count me out just because I'm not my captain. Akaku derided. If you do. Akaku leapt at Kumadori in an attempt to cut him down with Hozukimaru. Only for Kumadori to block his strike with his staff. I'll make you regret it. Akaku vowed. Sanji, Kuretsuchi, and Karui vs. Jerome Guizbat. Sanji took a moment to light a cigarette and glared at Jerome. So, ladies, mind explaining to me what we're dealing with here? Guy looks like he ate a zone-type devil fruit. Well, he didn't. Kuretsuchi responded with, the guy is a Sternritter, like that zombie chick from the Worthwood Sea. And his roars are super-powered. You did see what he did to some of the guys around us, right? Karui inquired. Nah, I honestly didn't know what this guy could do. Sanji admitted. I just came here when I sensed that two ladies were in trouble. Karui blushed. Ah, damn, that is so sweet. Kuretsuchi frowned. You damn perv. Only pervs have that kind of sixth sense. Jerome laughed at Sanji. If you really want to know what I'm capable of, I'd be more than happy to give you a demonstration. Jerome said as he took a deep breath. I'm gonna blow you all away with one attack. Jerome declared. Sanji scowled and leapt towards Jerome. Flanchette strike, he yelled, kicking Jerome in the stomach. Jerome gasped, letting out the air he had taken in without actually attacking. He stumbled backwards, clutching his stomach. Sanji scoffed at Jerome, roaring, really, that's all you can do? You know, as dangerously powerful as your ability probably is, Ape Man, it's a bye. Too easy to stop for it to be an honest-to-God threat. Kuretsuchi and Karui looked at Sanji in amazement. Unreal, Kuretsuchi muttered in amazement. He stopped him from roaring with just a kick to the stomach. Jerome glared at Sanji. Why you son of a bitch, he snarled before being cut off with a hard kick to the neck. Collier strike. Sanji knocked Jerome sideways. Jerome struggled to his feet. Bastard, how dare you do this to me? I'm Jerome Gwizbat. Sanji rushed him. Jerome threw a devastating haymaker at him, only for Sanji to leap into the air and train his legs on his head. Take this. Hate a friar. Sanji delivered several downwards kicks to Jerome's head, drilling him into the ground. Karui and Kuretsuchi watched this in shock. Geez, I don't think we even need to help him, Sanji's got this one. Karui stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Damn, he's kicking ass. Kuretsuchi, as grateful as she was to Sanji for his help, still looked at him in frustration. Damn it, can't believe this guy's beating up that monster without even breaking a sweat. What the hell have I been doing all this time? Karui, we're going in. Kuretsuchi told her. Whoa, hey, I just said Sanji's got this. Karui said. Yeah, and I'm not letting him show us up. Kuretsuchi said, rushing in. I'm the granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage, there's no way in hell I'm going to let him steal my thunder. Where did this come from? Karui asked. Kuretsuchi ignored her and ran to Sanji and Jerome. Karui sighed. Okay, guess we're doing this now. Kuretsuchi did some hand signs. Get out of the way, Sanji. She yelled. Lava style. Quicklime congealing jutsu. Sanji saw what Kuretsuchi was doing and leapt out of the way just as the quicklime covered Jerome's back, pinning him to the ground. Water style. Water trumpet. Kuratsuki. Hai followed up with another blast of water that hardened the quicklime. Kuretsuchi walked by Sanji. See, I ain't no damsel in distress. Sanji waved his arms about like a perverted fool. Clearly not. Kuretsuchi swan. Karui's sweat dropped. Seriously, she thought. She didn't even need my help for this. Now pinned down, Jerome could only snarl with barely restrained fury. Bacchus Grow vs. Lloyd. Bacchus Grow laughed with glee as he clashed with the lookalike that was his opponent. This is so freaking cool. Bacchus cheered. Who better to test my wild soul on than me? Lloyd chuckled at this. You are aware that I'm technically not you, right? I just have your power. So really, Lloyd delivered two palm strikes that were matched by Bacchus' own, but Bacchus was knocked off balance by Lloyd's strike. You could say that instead of simply being you, I am a better version of you. Bacchus just smirked at this. A better version? Buddy, there's only one drunk falcon in this world and that's me. If there is a better version, it's just me in the future. Well, you're only half right there. Lloyd admitted. There is only one Bacchus. Like I said, technically I'm not you, I just have your power. But the you in the future does not exist, I'm afraid. Because, you're going to die today. A still-down Kitsuchi watched as Bacchus continued to clash with the man who had beaten him with relative ease. Bacchus is holding his own so far, Kitsuchi noted, but a fight with that Sternritter is not a fight you can win with raw power alone. When you're facing off an opponent that has all of your power, it becomes a battle of attrition or outplaying your opponent. And I definitely got outplayed. Kitsuchi lamented. Bacchus dodged a palm strike from Lloyd and used it as an opportunity to counter. Under moonlight, he slapped Lloyd across the face, enhancing the attack with his palm magic. Lloyd's head whipped back from the attack, but his feet did not leave the ground, much to Bacchus' shock and horror. Aw crap, he muttered. Lloyd grinned. Under moonlight, he slapped Bacchus with the same attack. Bacchus grunted and skidded back several feet. Crap, shouldn't have let my guard down. Would have shrugged it off if I hadn't. Bacchus rubbed his face, taking note of the blood from his mouth. Well crap, Bacchus said, so this is what it feels like to get hit by my palm magic. Your palm magic is quite simple, I must say. Lloyd said. And yet in spite of its simplicity it is very powerful when in the hands of someone with your amount of power. I can't wait to continue testing its abilities in battle. I want to see the full extent of this power, along with every single power in the world. You see, when my twin brother and I were born, nobody could tell us apart. However, we later found a way for us to be told apart through our power. I could copy the appearance and power of those around me, while my brother could copy the appearance and memory of those around him. It became fun to watch for our childlike selves. Lloyd admitted. People would always say, "Oh, He's using a skill only Holtwitz should have, that must be Lloyd. Or they'd say. There are two dieters that are both answering the perso. Null questions were giving them perfectly, that must be Royd. However, we both soon discovered why we were given such power. You see, we were both born at the time the Wandenreich was truly known as the Invisible Empire. Lloyd explained. The powers we had that manifested at a young age were merely from a ritual conducted by His Majesty to give us our own shrifts. We both received the letter Y, the yourself. We were given power to serve His Majesty. Our destinies had been decided from the very beginning. Lloyd's expression turned twisted as he smiled darkly. And I couldn't be happier. Bacchus was surprised at this, because to him, none of this sounded wild to him. I'm grateful to His Majesty for this power. Lloyd admitted. Power is a rush that I cannot help but love. I simply love it Veer I transform into someone and gain all their powers. In the end, power's really just another vice when you think about it. Bacchus spoke up. Calling it a vice implies that it is something bad, Bacchus. Lloyd chided. There's nothing wrong with power. Bacchus narrowed his eyes at Lloyd. Maybe the reason I call it a vice is because it is something terrible. Bacchus suggested. If that is truly what you believe, then you are an even bigger fool than I took you to be. Lloyd said disdainfully. Hey, I'd rather be a fool than someone consumed by a vice like yours. Bacchus grinned. Meanwhile, with Berenice Gabrielli. Berenice Gabrielli pouted as she watched the battles Jerome and Lloyd take part in. Geez, those two look like they're having so much fun, she said with childlike annoyance. I can't even find someone to enjoy a nice long fight with. Berenice looked around. Every time I find a new opponent, he just dies in a couple of minutes. Where's the fun in that? She wondered, staring at the corpses around her. Honestly, I know I'm really strong and all, but you'd think that there'd be someone who could stand up to me in my power and at least give me a good challenge. Berenice folded her arms. Who knows? Maybe now I'm just so powerful that there's nobody who can stand up to the question now. Or maybe I've just been fighting a lot of really weak opponents. Berenice called out. Hey, she yelled. Aren't you guys supposed to be strong, or are you just weak peons? Berenice took a moment to listen for an answer. A few nearby soldat looked at her in confusion. Lady Berenice, who are you talking to? One of them inquired. Berenice's eyes widened in realization. Oh yeah, that's right, they are all dead. The soldat comedically fell over at this. She had actually tried to ask a question Adre SSED to the Alliance soldiers she had just killed. The soldat got up and started whispering amongst themselves. Has anyone tried to test Lady Berenice's intelligence? Don't know. Compared to the other Ritter, she's not very smart though. I think Lady Menina's and Lady Giselle were the only ones who weren't as smart as her. But they're dead now, so what does that make her? A tick mark appeared on Berenice's forehead. Very pissed off. That's what that makes me. The soldat cried out in horror, realizing that Berenice had heard their conversation. Now, listen up boys, because I'm about to grace you with some Sternritter wisdom. Berenice told them, if you're going to say anything about anyone, you say it to their face. This especially goes for us because we Quincy are a rather rare breed and as such we all need to stick together and be open with each other. So if you've got something to say to me, say it to my face. If you can't even do that, then you're nothing more than a sniveling coward. And cowards have no place among the Wandenreich. Cowards have no right to call themselves Quincy. Well, we're not Quincy, but can we still call you an idiot? Berenice turned to see Diamond Jozu and Flower Sword Vista walking towards her. I'd have to agree, Vista chimed in, we'll gladly call you an idiot to your face, my dear. Oh, see this, boys, this is what I'm talking about. Berenice said, these E2 men are the perfect example of the openness I'd expect from you. This is also a perfect example of what I do to my enemies. Sakura Haruno vs. Fukuro. Fukuro was fat. Very, very fat. Fatter than any of the Akamichi, in fact. Even though the thought of such a thing being possible stunned Sakura Haruno. It made him a great target for her punches. At least, it should have made him a great target. Instead, Fukuro had started moving with surprising speed and reflexes. Sakura had been unable to land a direct blow on him for a while now. Cha pa pa pa, you can't touch me. Among the 6 powers masters, I am the greatest in the art of shave. Fukuro leapt into the air. Razor, he yelled, combining moonwalk with shave to speed around Sakura while in midair. Sakura, knowing that taijutsu was not going to do a thing against Fukuro, decided to try ninjutsu instead. Earth style, Sakura did the necessary hand signs before slamming her palms to the ground. Earth pillar jutsu, several pillars of sprouted from the ground and stopped Fukuro dead in his tracks. Moonwalk, Fukuro kicked the air to gain some more height. Hey, Kunoichi, did you know that I'm over 300 pounds? Fukuro inquired. How high do you think I have to reach before I become a dangerous projectile falling from the heavens? Sakura's eyes widened. Is he insane? Fukuro grinned and curled up into a giant ball. Iron body. Meteor, he yelled, hardening his body and then falling at a rapidly increasing speed. With his weight and that height he should be at terminal velocity very soon. Sakura thought to herself, an impact like that'll be devastating. Sakura leapt away just as Fukuro hit the ground. She shielded herself from the shockwave that came as a result. Fukuro came out of iron body. Cha pa pa, so you survived my attack. Yeah, because you made no effort to disguise it. Seriously, can you really call yourself an assassin when you don't even make any effort to hide your attacks? I am Fukuro the Silent, of course I am an assassin. Having a stupid title like that does not make you an assassin. Sakura deadpanned. Cha pa pa, I disagree. I gave myself that title on the exact same day I became a full-fledged assassin. That's because you completed your training, not because you gave yourself a title. Sakura was now very irritated with Fukuro. Fukuro glared at Sakura. Shave, he yelled, vanishing from sight. Fukuro appeared in front of the kunoichi. Just shut the hell up already, you pest. Sakura yelled, throwing a punch at the large man. Paper slime. Fukuro distorted his body and dodged the attack. Sakura's eyes widened. What the hell? Fukuro reformed and grinned. Take this, solid beast. He yelled, throwing a hard punch at Sakura. Unfortunately, this time, Sakura was unable to avoid the attack and was struck by the full force of Fukuro's punch, sending her into one of the remaining pillars standing. I am a full-fledged assassin, don't ever forget that. Nalil 2 Odelschwank vs. Jabra. Hey, looks like Kumadori and Fukuro are having fun. Jabra grinned with glee. Jabra gasped and then dodged a sword swing aimed at his chest. Whoa hey, danger close lady. Danger close. Nalil 2 Odelschwank took another swing at Jabra. Why are you complaining? Nalil inquired. It's not like I'm aiming to kill you. I've never truly had it in my heart to kill someone. Jabra frowned at this. Oh, now that won't do at all. If you're gonna fight someone, you've got to have it in your heart to kill them. Nalil wore a deadpan expression on her face as she started stabbing at Jabra repeatedly. Paper art. Jabra's body swayed about, dodging Nalil's stabs with ease. Jabra's arm then blackened, much to Nalil's surprise, as she had recognized that technique, but never imagined that Jabra would have it. Iron Body Kenpo. New Moon. He punched Nalil in the stomach. Nalil gasped in pain from taking a second, stronger punch than the one earlier. Jabra knew how to use armament hockey. That was certainly a useful piece of information. A painful piece of information, but useful all the same. Nice, huh? Jabra held up his black arm proudly. I'm one of 3 former members of CP9 capable of using hockey. Combined with my Iron Body Kenpo, it's quite the deadly offense. But fists aren't all I know how to use. Jabra grinned. Tempest Kick. Half Moon. Jabra sent a large blade of wind towards Nalil. Nalil calmly brushed off the attack with her Zanpakuto. However, she was briefly surprised at the amount of power it contained. Jabra just grinned and leapt into the air. Tempest Kick. Crescent Moon. He yelled, kicking repeatedly, sending crescent-shaped blades at Nalil. Nalil frowned and leapt away from Jabra's attacks. Jabra chuckled. Gotcha, he said. Nalil's eyes widened. Ms. Nalil, watch out, an Alliance soldier suddenly yelled. Nalil's eyes darted to the side as she was struck by a laser beam fired at her by a nearby pacifista. Ms. Nalil, no. Jabra grinned. Nice shooting, PX-17. He complimented. PX-17 did not respond. Jobra's grin was immediately replaced with an irritated frown. Geez, the fact that you robots don't have emotions really gets on my nerves sometimes. Was that all? Jobra's eyes widened. What the whoa, are you serious? Nalil stepped out from the smoke. That attack was powerful, but if you truly believe that was enough to make me do anything beyond flinching, you are quite mistaken. What the hell? I thought these things were supposed to be super-powered weapons. Jobra complained. Nalil turned her attention to PX-17. I can sense your human side still within you. It is tormented from being forced to become a weapon for the world government. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do for you other than end your suffering. I do apologize for the fact that is all I can do, and hope that you forgive me. Nalil pointed a finger at PX-17 while it began to charge a laser. Sero, Nalil said calmly, firing a blast of green spirit energy at the cyborg. Jobra watched in horror as PX-17 was struck by Nalil's Sero. Tearing right through it. 17. Jobra yelled. PX-17 collapsed to the floor, immobile. Nalil turned her attention back to Jobra. You referred to that creation as a super-powered weapon, correct? Jobra couldn't believe what he was seeing. I don't get it. That sumo bastard. Sentimaru said the Pacifista were some of the strongest weapons the Marines had to offer. How did this bitch manage to take one out like it was nothing? Nalil took another look at the downed Pacifista and sighed. How tragically ironic, when you really think about it, that cyborg is the perfect representation of what your government has become. Amoral, without empathy or sympathy, completely lacking in any regard for anything other than its mission. A sad life for a machine, but a twisted path for a human who can actually think and reason. Morality isn't needed for justice, woman. Jobra folded his arms. The only thing needed for justice is success. But if you commit acts as evil as the criminal you are after, how does that make you any better than him? What is the point of goodness and justice if you must stoop to the level of the criminal you are trying to catch? I would argue that morality is needed to keep those who claim to fight for justice grounded. Jobra snarled at this. You, Nalil sighed. Why do I even bother? She wondered. You're as unreasonable as Neutra was all those years ago. Full of hate and lacking any sense of morality and honor. What possesses people to throw away that which keeps them grounded in life? I truly do wish to know. Shut up already, Jobra yelled. God, our naivety is freaking killing me, you know that. Jobra regained his composure and then grinned at Nalil. Hey now, here's some irony for you. You're about as naive as Little Red Riding Hood. You know what happened to her. Nalil did not respond. She got eaten by the big bad wolf. Jobra declared with glee. Just like you're about to. Nalil raised an eyebrow at this, uncertain of what Jobra was thinking. She then understood just what he meant as he began to transform. Jobra laughed as he now in the form of a beast, half man, half wolf. Allow me to introduce the dog fruit, model, wolf. Cider yourself my prey from here on out. Rorano Azoro and Kagura Mikazuki vs. Jinpachi Munashi and Kushimaru Kuriare. Rorano Azoro raised a curious eyebrow at the sight of the unique-looking sword. DS wielded by Jinpachi Munashi and Kushimaru Kuriare. He turned to Kagura Mikazuki. Hey, Kagura, what's with those strange-looking swords? Zoro inquired. Why are you asking me? Kagura replied. Well, you do fight with an undrawn blade. Zoro grinned. Kagura rolled her eyes at that playful jab. They remind me somewhat of the Haramakare and the shark skin. And judging by the headband that one without a mask is wearing, I'd have to say that they are somehow connected to Mangetsu Hazuka. Kagura narrowed her eyes. You're part of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, aren't you? Jinpachi laughed at this. Look at that, Kushimaru. We've got us a little detective right here. He noted. Hey, she's correct too. Very impressive. Kushimaru complimented. I am Kushimaru Kuriare, the sewing demon of the mist. Kushimaru introduced himself. Zoro laughed at this. That name is so stupid. He laughed. Jinpachi laughed as well. I know, right? Kagura frowned at Zoro's lack of seriousness while Kushimaru snarled in anger at Jinpachi laughing with the enemy. Jinpachi. He yelled sharply. Okay, I'm sorry. Keep your pants on, sewing demon. Jinpachi snickered. Anyways, I'm Jinpachi Munashi, the hidden bomb of the mist. See, His name is much better. Zoro pointed out. I kinda like you, buddy. Jinpachi grinned. Kagura glared at Zoro. Do you ever take anything seriously? I'm serious all the time. Like, I'm serious about how stupid the masked guy's nickname is in comparison to his partner's nickname. Zoro replied. Jinpachi started laughing again. Kushimaru finally snapped and aimed his blade at Jinpachi's throat. Laugh again and I paint your damn neck red. He promised. Hey, alright, I'm sorry. Jinpachi chuckled as the giant scroll started to unravel from his explosive sword. Zoro and Kagura both watched this happen in confusion. What kind of sword has a scroll attached to it? Zoro wondered. You know, for the life of me I do not know. Kagura admitted. I'll end this fight with one attack. Jinpachi declared as the paper detached and surrounded Zoro and Kagura. Explosive blade jutsu. The paper started to light up around Zoro and Kagura. Oh crap. Zoro muttered. Multiple explosions of death. Jinpachi finished his attack, detonating the explosive scroll. Kushimaru sighed. You end your fights too damn quickly. It's more fun when you torture your opponents. Hey, killing is killing, and I have fun regardless. So what do I care? Jinpachi countered. You unrefined brute, Kushimaru said with clear disdain. Shut up sewing demon, Jinpachi retorted. 360 caliber phoenix. Jinpachi and Kushimaru both gasped in unison as they both barely dodged a flying slash, separating themselves in the process. Who the hell? Jinpachi was surprised. Kushimaru looked up. Damn, he cursed. Zoro and Kagura, who had been completely unharmed by the attack, landed on the ground in between the two. Zoro faced Jinpachi while Kagura faced Kushimaru. Did you honestly think that a weak attack like that was going to be enough to bring me down? Zoro inquired. Weak? Come on pal, I thought we had a good thing going. Jinpachi frowned. Listen bomb bastard. Zoro grinned. Try to imprint this in your head forever. I am the man who will become the universe's greatest swordsman. I will never lose to a guy like you. Kagura sighed and looked at Kushimaru. While I do not share Zoro's enthusiasm, I certainly cannot afford to lose to the likes of you either. She said. However, I will admit that I am somewhat excited. Kagura continued. You will be the second of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist that I have fought. Kushimaru realized what she meant and chuckled. I see, so you're the girl that fought Mangetsu. I was wondering why he had been throwing such a hissy fit whenever we contacted him. Every time I tried to find out why, he just kept going on and on about how he had to kill her. That the bitch was going to pay. A pleasure to finally meet you. Kagura addressed Zoro. Zoro, be careful, the abilities of these swordsmen are dangerous. Not only do they use ninjutsu, but also their unique blades. You saw what that sword of his can do after all. Kagura continued. Got it, thanks for the tip. Tips aren't going to save you from me. Jinpachi declared. I certainly can't let the brute show me up, so let's go. Kushimaru yelled. Yumachika Yasugawa and Choji Akamichi vs. Kawazu and Yomizu. Yomizu and Kawazu immediately made the first move. Kawazu, go up, he yelled. Kawazu grinned and leapt into the air. He used his wings to keep himself in midair. Yumachika Yasugawa glared up at the chicken man. I don't think so, he yelled. Hado number 57, Daichi Tenyo. Choji Akamichi watched in amazement as rocks rose up from the ground and flew towards Kawazu. Yomizu grinned. Ran, he yelled, sending multiple air blades at the rocks. Yumachika watched as his attack was destroyed with ease. Damn, he cursed. Kawazu clucked with glee. Exploding egg storm, he yelled, spitting out several eggs that seemed to heat up instantly upon leaving Kawazu's body. Choji moved in front of Yumachika. I've got this. He moved in front of Yumachika. Earth style. Twin stone fist jutsu. Now, let's combine that with expansion jutsu. Choji enlarged his now rock-covered hands. Yumachika watched as the eggs that struck Choji's palms explode on impact. He also watched as the eggs rained around him and Choji, creating small craters. If we had taken the full force of that attack, we would have been in serious trouble. Yumachika then noticed Yomizu coming towards them. Suranuki, Yomizu yelled, extending the length of his sword and aiming it at Choji. No you don't. Yumachika moved underneath Choji's hands and blocked the extending blade with his Fujikujuku. Thanks Yumachika. Choji said gratefully. Hey, it would be ugly of me to let a comrade die. Even if that person is ugly. Choji's sweat dropped. Yeah, thanks. He said in annoyance. Yomizu growled while Kawazu landed. Sorry Yomizu, wish I could stay in the air longer. Nah, it's fine. Just keep bombarding these losers. We'll get them. Yumachika narrowed his eyes at the way the two of them were talking. Damn, even with Choji evening the fight, we're still at a huge disadvantage. With that chicken man there, they have the advantage in attack range. Hey Choji, listen. Yumachika addressed his partner for this fight. Yeah, what is it, Yumachika? Choji inquired. That dog and maybe the stronger fighter of the two, but right now the chicken man is the bigger threat. As long as they have control over the battlefield with that egg magic of his, they have the advantage. Yeah, you're right. The one that controls the battlefield controls the pace of the fight. Choji nodded. Together, they're pretty much unstoppable. The chicken constantly hits them with widespread and the dog cuts them down with raw power. We need to separate them. We're going to separate them, and I'll cut down the chicken. That'll leave us with just the dog. Can you do that? Yep, I've got just the thing, too. Choji grinned. Ninja art. Expansion jutsu. Choji turned into a larger version of himself. Choji started rolling towards Kawazu and Yomizu. His hair covered his giant body. Spiky human boulder. Yomizu got in front of Kawazu. He created a strong defensive wall in between him and the human boulder. Choji was stopped dead in his tracks by the attack. Yumachika leapt into the air. Yomizu and Kawazu both gasped. Hado number 63, Reikoho. Yumachika aimed the ball of lightning at the chicken man. Kawazu. Yomizu yelled in concern. Kawazu quickly leapt away from Yumachika's Reikoho. Yumachika landed behind Yomizu and rushed Kawazu. Meanwhile, Yomizu glared at Choji. Get off of me you bastard! He screamed. In the split second that Choji broke through Yomizu's barrier due to him lowering his power to use another Orient Solid script spell, Yomizu managed to push him back. Yomizu turned around. Hang on, Kawazu, he yelled. Your opponent is me, dog man. Choji yelled. Partial expansion jutsu. Yomizu looked to his side just as he was smacked to the side by Choji's expanded hand. Yomizu recovered quickly thanks to the armor he was wearing and glared at Choji. You upstart bastard, he growled. I'll cut through your entire body with one swing. Yomizu yelled. Zan. Choji leapt into the air, barely dodging the giant slash. Partial expansion jutsu. Choji's hands grew out again. Human hammer. Choji put his hands together and made them into what looked like a hammer. He slammed them down where Yomizu was, only for Yomizu to dodge by leaping away from his attack. Damn it, Yomizu growled. I need to get back to Kawazu before we lose control of this fight. Meanwhile, Yumachika took several swings at Kawazu, who speedily dodged his attacks. The chicken man put some distance between himself and the Soul Reaper and attacked. Egg Buster, he yelled, spitting out some eggs. Yumachika speedily dodged each egg flying towards him with flash step. Kawazu's eyes widened at how fast his opponent was. Yumachika grinned and went for another strike. Kawazu leaned back, only to still be slashed by the blades of Fuji Kujaku. Luckily, Kawazu's move had allowed him to avoid a fatal slash from Yumachika's attack. Recovering quickly, Kawazu leapt away from Yumachika. You clucking pun totally intended by the way, bastard. Kawazu snarled. I won't forgive you for that. Kawazu took a deep breath. Let's see you survive this. He yelled. Heavy egg rain. Kawazu spat out multiple eggs in the air. Yumachika watched in horror as the eggs rained down on him. Knowing that he was trapped, Yumachika raised his Fuji Kujaku in the air in preparation for defending himself from the raining eggs. Meanwhile, Choji had brought back his two stone fists and was clashing with Yomizu and his katana. Choji noticed what Yumachika was in the middle of doing. Yomizu took notice of Choji's look of concern and grinned. Don't bother acting all concerned, your comrade's a dead man against Kawazu. Don't underestimate Yumachika. Choji glared at Yomizu. Oh please, I've seen the full extent of his power, there's no way he can defeat Kawazu, just like there is no way you can defeat me. Choji just grinned at this. Maybe back when I couldn't believe in myself. You may have been right. I've always relied on Ino's stubbornness or Shikamaru's brains to get me through a situation. But I'm the future head of the Akamichi clan. I have no choice but to believe in myself. I now know that I have the power to make a difference. Let me show you something new I've learned. Choji created a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Choji created 3 clones of himself. You want me to teach you the Shadow Clone Jutsu? Any particular reason? I mean, you do know that the jutsu is forbidden, right? That doesn't stop you from abusing the hell out of it. Yeah, true, but I've got the stamina for it. You though, I've got the stamina for it too, Naruto. Not as much as you, of course, but I've still got plenty of stamina thanks to my clan's teachings. Come on, you've got to teach me it. Shikamaru, Ino and I can create even more formations if I learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Oh, alright, it really is pretty simple. You just make this hand sign and then you distribute your chakra around to solid clones made of pure chakra. The 3 clones ran around Yomizu. The hell are these things up to? He wondered out loud. Human boulder. Choji rolled towards Yomizu. Yomizu's eyes widened and leapt into the air. Choji grinned from inside of his human boulder. Akamichi clan's secret technique. He yelled. Giant pinball. Yomizu's eyes widened comedically. Pinball, he repeated. One of the shadow clones had expanded his hands and batted the real Choji back towards Yomizu. Yomizu gasped and immediately countered. Bo. Yomizu managed to defend himself from Choji's attack. Choji bounced off of Yomizu and moved to the side where another clone was. The clone batted Choji back to Yomizu just like the last one had. Yomizu's eyes widened in horror. Damn it, he cursed as he was struck by Choji's attack in the side, sending him flying. Choji, meanwhile, bounced into the air. The third shadow clone leapt into the air and batted Choji back down, slamming him into the ground, creating a crater in the process. Choji and his shadow clones formed up while Yomizu struggled to his feet. I will not be humiliated by some goody two-shoes all. Ian's prick who allows himself to get suffocated by the ideas of law and order. Yomizu yelled in anger. Yomizu started to raise his magic power. Choji immediately caught onto the danger and responded appropriately. Him and his 3 shadow clones all did the same hand signs. Earth style. Mud wall jutsu. All 4 of them created an earth wall to protect themselves. Yomizu finally attacked. Dark sword. Yumaikai. Yomizu rapidly unsheathed his sword, creating a dark wave of energy that covered half of Choji and Yomizu's battlefield. This dark wave also tore through the walls sprouted up by Choji and his clones. Yomizu grinned. Yumaikai is my most powerful attack. He told him. I'd love to see you come back from that. The remains of the walls crumbled down. Yomizu then saw that all 4 had vanished into the ground. Running like cowards, huh? Suddenly, Choji came up from behind. Ooh, I guess not. Yomizu grinned, spinning around. Dark sword. Narukami. Yomizu rushed behind Choji before he cooled. D-attack and slashed him before rapidly sheathing his sword. A smaller dark wave cut through Choji, only for him to vanish in a puff of smoke. Yomizu narrowed his eyes as a second Choji leapt from the ground. A shadow clone, huh? Fine by me. 1 down 3 to go. While Yomizu and Choji continued to clash, Yumachika continued to protect himself from Kawazu's heavy egg rain. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kawazu taking an even bigger deep breath than before. Yumachika's eyes went wide as he watched Kawazu's throat expand. What the hell is that? He wondered. It's so ugly. Kawazu opened his beak wider than before. Giant egg bomb, he yelled, firing an egg the size of an ostrich egg. Yumachika could not dodge and was struck head-on by the egg. The egg, having heated up like the smaller ones from before, exploded upon impact, flooring Yumachika instantly. Pay. Kawazu laughed. How do you like that, pretty boy? Yumachika slowly got to his feet, much to Kawazu's surprise. Oh, looks like you liked it enough to want a second helping, huh? Fine, I've got enough in me for a second helping. Kawazu's throat expanded outwards again. Suddenly, a third Choji leapt from the ground. He addressed Yumachika. I've got your back, he said, grinning knowingly. Yumachika's eyes widened in understanding. Choji turned his attention to Kawazu. Partial expansion jutsu. Choji threw a punch at Kawazu. only for the chicken man to leap away from him. Yumachika then appeared and clumsily swung at Kawazu, still feeling the effects of Kawazu's giant egg bomb. Kawazu took aim at them both. Giant egg bomb. Yumachika grinned. Choji, he yelled. Choji got in front of Yumachika and took the force of giant egg bomb for the both of them. Kawazu's eyes widened. That Soul Reaper asked I am to throw his life away just like that. And he agreed. They're more hardcore than I thought they were. Choji's body fell backwards for a moment, only for it to burst into smoke. Kawazu's eyes widened. It was a clone. Yumachika then leapt from the smoke. At that moment, Kawazu came to a realization. He used the smoke as a cover. With that, Yumachika slashed Kawazu again. Kawazu's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he squawked in pain, falling backwards. Yumachika fell to his knees with that final attack. One down, one to go. Kawazu. Yomizu called out to his downed partner. Yomizu glared at the Choji he was fighting. Get out of my way. He snarled. Dark sword. Narukami. He slashed Choji, causing him to vanish in a puff of smoke. That's 3 shadow clones. Yomizu grinned. That means the next one's the real fatso. Yomizu then took aim at Yumachika. First things first. Yumachika's eyes widened, realizing that Yomizu was intent on attacking him next. Con. Yomizu yelled, creating a piercing beam of energy. Yumachika looked on in terror. I'm too injured to move. At that moment, Choji leapt from the ground. He smiled at Yumachika. I've got your back, he said, taking the full force of Yomizu's con to the chest. Yumachika's eyes widened. That blow was fatal. Yomizu grinned. Well now, not what I expected to happen, but that'll work just fine. Suddenly, something came up from the ground behind Yomizu. Yomizu's eyes widened. He gasped when he saw Choji burst into smoke. He created a 4th shadow clone underground. He looked just as Choji had expanded his fist while in midair due to his leap from the ground. Choji was smiling. Thanks for being a great friend, Naruto. Next time I see you, I'll be sure to tell you how awesome that jutsu is. With that thought, Choji delivered a downward strike to Yomizu, downing the dog man and shattering the back of his armor. Yomizu vomited blood from the force of Choji's attack as he blacked out. Choji managed to land on his feet, only to fall on his rear in exhaustion a moment later. Hey, Yumachika, you okay? He asked in concern. Don't scare me like that, you idiot. Fear is such an ugly emotion to have on my face. Yumachika yelled in annoyance. Choji laughed at this. Yep, you're okay. Meanwhile, despite the efforts of Guildarts, Kenpachi, and Nalil, the addition of the Pacifista had slowly begun to turn the battle in favor of the coalition. Ichigo Kurosaki watched in horror as the remaining Pacifista blasted Alliance soldiers all over the Anemone's plains. Kimimaro took note of Ichigo's concerned state. It is tragic, isn't it? Watching them all die knowing there's nothing you can do about it. Shut up, I'm going to save them all as soon as I defeat you. Ichigo retorted. Kimimaro scoffed and held out his bone sword. Fool, you will have to defeat me in my camellia dance first. Kimimaro rushed at Ichigo and started to stab at him chaotically. Ichigo was effortlessly keeping up with the bone man's extraordinarily fast movements. However, Kimimaro's unpredictable attacks were his main concern. Ichigo could not get a read on his opponent's attack pattern, which was keeping him on the defensive. Kimimaro then exploited a slight opening in Ichigo's defenses and stabbed him in the shoulder, which caused the substitute Soul Reaper to snap. Get off my back, dammit! Ichigo yelled, coating both of his blades in spirit energy. Kimimaro's eyes widened. Ichigo roared as he swung his blades at Kimimaro. Kimimaro leapt away to avoid the attack, but his bone sword was destroyed in the process. Getsuga Tensho! Ichigo yelled. Kimimaro's eyes widened even further. This was an attack he could not avoid. Before the attack could strike him, however, a speedy projectile came from the side and struck the Getsuga, knocking it off course. This surprised Ichigo. The hell, what could have knocked my Getsuga off course? Kimimaro looked to the side. Oh, it's you. Ichigo did the same and gasped at what he saw. A large imposing figure stood before them with a Bible in one hand. His other hand was held out. Kuma, there is no need for you to be here. Kimimaro glared at him. I have the situation under control. Bartholomew Kuma Igno. Read Kimimaro and focused his attention on Ichigo. Target acquired. Active Order and Substitute Soul Reaper, Ichigo Kurosaki. Instructions. Incapacitate and return to Lord Kanton for immediate public execution. Kimimaro's eyes widened. That is out of the question. He said, Ichigo Kurosaki is to be brought to Lord Orochimaru to become his latest vessel. Leave immediately. Kuma turned his attention to Kimimaro. Orders are not acknowledged. Lord Kanton's orders take priority over any orders given by field commanders. Ichigo narrowed his eyes at this. Great, he thought, I've now got two guys who want to capture me for different reasons. It's moments like these where I kinda miss the days where I was a popular target because of my hair color, and not because of my own powers. Ichigo Kurosaki will become Lord Orochimaru's latest vessel. Black markings started to cover Kimimaro's body. If I must fight you to make his dream a reality, I will. Primary directive is to bring acts of order to Lord Kanton for public execution so that morale amongst enemy soldiers may be destroyed. Kuma insisted. I'm afraid you're both wrong there, gentlemen. Oh, for crying out loud, now what? Ichigo wondered. Zan, Crow of the Seven Kin of Purgatory walked into view, grinning as usual. This guy's a bit too much of a threat to simply keep alive long enough for you guys to do whatever it is you wanna do to him. Best way to deal with guys like him is to simply kill them the first chance you get. Zancro continued, summoning up black flames in his hands. Ichigo readied Zangetsu. Right now he was outnumbered against three very powerful opponents. He was in serious trouble. Omake. 75th Anniversary Party. We have now reached the 75th chapter. ND 2014 said with a smile. Consider this night your night to enjoy yourself. Just remember to keep things under control and we will immediately get back to work tomorrow. ND was looking particularly at the acts of order, along with Hidan, as they had been the ones responsible for the 50th anniversary party. All five people sweated in fear and nodded frantically. Now, enjoy yourself. Shitsujo looked at Ryazaki 007. Your presence at the party is most welcome, sirs. Well, someone had to keep it from getting out of hand again. Shitsujo looked sheepish at this. Oh, yes of course. Shitsujo looked out at the cast of the Five Worlds War, who were already enjoying themselves immensely. Well, as long as these two are here, things should go smoothly tonight. Life seemed to hate Shitsujo. Is this the set of the Five Worlds War? Everyone paused and turned to the doorway. They all watched as a man in a tuxedo with slicked back hair walked into the area. Good evening, everyone, my name is Sumasu. Sumasu introduced himself. I am part of the anime branch of the FCC. As of right now, this entire operation is now under the FCC's control. We can no longer tolerate your violent, indecent behavior without implementing some honest measures to make things a bit more suitable. Sumasu snapped his fingers. I have now implemented several censoring enchantments. Your actions will now be heavily censored from this moment on for the sake of decency. What? Hidan screamed in anger. That is flapping stupid. Everyone's eyes widened at Hidan's cursing being censored. My words just changed as I said them. Hidan said in horror. Whoa, that is one crazy power. Naruto spoke up. So cool. Luffy chimed in. Luffy, seriously, now is not the time. Ichigo yelled. Hey you jerk. Natsu yelled. Cancel that enchantment before I beat the crap out of you. Beat the crap out of me. Those actions are highly inappropriate. Natsu Dragneel. I'm afraid I may have to make some alterations to your lines. Sumasu stated arrogantly. Now let's get something straight. Sumasu continued. You now belong to the FCC. We will not let your indecent actions harm the minds of viewers everywhere. This story belongs to the FCC, you say. ND narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. How arrogant. We should punish him, ND. Ryu chimed in. There's no we in this, Ryu. I'll be more than enough. Sumasu glared at ND. Now you listen here, I have immunity from whatever you want to do to me. If you so much as touch me, it's over for you. So my work is indecent you say? ND asked. And somehow that gives you the right to dictate my actions. While I certainly cannot deny that there are certain things in this world that are truly indecent that justifies the existence of your organization, you filthy bureaucrats have predictably taken things way too far. And now you have the audacity to try to order me around. My work is too violent. Too real for readers. First of all, it's anime. There's no way it's too real for people. Second of all, what would you have me show them instead? Rolling over and allowing the coalition to walk all over them. That may be more decent due to it being the least violent route, but that's more unrealistic than anime itself. Let me tell you something I believe, Sumasu. ND said. Reality is cruel and indecent. It answers to no censors. You have no right to censor something just because it makes you and your fellow FCC folks uncomfortable, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to put a stop to you. Sumasu's eyes widened in terror. I don't understand, why isn't the enchantment working on you? You shouldn't be able to even threaten me, let alone do anything against me. ND chuckled darkly. You seem to forget, Sumasu. I am the creator of this story. I don't answer to the rules of the FCC, unlike the people of the story. You can't do this to me. I'm a part of the FCC. Sumasu insisted. We exist to protect decency. We're the good guys. No, you exist to control everything with unnecessary censoring. You've gotten a taste of power and now you're on a power trip. So, you must be stopped. ND said calmly. Now, vanish. Deletion. Sumasu screamed as he was completely erased. Ryu smiled. And with that, the enchantment should be gone. ND turned back to his fellow partygoers. With Sumasu gone, we can now restart our party. He told them. Now, his expression darkened as he smiled, return to having fun, or else. There was a collective gasp amongst the cast of the Five Worlds War. Yes, ND. Right away ND. Several Alliance soldiers froze in terror, as they had recognized the imposing figure holding the Bible that was currently facing down Ichigo Kurosaki. Oh God, it's the tyrant. One moaned in terror. It's Kuma. You're kidding. We're dealing with one of the 7 warlords of the sea already. A second soldier was just as afraid. We should have figured this would happen eventually. Of the 6 remaining current warlords, 5 of them were said to have allied with the coalition. We only managed to get Lady Hancock on our side. A third man pointed out. We also have the former warlord Trafalgar Law as well, so there's that. And who knows how many former warlords they have on their side. The second reminded him. The third glared sharply at him. Whatever the case, we need to inform the intelligence division. Tell them Warlord Bartholomew Kuma is among the pacifista. Meanwhile, these pacifista have proven to be quite a drag. Shikaku Nara folded his arms, taking a look at the test reports from the battle at the Anemone's plains. Reports say that a few of them have been destroyed, but they're starting to gain ground back for the coalition. Kazuki Urahara added, there are just over 20 of them, right? We have numbers on our side. Mavis Vermilion pointed out, we should surround them and overwhelm them with our numbers. That's not going to work. Ben Beckman shook his head. Why wouldn't it? Mavis inquired. The pacifista are an extremely destructive unit that have the durability to match their raw power. Beckman explained. Surrounding them and trying to overwhelm the with numbers is akin to lining cattle up for a slaughter. Mavis' eyes widened in horror at the thought of such a thing happening. Kazuki folded his arms. Well, they are from your world, Beckman, I guess that makes you the expert. I'm not necessarily an expert. Beckman admitted. Shanks and me have always tried to stay connected to what happens in the world outside of our happy-go-lucky travels. Unfortunately, unless Shanks is in a serious mood, we're more often than not too drunk to know what's going on. That was how we missed Luffy's first bounty, even though Shanks wanted to stay updated for when Luffy became a real pirate. Mavis frowned at Beckman, freely admitting to being a bit of a drunkard. Luckily, we did stay sober long enough to hear about the pacifista and what they're capable of. Although that was probably because of the inevitable war between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. We got all the information that was available after the incident at Sabayati 2 years ago. Beckman heaved a deep sigh before continuing. The only way to fight a pacifista effectively to send someone of equal or greater strength at them. Take them out one by one. It's a bit slow. Mavis pointed out. Well, we don't have the luxury of doing this quickly. Beckman admitted grimly. Like I said, these things are dangerous, so we need to fight them correctly, otherwise we'll lose a lot of men. Beckman's right, I'm afraid. Monkey D. Dragon entered their conversation. Sure, numbers can eventually defeat a pacifista, but at what cost? I'd rather take things slow and not send several men to their deaths. Kazuki nodded. But who do we still have that can fight a pacifista one-on-one? Reports say most of our heavy hitters are pretty busy at the moment. Not all of them, Shikaku reminded him. Lee, Guy, and Zaraki are running around. I'm not worried about Guy and Zaraki, Mavis stated. But what about that boy, Lee? Are we certain that he can handle a pacifista on his own? I'm sure Guy would like to believe that he can, Shikaku replied. What do you think though? Beckman inquired. Shikaku sighed. In his base state, I doubt it highly. He'll have to use the Forbidden Eight Gates Jutsu to destroy the pacifista. But that technique is forbidden for a reason. Using it in the middle of war is almost suicide. It shouldn't be used unless you've decided to initiate a suicide attack. Shikaku's mind went back to the tragic day Might Guy's father, ironically named Might Dai, died using that very technique. Why Guy still went and taught that technique to Lee was beyond him, but it was his choice in the end. Shikaku had no right to tell him whether it was the right decision or the wrong. Before they could debate the matter of the pacifista any further, they were interrupted by Hibiki Lates. Supreme Commander Dragon, Commanders. I've received an urgent report from the 1st Division. Does it pertain to the pacifista? Mavis inquired. It's worse than that, I'm afraid. Hibiki said grimly. We've just received reports that the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, is fighting. This caught Dragon's attention. Beckman's eyes widened at this. Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What a drag, Shikaku sighed. They're pulling out all the stops to try and halt us, huh? If Kuma is at the Anemone's plains, we need to formulate a strategy immediately. Mavis said with urgency. If my memory serves me correctly, this is the man who single-handedly defeated the Straw Hat Pirates when entire organizations have failed to do so. Here, allow me to pull up my archive magic so that we may examine what we know about Kuma. Mavis suggested. Hibiki watched in amazement as Mavis pulled up an archive and started scanning through her many databases. Unreal, to think that she can store that much knowledge in her archive. I'd expect nothing less from a woman that is famously known as the fairy tactician. Mavis stopped her search at the section she had been looking for. She enlarged the screen. Bartholomew Kuma, she began. A pirate with a former bounty of 296 million berry before the Navy froze it with his acceptance into the 7 warlords. He is known by his title, the Tyrant. He consumed the Paramesha devil fruit, the paw-paw fruit, making him a paw-palmed man. What the hell kind of a devil fruit is that? Shikaku raised an eyebrow. It sounds adorable. Kazuki giggled. Don't underestimate the paw-paw fruit. Don't underestimate any devil fruit for that matter. Dragon told them. Any devil fruit, if used correctly, can be taken and turned into a powerful weapon for the user. The paw-paw fruit is no exception. Kuma has taken that devil fruit and turned it into one of the deadliest weapons I've ever seen in my life. That had to have been saying a lot, considering that it was Dragon who was talking. That fact was not lost on anyone hearing this. Continue, Mavis, Dragon told her. Anyways, Supreme Commander Dragon is correct. Mavis continued. Kuma's use of the paw-paw fruit is something to be feared. It has the ability to repel anything that comes into contact with his hands. He's taken this ability and turned it into a powerful offense that very few can match. However, I'm afraid it gets much worse from here. Mavis said grimly. Reports have also stated that Kuma has been completely converted into the pacifista known as PX0. In fact, it is Kuma's appearance that all pacifista are based off of. Which I suppose makes him the original pacifista. That means Kuma also possesses the firepower and durability of a pacifista. Shikaku realized. Well, that's a real drag. Mavis' eyes then widened when he noticed something off on Kuma's files. What in the world? That doesn't make any sense. What's up, Mavis? Kazuki inquired curiously. This doesn't seem right, Mavis replied, but my data shows that I was once an officer for the Revolutionary Army. Everyone turned their attention to Dragon. Dragon sighed at this. It's true, he said, Kuma was once a close comrade of mine. Not only that, but he was a respected and loyal commander of the Revolutionary Army. Then what's he doing working with the world government? Beckman inquired curiously. Dragon looked at Hibiki. What is Kuma's current position? He inquired. He has confronted Ichigo Kurosaki and apparently means to capture him. Hibiki replied. Ichigo is also confronted by the Kagaya known as Kimimaro and the Flame God Slayer known as Zankro. Good. At least he doesn't mean to kill the boy. Dragon seemed relieved at this. Although the fact that Ichigo is seriously outnumbered is troubling. Tell all nearby troops to back up Ichigo. Dragon told Hibiki. But they are to keep their distance from Kuma at all costs. The only way to fight him with the least amount of risk involved is to fight him at long range. Also, relay the commander's orders concerning the pacifista. Remember, they are to be destroyed by people of equal strength in one-on-one fights. Yes sir. Hibiki ran off. Fight him at long range. Shikaku frowned. Sir, might I remi? NDU that the 1st Division is a close-ranged combat division. I know, but my order still stands. Dragon said. Kuma is too dangerous to fight up close. They need to at least try to keep their distance. Very well, we'll defer to you on this matter, Supreme Commander. Beckman said. Yeah, if Kuma was once someone you fought alongside, you probably know his abilities better than any of us. Kazuki added. None of this makes any sense. Mavis said. If Kuma was once a comrade of yours in the Revolutionary Army, why would he join the world government as one of their warlords? Dragon sighed. This was exactly why I sent Hibiki away with those strategies. Come with me for a moment, I'd like to keep this between the 5 of us. Dragon led the 4 of them outside of the Intelligence Division headquarters. What I'm about to tell you 4 is something that only myself, Shitsujo, and my closest comrades in the Revolutionary Army are aware of. I'm going to reveal to you all the truth about Bartholomew Kuma. Ichigo Kurosaki vs. Bartholomew Kuma, Kimimaro, and Zankro. However the world chose to remember Ichigo Kurosaki, let it never be said that he had a moment of worry for his chances at victory since his battle with Kenpachi Zaraki. Fighting against vastly superior enemies, whether it was Byakuya Kuchiki or Ulquiorra Cipher. No problem. Fighting against a godlike Aizen. No problem, he had the final Getsuga Tensho for that. Fighting 8 Sternritter at once. Definitely no problem. They were all so focused on getting the kill themselves they failed to take advantage of their numbers. Fighting against a dangerous-looking opponent with black flames, along with the annoying bone bastard who had proven himself to be quite the opponent, and a giant of a man who Ichigo could tell was extremely powerful. No problem at all. Why was it that Ichigo never worried about who he was fighting? The answer to that is simple. He never had the luxury of worrying about whether he could win or not against his opponent. He simply had to win, no matter who he was fighting against. I'll be the first to admit, this is not the most favorable of situations. Ichigo thought to himself, but hell, when have I ever been in a favorable situation? Ichigo looked at Kuma, Kimimaro and Zankro, who were all glaring at each other. The one advantage I seem to have is that they clearly don't like each other. I can probably use that to my advantage. Before Ichigo could move, however, Kuma appeared behind him. Ichigo's eyes widened as he looked over his shoulder. Prime directive. Incapacitate and capture Ichigo Kurosaki. Kuma held out one of his hands. Ichigo took notice of Kuma's strange hands. Are those paws? Kimimaro and Zankro realized what Kuma was about to do and moved to the side. Pad cannon. Kuma yelled, thrusting a hand forward. Pad what? Ichigo said in confusion before being struck by Kuma's attack. Ichigo gasped in pain as he felt himself get hit hard by what felt like air. He actually hit me with air. Ichigo realized. That's insane. What the hell kind of power allows such a thing? Zankro then appeared to the side. Thanks for that, Kuma, I've got him right where I want him. He yelled with glee. Flame God Zankro began before being cut off by Kimimaro jumping on his head and then leaping over him, comically sending the God Slayer to the ground. Kimimaro held his hands out and took aim at Ichigo. Digital shrapnel, he yelled, firing bones at Ichigo's limbs. Ichigo managed to recover from Kuma's attack and block Kimimaro's digital shrapnel with the larger blade. He landed on his face. Eden took a moment to check his body where Kuma had struck him. His eyes widened in slight surprise when he saw the paw print on his body. Kimimaro landed on his feet and glared at Ichigo. His recovery speed truly is impressive. I'd expect nothing less from someone Lord Orochimaru has chosen to become his next vessel. Hey, What the hell was that for, Kimimaro? Zankro yelled furiously. You can. Just go jumping off of other people's heads. I could not risk your flames causing harm to Lord Orochimaru's newest vessel. Kimimaro replied. Listen, you circus freak. Zankro yelled. I already told you that keeping him alive is too dangerous. I'm trying to do us all a big favor and you're screwing me up. Kimimaro glared at Zankro. I have made it clear to you that your beliefs mean nothing to me, Zankro. He said. I will deliver this man to Lord Orochimaru, and you will not get in my way. Getsuga Tensho. Kimimaro and Zankro leapt away from another Getsuga fired at them by Ichigo and the larger blade of Zangetsu. Ichigo glared at the two while awaiting another attack from Kuma. Pad cannon. Ichigo held out the large blade and blocked Kuma's second attack. His eyes widened in slight surprise. As he was pushed back several feet from the force of Kuma's attack. Gotcha this time, Zankro yelled. Flame God bellow. Ichigo looked over his shoulder just as Zankro breathed out a large stream of black flames towards him. Ichigo flash stepped just above the flames and moved towards Zankro.